dry.
My feet off the ground, let gravity take me up. As beautiful as it's been, it's time for me to go. I wanna sail away, I wanna feel the weightlessness of my soul. I've gotta go all the way to eternity. I will run all the way to see you. I've gotta go all the way through time and space to find my voice, to see you. And I'll go. Time for me to go. I wanna sail away. I wanna feel the weightlessness of my soul. I've gotta go all the way to eternity. I will run all the way to see you. I've gotta go all the way through time and space to find my voice, to see you, and I'll go. I can feel this tide choke my neck and I just wonder why I'm buried in a suit I'd never buy, a suit I'd never buy. Cufflinks on my wrist, I can't act surprised when the shovels hit dirt in the earth. Did they start to die? Since I'm 17, I've been looking for a place to make me be complete. I've been looking all alone out there for anything to make me feel alive. Bring me back to life. Cufflinks on my wrist, I can't act surprised when the shovels hit dirt in the earth. Did they start to die?
We on the top and we ain't gonna fall. It's an obsession, a habit you call. We hitting automatic, never stall. Only got one tactic, do it all. I'm from the bottom, I hate what I saw. I couldn't walk, so I learned how to crawl. They wanna talk when you're back to the wall. So I say later, my aim moving small. Money grows from my intuition. I just bought a crib, that's my first edition. People hate it when you claim a vision, but I use a static when I hit ignition. Hungry moves, I'm faster in a minute. I stay fresh to death, I'm in a mint condition. Forge a heat, no matter where I've been, and give me any place and it'll be a kitchen. This how we flow to the top. I'm on a wave and it never gon' stop. I hit a 3, now we running the clock. 24 seconds, I still block your shot. I'm making this an eternal spot. Permanent stain in the flow, ink blot. Don't step to me when I get too hot. I'ma end your life and it's all you got. We on the top and we ain't gonna fall. It's an obsession, a habit you call. We hitting automatic, never stall. Only got one tactic, do it all. I'm from the bottom, I hate what I saw. I couldn't walk, so I learned how to crawl. They wanna talk when you're back to the wall. So I say later, my aim moving small. Homemade flow, I'm a PVC. There ain't one player out doing this like me. Heart rate froze, check the EKG. I hate wasting time, no eventually. Routine work when nobody see, but I ain't feel the stress, I know it's meant to be. 30 beats, I'm on a killing spree. I made every song in my discography. Yeah, that's every cent, every dollar. I ain't tryna listen to a broke scholar. Making moves to make the money taller. To the cash topping on the Eiffel Tower. Labels calling, I won't wear their collar. With my own drive, I can take it farther. Do it myself, don't ever bother. Been self-made now, shout out to my father. We on the top and we ain't gonna fall. It's an obsession, a habit you call. We hitting automatic, never stall. Only got one tactic, do it all. I'm from the bottom, I hate what I saw. I couldn't walk, so I learned how to crawl. They wanna talk when you're back to the wall. So I say later, my aim moving small.
She found a way into my heart. Oh, oh, she don't make up, no, she make art. And I need a way to treat it, cause I keep getting high off of her. Off of her. I know that you'd be bad from the minute I saw you. But somehow I keep running back to you. Back to you. Back to long nights can get me feeling lonely. Hey. And hearing music that can make me smile. Walk the Tremors in the night and you feel the danger that makes you wanna hide. When the cards are stacked against you and you're standing on the edge, now's the time, now's the time. Think about all the dreams you keep inside. Think about all the ones you love. I know this beating heart will be my guide. I know that we can overcome. When the world's so cold and we're losing hope, I need her, I need her. When the darkness comes and we're overrun, yeah, I need her. That's when we need each other. 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 When you're falling faster and don't know where you are, you feel the danger closer than your heart. When the weight is getting heavy and the future is unsteady, close your eyes, close your eyes. Think about all the dreams you keep inside. Think about all the ones you love. I know this beating heart will be my guide. I know that we can overcome. When the world's so cold and we're losing hope, I need her, I need her. When the darkness comes and we're overrun, yeah, I need her. That's when we need each other. 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 That's when we need each other.
Go on, myself. I'm cold, still stainless. My glass half full. Always said, don't suffer no fools. Serpents, daydream. I bite, you call me lovely. Got a sweet tooth. Gonna get the sugar from you. When they say I'm a machine gun, I take it as a compliment. Honey, you should know I can be a weapon.
Book your trip at meetboston.com.
Let's go. What I want to achieve is I want to be the best players of all time.
We're going to prove people wrong.
I'm excited to play this major for sure.
It's a pretty great experience. It's cool to play in front of the NA crowd.
We know we are capable of doing it. We know we can win it easily.
This is the first big event in Rlcs, so I think this is a very important step for us as a team.
Our season pretty decent. We got 2 good results. I think it will only go up from here.
Seeing all these players or fans got us, that's what keeps us motivated.
Everyone is happy to come back to Boston. Then he's kind of mentioning it a lot.
طبعا متحمس نلعب في بطولة بوسن ميجر. حماس داخلين بكل حماسنا وقوتنا وبإذن الله.
Nowadays, every matchup is hard. Everyone wants to win.
I thought it was a hard group, but like it's not impossible. Everything can happen.
Sometimes you can defy the odds.
Bringing Koffer, he's obviously like up and coming. He brings that young energy that I think helps us a lot.
Nobody really believed how good we are right now. It's satisfying to have everybody see.
Playing in Boston wasn't that fun last time. Definitely means that right now I want to do way better.
At the end of this Boston major, I think the thing that we want to prove is that we're the greatest team of all time.
Welcome everyone to the alternate stream for the first major of the year, RLCS Boston. Chiefs and I are back. We're matching. How's your morning going? I'm so excited.
It's been good. I've had my cup of tea. I've got some water on standby. I'm ready to go. It's good to be back here for another RLCS major.
It's gonna be a good one. First one of the year. Let's say hello to all 16 teams that have qualified. It was an absolute gauntlet to get here. Teams from across the globe have made it to Boston, and a lot of familiar orgs are joining and that have signed some teams for the major. So big congratulations, especially to TSM and Virtus Pro. That's some news hitting the papers. Achieves every region is sending their best.
Definitely, especially North America. They feel very confident in the 4 teams that they've sent this time. But that being said, still a tough field to get over. Those sharp-eyed viewers among you or who have been watching RLCS for a long time may notice OC only sending 1 team, Power here, and not Torsas. Finally snapping a long streak for him. Tough break, but at the same time, what are you going to do? Wash, rinse, repeat, get back out there for the second major. But this should be a good one, Lemon.
Yeah, and a lot of rosters have been retooled. You talked about Power, like no Banana Head too is really crazy. Even Furia have a different third. EU though got more chances than ever. They have 5 teams at the first major. So maybe Chiefs, you and I, we have an inkling. A lot of people have an idea of who could be at the top, but yeah, every major's got their shenanigans. Who would be your dark horse? Who's gonna upset everybody?
You know, if I have to pick outside of our favorites, you know, KC, NRG, some people put Falcons on that tier. I've become a bit of a MENA elitist, so I'm going to take Twisted Minds as my dark horse. I love to see Monkey Moon back on LAN. I've loved TRK since he was on Falcons, and of course, Nubo, the current RLCS 1v1 World Championship. I'm a big believer in the pieces of the puzzle that Twisted Minds have put together here, and I am anxious to see them on LAN. That being said, they're in a brutal group, so got to get through that first. But if they do, I think they've got what it takes to go all the way.
Absolutely. Like, Monkey Moon is a fan favorite for a reason. One of the best players in the world. Super passionate, takes every move seriously, and his challenge game, his game IQ is so large. And I think, yeah, I would agree that they look contenders to even in Boston if they can play like they did in Regional 1, where they were able to beat Team Falcons. For me, my underdog, that new signing, Virtus Pro, aka Redacted, if you guys weren't on socials. Ooh, I think NA are truly sending their best, and this is one of them. You got Talk, Wavy, and Two Piece. I saw it with all 4 of my eyeballs what Talk can do at LAN, okay? This is a LANimal. He's young and he's proud. He's got the mechs, and my Canadian GOAT is a guy who can turn it on. And oftentimes, it's the Wavy show. And when it's the Wavy show, it's the winning show. And Two Piece is so smart with how his decisions are being made and how he feeds the ball to his team. And this is the team that beat the world champions of NRG. So, Chief, the proof is in the pudding.
The proof is in the pudding, but it's a long way to go. You can perform well regionally, but I think I'm with you. I would love to see Virtus Pro make it out of group stage, make a playoff run. That would be a lot of fun to see, no doubt.
We know who's here, but what is going on? Let's go through the format. Let's get through the housekeeping. What are all these horses fighting for? Well, a lot of money, and also those points. $102,000 for first place goes down the line. Everyone gets a piece of that pie.
Yeah, dollar bills always nice, but we all know even just making it to the first major is quality. Doesn't matter even if you come in last. Those 3 extra points when it comes to qualifying for the World Championship, you never know. Those 3 points could tip the scales in your favor, and here we see the group overview stage. I'm going to spend a little bit of time here, I think. Obviously, we look at Group C, the group of death, as people have named it. KC, Vitality, Twisted Minds, and Space Station. NA4, Space Station feeling themselves lemon, but that's a tough group to get out of.
There's a lot of tough groups. Like, if it's not Group C, it's probably Group B. But yeah, a quick little recap, guys. We're not in Swiss, obviously. We're in groups, 16 teams, 4 groups, 4 teams each. Only 2 can move up. And the tiebreakers, we'll let the smart people deal with that, but, you know, series, game differential, head-to-heads. And, you know, watch Gibbs' video about that. He breaks it down beautifully, and we'll keep you updated on the stakes of that over as we break down groups over the next 2 days.
Yeah, should be an interesting show, but that Group B, I think I'm with you as well. That's brutal. I mean, Furia, long-time SAM #1 seeds, GK Esports, who've been up and down a little bit recently, but that being said, they got a former world champion, Appjack, multiple major winner. Joyo has been pushing for major wins before. Falcons, obviously, meet a 1 seed. Only 2 teams can make it out of Group B. That's ice cold, man.
I like that Furia changed up their 3rd, and they're going to be really interesting. I think people are really underrating that team, and GK coming in on that tiebreaker. That's a tough group to be in because all of these teams are proven. The group of death, C, like we said, is going to be nuts. But hey, whoever comes out of these groups, only 2 of each group get out. And based on the seeding, and the top teams will start on the upper side of the bracket, while the second seeds probably starting on the lower side of the bracket, meaning you either get 2 chances or you get 1, but it's double a limb. So it's nice.
Yeah, first place is big, no doubt, because it doesn't matter how you dice it. Coming out of that 1 speed, you're going to be playing a tough opponent no matter what. So the extra life definitely helpful. So gun for #1 if you can, but if you're one of those teams that people don't think you're a favorite, you're going to have to punch up pretty hard because there's some teams here that got their work cut out for them, to say the least.
Yeah, and if you guys have woken up and you just realized there's a major, there's still tickets. You could still book it, get in your car, take a train, run, get on your horse, go to Boston. Rlcs is best experience live, and or you can hang out with us either on the main stream or the alternate stream, twitch.tv/Rocket League, or RL Esports is where you can catch all the action, get all your monitors going, or just experience it live because that's the best.
Yeah, nothing quite like a live RLCS event, no doubt. So if you're able to, definitely go and pick up a ticket, show up. It's a lot of fun. Seeing people hit the ball and feeling it vibrate through your chest, it's quite something. And obviously, you can't beat the crowd environment when it comes to Rocket League. Everyone gets to hold their breath collectively at 0 seconds. It's a great experience. You should go if you can.
Yeah, and you got to hold your breath when looking at this schedule, okay? We got 2 streams, a lot of matches to get through, and the group stage breaking down over the next 2 games. Here's what the main stream is up to, Achieves. A lot of the bangers on this one. I mean, your Twisted Minds boys against KC.
Yeah, tough start, no doubt, but always ready to go and see them fight it out. Another one of, obviously, I want to see GK versus Furia. To me, that feels like a must-win game in Group B, because if we assume that Falcons take the #1 spot, obviously we know there's only one spot left, and whoever wins GK versus Furia, that's a big tiebreaker potentially in the head-to-head, as that's your first tiebreaker.
You really want to aim for those 2 wins as much as possible. So beating everyone outside of Falcons or NRG or whoever is the top dog. But hey, we got the top matches here on the alternate stream. It's my favorite, no bias. We're kicking off with 5 Fears versus Ninjas in Pajamas, but we also have some ones, and it's the first match. It's day 1. This is where things can be shaky, where you could really see how clean everybody looks. For me, Vitality versus SSG. How clean can Vitality look out of the gates, and can SSG show us they can really be competitive against the top dogs? Because they really have to be either Vitality or Twisted Minds to get out of the group.
Yeah, a really big litmus test there for Space Station Gaming, no doubt. Obviously, they've got Zen to contend with over on Vitality, but no easy wins. Falcons versus Virtus Pro as well. That's also another very tough test. So a lot of good matchups here for day 1.
Yes, we get to focus in on our first one. 5 Fears versus Ninjas in Pajamas, SSA versus EU. Now, 5 Fears, I'm really excited about this roster. You have, I think, Guns and Tekos. This is their first RLCS LAN. It was their first RLCS win when they won that regional one. And for the first time in SSA history, this spot was determined in the grand final of the last regional, where they defeated Pioneers after coming back 1-3 deficit. That was an incredible win. So 5 Fears really fought to be here.
Yeah, the tape was quite something to watch, and you're right. First RLCS Lance for Gun. He's going to need the firepower if he wants to take down a team like Ninjas in Pajamas, no doubt. But obviously, they showed they've got it. Snowy, we've seen him at several RLCS major competitions in the past. And he's ready for another one here. He really dialed in that grand final versus the Pioneers, and we'll hope that he can start off hot. Obviously, Tekaz, you mentioned him. You might have seen him before in long-time viewers of RLCS, of course, but he is now moved over to the Sub-Saharan Africa region. There we go, got that one out. But Tekaz also is gonna have his hands full. I think we're gonna have to lean on Tekaz and Snowy as the real vets and try and give Guns as many free balls as possible to see what he can do mechanically.
Yeah, and just at 16 years old, Guns made his debut at the winter split of 22-23 season, and you knew when watching him, he had such a bright future. So mechanical, likes being out front. And he's accompanied with Tekaz, who is that import, brings that different flair, that different European style to him. He's that spark plug. Tekaz makes beautiful touches. His name is going to light up often, and Snowy is the most decorated player when it comes to the SSA region. He's not that flashy guy, but he's the leader on any team he's been on. He orchestrates things. He's very smart. And speaking of smart people, you have CPZ, that pioneer from the old Rocket League days before RLCS was around for SSA. And this coach has been amazing to really uplift the spirits and keep everyone locked in, because it must be nerve-wracking being here.
Yeah, and I think it's a good thing that they actually get their first match on the stage here immediately versus a team like Ninjas in Pajamas, because the first match in every major, it feels like, is always a bit of a crapshoot. Teams that you think are just going to steamroll sometimes come out a little bit flat, and 5 Fears, if they want to win, they're going to have to come out the gate start. I want to see them pressing early, forcing NIP back, and then we want to see how strong they can challenge out of the midfield line. And the most important thing, if they start getting pushed back, got to get those eyes middle, get your eyes off the ball, find out where that supporting player is so you can identify the shooting lane early. That's going to be the big thing for me watching the 5 Fears versus NIP.
Yes, and a big opponent to go up against SSA, none other than Ninjas in Pajamas. Well, which team has the most aura? They do. Self-proclaimed tall, handsome guys, and only great on that offensive half. The defense can have some troubles. I think a lot of people are watching this match looking, can NIP be clean out of the gates? And SSA and 5 Fears will be that litmus test.
Yeah, it's been big to see Jurius have the career revival after EWC in 2024, and I love the little crocodile. That's adorable. But my favorite player over on this Ninjas in Pajamas squad, it's got to be CRR. If you've seen me on RLCS before for several seasons, you know I love watching CRR. That guy is a positional wizard. He is a beast on defense and has definitely flexed the mechanics a little bit, but Oli as well has been stand-up strong stuff in the EU region the past couple of seasons. So I think they've got a lot of good tools here. Ninjas in Pajamas, I think coming into this one, they weren't certain how they were feeling, and they knew they were going to have to put the work in, Lemon.
Absolutely. And Oli and Jorius showed us just how good they were together with Team Netherlands at FIFA E, where they got top 8. But, Jorius and friends, they were not really happy with how Open 3 went. They, quoted on social media that they were going to need to boot camp for this major more than ever. It felt like they lost their identity on the pitch, it seems, but they're 3 hungry players, and they know they're going to do their best and make everyone proud at Boston. And you have LBP, that coaching from Australia. So this guy has been around the clock making sure that the team spirits are high and that the team sticks together.
And it's been good for them. That's the other sweet part about LAN. Everyone comes in, everyone puts their best foot forward, everyone knows this is what we've been grinding for. If you've played an RLCS for a while, it's a little bit easy to kind of fall back a little bit in those online segments, but once you start flying out there, you've got that week of boot camping in person, getting used to the setups and everything. Everyone knows, all right, it's go time, and everyone really puts the effort in. So I think you're going to get the best out of all teams in Boston, and Five Fears, I think, definitely an uphill battle here versus Ninjas in Pajamas. And for Ninjas in Pajamas, I don't really want to see them forcing anything here. I don't think that you're obligated to try and take on much risk. You can kind of sit back, I think, and say, look, Five Fears, if you want to beat us, we're going to play some strong, solid defense. You're going to have to get physical. You're going to have to hit mechanics. You got to execute. And that's what I want to see Ninjas in Pajamas. Don't have to force anything here in this first match.
Absolutely. And NIP have shown that they were able to outwork everyone else, just coming out the gates with so little time together. But now the competition has really shown up and caught up to them. And we've seen where that floor, I guess, quote unquote, could be with NIP, just based on how they looked against Redacted at kickoff. So now having SSA as their first matchup, Five Fears, there is upset potential just because this is match 1, day 1, and how everyone's settling in. So this is going to be a good test for both teams. While Five Fears, there's also a difference of expectations. I feel like NIP have to reprove themselves or just make sure they look clean, while as Five Fears don't have as much weight on their shoulders. They're here to improve.
Yeah, the absence of pressure is always a benefit. You know that you just got to go out there, play the best game you possibly can. But if you're NIP, you're sitting there in Group A, and the rest of the people in Group A, NRG, Power, and Five Fears. So Ninjas in Pajamas feel like, okay, we should technically make it out of groups just based off of how this one is shaken out, because we have to assume that NRG will make it. They're the current world champions, right? They're not going to bomb out of groups. But if you're NIP, you really want to set a strong tone here. I mean, you want to come out, this is best of 5s, put in your 3 games of work, get it done quick, get it done early. Don't give Five Fears any bit of rope, because that's when things can start to get a little bit dicey. So make sure you just, dot your I's, cross your T's, button up your top button, get settled in, and just play some textbook Rocket League and make Five Fears show you something if they want to win.
Guns on your screen, young kid, or was on your screen. He's so funny because every time he does an interview in SSA, he's always talking about the support he gets from his family, like getting a hug from his mom. The desk is always asking how his family is doing. And there's also a lot of local support for SSA because, man, it's now not just a one-team region. It was a battle between the Pioneers and Five Fears to determine which team they were sending to Boston. So the whole region is looking at Five Fears of how they're going to represent them, while as Ninjas in Pajamas, I mean, the mechanics, the experience is there. There's no doubt that they could take the series, but it's just how clean is it going to be? I don't know if I would call Five Fears a win here, but it's more, do Ninjas in Pajamas, how good do they look out the gates?
Yeah, that's if you're looking at the big picture of Group A, Ninjas in Pajamas obviously have to be the favorites. It's a pretty tough sell, I think, to choose Five Fears just based off of what we've seen historically. But that's the best part, time is the greatest improver of everyone, and Five Fears have certainly got some veteran presence over there on Snowy, and gonna have to lean pretty heavy on him. You mentioned he's kind of that glue stick, right? Keeps everybody together and keeping things moving smoothly, so he's gonna have a lot on his plate. It's probably not gonna show up big on the stat sheet, but he's gonna have to do a lot of the dirty work. You know, I gotta turn and challenge with 12, 13 boosts, you know, make somebody make a move and let somebody behind me make a better play. So Snowy, a big bag on your shoulders to carry, my friend.
We're almost ready to get into game, but yeah, Ninjas in Pajamas looked clean together. They're proven, they have results. While as 5 years, it's kind of interesting how this roster came together. Really interesting personalities that came in together, made it work. Even some of the teammates that I was told were like enemies, and then were able to kind of forgive and forget and move on and build off of that together. And they're just such young players, and to have that leadership of Snowy, who's been through a ton of teams in SSA, you got that coach of CPZ, but it is the first LAN for Guns and Tekos, so that's where the day one nerves could hit them the most. But they're a team that know how to play at a deficit, right? Like coming back from a 1-3 deficit in that grand final to win and to get that Boston spot, NIP have to make sure that they close out the series.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's a lot of fun to get to see people come out here for their first LAN experience as well, because you've already proven online that, hey, we can battle through adversity, and goodness gracious, you know that coming into the LAN, the competition only gets tougher. You know you're going to be facing back against the wall scenarios all the time. They're going to have to put the work in, but that's where, what's the old saying? Pressure makes diamonds, right? So first couple of LAN experiences, and, you know, there's players who handle it very well. They love the spotlight. They show up on their first LAN, and they pop off. And there's people who, you know, right before the game, you know, bowels have turned to water. It's a devastating mental experience, and it's a tough pill to swallow for some people. But honestly, Ninjas in Pajamas looking pretty chilled out over there. They're saying, hey, let's get warmed up. And CRR, I don't think he's touched his controller since they've all been on camera. He's just sitting. He's ready to go. And Jorius is like, can we play now? They're hoping. They're ready.
Getting caffeinated or hydrated, something. But they're ready, they're chilling, and this is that moment to calm all those nerves. And this is a battle in Group A, so we have NRG, NIP, Power, and 5 years. Where 5 years have said in interviews they feel like they would have the best chance at punching up to Power or to OCE. But if they could, but getting NIP on their first match could prove that maybe they would catch a slip up. You would catch NIP just playing a little bit too loosely, and there is some punish potential, but I think Ninjas in Pajamas know that there's maybe doubts in the air, and they'll know how to shut everybody up and, you know, go out clean.
Yeah, you can definitely I think I agree with the assessment overall, but I think I'm with you. The first game for 5 Fears versus Ninjas in Pajamas is the best opportunity, because even if you don't win versus Ninjas in Pajamas, it is a best of 5, right? So you only need to win 3. 15 minutes of quality car soccer at least nets you a, positive outcome in the group, and even if you only take 1 or 2 games off of that, can be potentially pretty big depending on how those tiebreakers shake out, right? We know head-to-head is obviously the biggest one, but at the same time, if we end up in some crazy 2 or 3 team tiebreaker scenario, all the extra games you can take off the opponents who are quote-unquote better than you can make a big difference. So I think it's the best case scenario here for 5 Fears, that you get someone who's projected to make it out of groups at the very open of the move.
Yeah, and it's nice to have those coaches with you too, just for that mental support. Like, these are all players that know the game, know the mechanics, and it's really just needing someone to keep them rooted mentally, psychologically, and also someone to call those timeouts, because yes, we're gonna have timeouts for these best of 5s, and then that timing can be really important to just kill the frustration if the games are not going off the rip how you want them to.
Yeah, it will be very interesting to see how teams utilize their timeouts in best of 5s. We know that in best of 7s, most teams tend to take their timeout if they lose 2 in a row, or if it's, game 6 or something and the next one's game 7, they'll usually use it then, right? The very few teams now, I think, don't take their timeout, but I don't know what the best of 5 timeout meta. When is the best time to take your timeout? Can you really afford to wait if you lose the first 2 games? Is that really going to be enough time? Because you've only got 1 more in the tank, right? So it's tough.
And looks like we're still waiting to get into game. Don't worry, you're not missing anything from the NRG Vitality game that's about to kick off on mainstream, but we're going to take a short break, make sure our players are ready to go, and we'll see you after this.
Welcome to the undefined. Welcome to the undefined. Welcome to the undefined.
Feel this tide choke my neck and I just wonder why I'm buried in a suit I'd never buy, a suit I'd never buy. Cufflinks on my wrist, I can't act surprised when the shovels hit dirt in the earth. Did they start to die?
It's time to kick off our first match of RLCS Boston Major, and we still got a banger. We still got 5 years, and we still got NIP. It's time to put our money where our mouth is. Our predictions, anyway. Where are you going to choose?
I can't do it. I can't pick 5 years. Give me NIP.
Yeah. It seems like the obvious choice, and I don't think an upset happens this early. I'm thinking I'm going Ninjas in Pajamas too. I tried.
A disciplined move.
I know. I tried to give a case for 5 years, but I gotta join you with what should be happening on paper.
Yes, and that's okay. It's not a crime to pick the favorite, everybody. I'm out here trying to win prediction contests too, okay?
Yeah, because we gotta go up against the mainstream. And also the mainstream has NRG versus Vitality. If you want to open up your second monitor for twitch.tv/Rocket League, you're here on RL Esports. Thanks for joining us. We're going to be having a banger of a time going through all the groups and especially seeing what NIP look like out the gates, especially someone like CRR who's played in so many different regions, right? So he has kind of accumulated all these different flavors and play styles, and he gets to kind of hone in on what's best.
Yeah, man. I love CRR. And that guy's a positional wizard. He's a defensive god, and I love him for it. And I'm glad to see the offensive mechanics have been improving steadily but surely over the next couple of years since I first fell in love with his playstyle. But that's not what I'm here to discuss. It's all about 5 years. And how are you going to stop it? I think the biggest issue for them to get through, apart from CRR in the backline, actually going to be Joreous mechanically. And how do you get the ball off that guy? And more importantly, can the follow-up player on 5 years figure out where that 50 is and beat Oli to the ball? You need to be able to do it 5 years. You got to be fighting them toe-to-toe. If you start getting pushed back, it's going to get real dicey real quick.
Yeah, in chat, you can push back against us too. Let us know who you're predicting in the chat. Is it NIP? Is it 5 years? Do we got the SSA fans here? Are you in the SSA co-stream? I don't know what it is. It's going to be a fun day, though. This is a Group A kickoff match, and very much needing to hit that at least like 2 wins, I would say. I think there's probably a scenario where a 1-2 team could have some crazy tiebreaker. I don't want to do the hard tiebreaker math, but I guess you could maybe qualify to playoffs 1-2.
It requires some shenanigans, that's for sure, I think. But 2 wins would be big for 5 years here. 1, I think, is what is probably realistic. But as long as you don't get blown off the pitch 0-3, that's all right. It's acceptable.
Yeah, and it's awesome, like we said, just to reiterate on the fact that CRR has played in EU, NA, and SAM. So you have all these different play styles. And then it's what's cool about SSA is they got that 2/3 rule, they have that import, and that just brings so much, like a different level to SSA where it's going to help them really accelerate and to improve and to introduce them to a different style, because SSA doesn't really get to scrim outside of their region very often. But hey, on internationals like this is where they could truly show themselves. And for Guns and Kickoff, this is their first RLCS land, so you keep your expectations reasonable and you try to go out swinging.
And live it up. You only get one time to debut on the stage, so make it the best showing. You can, as they say, you only get one chance to make a first impression. So I want to see the heat. Give me the fire. Show me what you got. Try and take it to them. I know that they're good defensively, yada, yada, yada. They play in the most competitive region, blah, 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 all that nonsense. I don't care. Tekos knows. He's been in Europe. It's fine. He says, look, they're not that good. Look at them out there taking like 8th places in their opens. Who cares about Ninjas in Pajamas? That's what we need. We need to say that, yeah, we know we're the worst team, but I don't have time to worry about that. I have time to worry about how I'm going to beat you, is what you should be thinking if you're 5 years.
Yeah, and it's important to have a clean series when it comes to the potential tiebreakers, the game differentials, the head-to-heads. So you need a clean sweep in this first best of 5, which we're ready to go into at any second. And NRG, in their first couple of minutes, they're up only 1-0 against Vitality. So that match is also starting to cook.
It's definitely tight, but yeah, you will have options all day long. Both streams, alternate, mainstream, wherever your fancy takes you in the world of the RL esports ecosystem. Go there, live your best life, and enjoy all good car soccer.
Yes, good car soccer indeed, especially for Group A. Can Ninjas in Pajamas really build confidence in the fans that they could get out of Group A? Everyone thinks it's going to be NRG, NIP, Power are in the mix, as OCE is always up to something. But what I'm up to is this match. We're ready to go, Achieves. We got Ninjas in Pajamas versus 5 Years, EU versus SSA. I'm ready to let it rip. Let's see who will kick things off well.
Give me the heat, 5 Years. Come out here strong on the kickoff. Let's see a goofy kickoff tech. Show me something spicy immediately.
Want to see something spicy here for Game 1, brought to you by Progressive. Now both teams have gotten to settle in, and even more so now that there's not a crowd for this group stage, so you don't got all that extra noise, that extra pressure. You can focus in, lock in as a team. And for a lot of these players on 5 Years, first LAN as a squad, but they got their first LAN or first RLCS win in that regional 1, so they've proven they can achieve a lot.
And 5 Years opting for the double corner boost. They didn't send any cheat up. And immediately, they do get possession, but they are forced to go the full length of the field. Let's see how long you can stay there. Hello, CRR off the ceiling in bottom left corner. Oh my goodness gracious me, Lemon. It's a devastating opening blow for NIP.
Oh, just a heavy touch from Guns, and look how ready NIP are to strike early while the pan is hot with the pre-jump and everything. NIP already starting that suffocation. 5 Years, though, can take that one on the chin. They're, like I said, they know how to be a resilient team, but how do you stand up against Joria? Snowy have to climb high for this one. How do you clear it? Now there's pressure building from the side of NIP. And if you're 5 Years, you want to get out of here fast.
Yeah, definitely looking for big, deep clears, force the full reset, get the small pads. It's going to be a dicey game if you start taking those ground dribbles, unless you know for certain you've got a good flick in the tank. That one goes across the net, and nice save from Tekos.
We already saw like an attempt from Jorius to even steal some corner boosts. Like they really want to drain 5 Years and keep them locked in and extend their offense, speaking of NIP, as much as possible. You got Oli up to the ceiling. CRR receives a block at the net and demos to keep 5 Years locked. But now Tekos can try and take this high. He's already been met by a challenge. He can't even transition easily.
There's a big save from Snowy as well on that goal line. That's a nice tackle as well. We said it was going to have to be some physicality, and that applies on defense just as much as offense. Breaking up that Ninjas in Pajamas attack is just as crucial as opening up shooting lanes. First chance here on the attack for 5 Years. How long does it last?
Yeah, 5 Years try to go for a low ball and really test these reads out of the defense, because if anything is going to go wrong for NIP, it's the defense. We know how strong their offense can be. As Tekos off to the side, Guns is already getting shoved by Oli. Overwhelmed now at the corner. Ciara wants to pop this out. Jorius gets summoned here from the midfield, decides to give it up here to Guns. And 5 Years, let's see what this offense is all about.
Working hard. Not a lot of work yet. CRR turned to dust. Jorius, no boost. This is going to get spicy. And yeah, that's definitely right. Take your time. See what the defense gives you and just take the best 50. Good move, Jorius.
Oh, CRR already got a beat on a defender. And that's what's already dangerous about NIP is They're able to get past some of these layers and peel them back slowly. Ball comes out to Jorius, takes a shot, not on target. Now he's looking for bumps too, so 5 Fears need to make space desperately, and Tekos has found some open space. Jorius gets beat. Oli's in the net though.
I really like CRR's approach there out of the corner. Fake like he's going to go for the corner boost and then try and poke a hole in the defense, smash it up off the backboard, see if you can catch 5 Fears leaning, but great discipline defensively early on from 5 Fears here.
Risky plays from NIP, and this comes out. CRR getting a few extra touches, but 5 Fears, they box out their right post. Dangerous with Oli being that frontline blocker, but he gets pushed out of the way. Now Snowy with a full tank, can't really get under it, and 5 Fears still will keep the ball close to the chest and see if they can just maintain possession.
That's that dirty work we were talking about from Snowy. That type of clear to get through one at the midfield line and force Ninjas in Pajamas. That doesn't show up on the stat line, but those breakups are big.
Tekos going for a dunk opportunity, but now Oli and Jorius will take turns. This comes out. Guns is stuck in it 1v2 and can't hold back against NIP.
Yeah, too hot to handle there. Snowy jumped initially, and unfortunately, NIP had all 3 players ready to go. Guns on the back line there, 20 boost in the tank, and trying to figure out how he was going to defend 2 players. Just got tongue-tied, gave up a second one. Ninjas in Pajamas in control here for the final 90 seconds.
Oh,
whoops.
Oli. Okay, that's an opener for 5 Fears to work with. Not before. Okay. Guns has to be the backbone of the team and keep this only a 2-0 game, but watch how these challenges go for NIP. They're winning them more often than not, which really extends their offense. These missed touches are giving openings to 5 Fears.
Oh, I thought he saved it. I thought it was going to go off the bar for a second, but not quite. Look at CRR go in front of the ball here. He knows that, hey, we're through everybody. Just got to get a piece of Snowy. Got just enough for one. Guns gave it his best go, but unfortunately that'll probably seal the deal here at the end of game 1. And Ninjas in Pajamas never really let off the gas. They've spent maybe, what, 30 seconds on their own half playing defense all game? Talk about a tone setter. Boy, did they do it.
Snowy already has to get tackled. Tekos with a hero play to set up Guns for success, and it's at the back of the net. 5 Fears get one on the board.
Life, a great flip reset from Tekos and a little helping hand. You see Oli get a little bump on Tekos, which actually gave the ball some extra boost over the top of the second man challenging. Ninjas in Pajamas not ready to deal with the variance there, and that's a great move for 5 Fears. It's like I say, it's better to be lucky than good sometimes.
And that's just one to get the morale going. Less than a minute to go. You're going to need more than morale to win, especially with TRR is flip resetting. And you got Oli being a monster in the net. Somehow 5 Fears get it out there, respond with one of their own. And now they're within 1.
Mamma mia, Jorius, first off, way to get up to that one with 20 boost. He knew that was on target. He had to get up and make a save, and he was hoping that he was going to have a little bit of help in the midfield, but follow through from Guns, strong and deliberate, bottom left corner. It's a ball game out of nowhere.
Oh, what? Back. Whoa, 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 whoa. Big ol' hug off the kickoff. Not liking that, but hey, 5 Fears will stabilize, but you gotta stop this midfield. You gotta stop Oli. Guns with a nice save off to the side. Tekos can't get the clear. Jorius robs him as Oli waits for his moment to tap it in. You got multiple options too for this offense. The tip of the spear for Oli. Tries to get it going. Strong clear, and Guns is pre-jumping to work with that.
Love the attempt. They know they got to get in behind Ninjas in Pajamas somehow. They're going to start taking some risk deep into the middle. Dangerous ball off the bar and out. Tekos lets it go for Guns. Solo effort with no time on the clock. What do you got, buddy? Show it to me on the floor and denied. NIP win game 1, but man, that was close. And my mind goes back to that kickoff at 40 seconds where they just whacked into each other. And I'm kind of starting to think that maybe they had a plan there because they had the guy sit in the net. It's like they knew they were just going to completely hit each other, throw a loop into Ninjas in Pajamas, and see if they could maybe get a cheeky solo effort kickoff play. Would love to go and look at the tape again on that one, but hello. I was not expecting that one to become as tight as it was at the end there. I liked the couple of looks that 5 Fears had.
Yeah, especially when there was still a chance for maybe 5 Fears to tie it up on that last play within the last 5 seconds. But NIP showed that they have clean passes. They created 2-on-1 scenarios where made their job easy to get a couple scores going. But hey, 5 years, they started upping the risk and changing those looks. Like you pointed out, Guns being downfield, ready to receive a long pass. They're trying to change things up, and you got nothing to lose, really.
Yeah, I mean, at that point, you're down 1 with 40 seconds. Hey, go out there and make a play. If you end up losing, that's okay. You're already losing anyway. That's the right attitude. You have to take on risk, and you have to find a way to throw something at them that they've not seen before. Because honestly, I got exactly what I wanted out of Ninjas in Pajamas. That was textbook. Go and steal the corner boost. They didn't even bump it all that much. They were kind of just saying, look, we're going to take the challenges. We're going to steal your boost. We're going to squeeze you into your own half and say, come and beat us. And 5 Fears took that information and tried it and gave it a real good go in the final minute and a half or so. So I want to see them come out with that same fire, that same creativeness, and see what they can do in game 2.
And NIP are not rushing things whatsoever. They take the time to assess the field as Guns assesses the back of the net. And that's the first goal for 5 Fears.
Nice flick through one, and look at him stay patient. Take a 50, stay on the outside. Don't force the 50. Make Oli commit to the challenge. Guns getting saucy on the dribbles.
Liking what Guns is doing. A lot of energy. That young player, something special about him off the kickoff. You already have NIP on the back foot. Okay, Tekos, he's going for a dunk.
Hot start. Couldn't ask for anything better. Jorius just misses the equalizer, and Tekos will need a little bit of help. Snowy dodges a bump. And 5 Fears in the driver's seat at the start of game 2. How long does it last, though?
Oli is so disruptive in the midfield. He is present as always and can kind of rotate in and out when needed on the offense. And they gotta, if they're confident on their spacing too, you may just have like multiple hits, multiple angles where NIP could attack from. So 5 Fears though, getting one on the board early, that's some insurance, but you want more than that. CR on a low tank, he's gonna need some help. NIP in the midfield, they battle. It's not easy to transition if you're 5 Fears when Oli's around.
Great speed from 5 Fears defensively. Whoa, Guns with a nice flip reset. Oli off the backboard with 0 makes a save. Jorius, you're going to need a big solo effort. Actually sneaks through everyone. Can they score it, though? Guns forced to make a stop with limited boost, and what a touch it was. And Tekos will lend a helping hand on the back line. 5 Fears keeping out some good shots here from Ninjas in Pajamas.
God, like Guns is doing it all. He's scoring, he's making incredible saves. Now it's up to Snowy to get chased back by CRR, who's just all over him like butter on toast. 5 Fears, they're starting to get squeezed here, just like they were in game 1, but these missed touches from NIP give windows of opportunity for 5 Fears, but Snowy can't do it in a 1v2.
It was a nice adjustment, though. He realized that it was a mistouch from NIP, and he immediately pivoted to look and find a bump on the supporting player for NIP and slow down that counterattack, and it paid dividends here. Right now, all neutral territory, everyone fighting for possession of the midfield line. 5 Fears, they've picked it up pretty quick, what they need to do.
And you have one defender back. Jorius got CRR, and that's where 5 Fears start to hound them. Guns gonna show his guns and already start at 50. Already get NIP to reconsider their approach, but Snowy now gets beat. Guns kind of waiting for his moment against CRR. You try to break up the passes from NIP. I like that out of 5 Fears. Tekos bar down, can't make contact. That's it for NIP.
Like the shot choice here from Jorius. When you see that defender go up the backboard like Tekos, best place to shoot, right at the floor. It's tough to make a save because you're ready for just about anything, but when you have to commit as aggressively as possible to get as far down as you need to make that stop, it's tough, and it's only compounded with a bounce shot as well. Great choice from Jorius to get them tied up. Maybe a second one early. Tekos pokes it away off the bar. And 5 Fears in the driver's seat, but looking to regain control with Ninjas in Pajamas pushing back.
These 50 wins have been pretty crucial for NIP to spark up more offenses. Yeah. Now possession, Snowy to Guns, now escorting it to try to get any more open space, but NIP deny any real estate. You just got to get rid of this ball quick because NIP are all over you. Here's Snowy with a chance off to the corner, though. Guns needs to tackle Oli, regain an opportunity for 5 Fears, and now it's a scuffle right beside the net, and everyone's attacking this.
Guns taking them high-quality 50s in the corner. I mean, it's all about pace management and angle. He's got it to a T. Look at the chain dashes from CRR to reset on defense as quick as possible. Oli will break this one up, and Ninjas in Pajamas definitely having to work on defense. Haven't really been bumped physically, as Snowy immediately trying to rectify that.
respect this defense, but you've been able to make 5 Fears really flounder, so it just feels like a matter of time before NIP finds success. Now multiple commit here on the defense. Backboard still protected though for 5 Fears, but again, these transitions are so slow and so difficult. You just got to get the mitts out, and it's not easy to win these 50s. Tekos tries to take it high. Guns with a demo, no boost. Snowy has to do something, and Oli's already disruptive again.
Snowy was hoping he would have liked to have had a lot more boost to try and make something happen there. CRR dodging a bump, gets the flip reset, but gives the ball up to Guns. He's been dangerous, wants a bump on Jurius, and that's a great dodge. 40 seconds left. Next goal wins. A big opportunity, and Jurius getting physical as well.
Every game matters when it comes to those tiebreakers, so don't underestimate that. But Oli with a fake, kind of readjust. He's back on it, and Oli's working with nothing but trying to do something, and the rest of NIP fell back for boost, and they're already back, returned to sender. And man, 5 Fears are trying to find any kind of open lane. They're trying to win the midfield. It's not happening. NIP knocking at the door of a win.
Those called 10 seconds. Someone makes something happen.
Gotta happen. Oh, CRR gets beat. Not even a full clear, as Snowy has to get up high for this. We may just go to OT, and we do. This is the best of 5, NIP up in this series. How clean can they be? They've just been relentless on this offense, but they gotta close it out.
Fairly standard kickoff for both teams, and Guns with a big aggressive couple of challenges, but this might backfire pretty quick. Oli's worked through 2, limited boost, and Tekos just forced to kind of punt this one away, but he's got a helping hand. Snowy top right corner bar and out. Brutal.
Oh, really good attempt at the double tap, and 5 Fears really being careful with how far they push up that second man. They're trying to be as risk-free in this overtime as possible. The Guns trying to get under it. Good dribble right below as Tekos. Double commit though from NIP, and they secure the block, and trying to transition this fluidly, and it's not easy. 5 Fears though, they can't seem to maintain the pressure, but they gotta maintain a defense, and thank God for that post.
Yeah, Tekos had to work overtime there. He had to dodge the bump from CRR and still maintain that he could make it to cover the net. This one's far post, and he'll make another save on 0. Talk about getting some work done. Snowy accidentally tips that the wrong way, but he will fight as hard as he can with a little helping hand from Tekos out of his corner. 5 Fears need to reestablish a little bit of control here in the overtime, as right now Ninjas in Pajamas slowly but surely taking over. Here comes CRR to put the game away. Yes, with a little helping hand for Jurius.
About time this boils over, but what 5 Fears have been able to do with no resources. Tekos has kept it out as long as he could, but NIP finally get the stranglehold. It took all the way till OT, but they are still up 2 in the series, so it's not about how you do it, it's about if it gets done, right?
Definitely. Doesn't matter how it happens, as long as it does. Goal differential is far down the list of tiebreakers. So 2-1's pretty acceptable if you're Ninjas in Pajamas. We care a lot more about going 3-0, but man, talk about a heartbreaker for 5 Fears. Snowy had that shot from the midfield line, and he knew it had to be perfect. I mean, he was aiming top right corner. It was the only chance he had, and unfortunately just couldn't squeeze it in. He unfortunately didn't get a little helping hand from the post and have it tip in for him either. So tough stuff for 5 Fears, but what a game 2. I mean, that was a battle all the way throughout. I loved it.
I love that too. And it was 5 Fears that started up 1-0, and it took a while for NIP to find that equalizer in order to scale up and find those rebounds too. And NIP, what I liked about their offense, it just kept going. It kept going and going and going. While 5 Fears, it was more about quality than quantity at these long passes to Guns. But then just that one double tap, it's like that what if. And you can see that 5 Fears are really feeling the stress of the series.
Irritating, no doubt, but we're ready to go. I imagine they took their time out here. Just talk it out with each other briefly, but enough of that. Game 3, gotta have it, 5 Fears.
Best of 5 versus the 3, so all coming down to this. You already got demos off screen, like both teams trying to set the tone early, and Oli against Guns comes out of the net, makes a brilliant stop, but for 5 Fears, it's about actually transitioning, getting out, clearing, but wait, Jurius, Guns has to go for an early challenge and try to not let NIP develop on this offense. It can be deadly.
good coverage here from NIP. Look at this wide spread. You see CRR coming deep off the ceiling, and they're there to meet it. Good vision from 5 Fears. That was one of my big concerns coming into the series. Do you have that full field vision to understand where the help is coming from? Seems they do, and they secure the corner boost. Good for them, but boy, are they having to work hard to try and keep Ninjas in Pajamas from building a more dangerous attack.
Demoed CRR, so 5 Fears have a sigh of relief. Kickoff's in an awkward spot. What is going on? That just rolls into an open net.
Oh, that's a devastating comms hiccup. Tekaz thinks Snowy's going to get it because Snowy's probably saying he's flipping forward. So Tekaz gives a little stutter step, shimmy shake, try and get the defender to hesitate. But eventually they just realize, oh, they're leaving it and they're not going to make it in time. And they just poke it right through the seam. That's brutal.
And this is just not the time to get frustrated either, especially when I assume that was the timeout, and it is still just match point for NIP. But here comes Tekaz. It seems like the red carpet was put down, but you gotta peel back so many layers of NIP and Oli. Oh, you got the team bumping into each other, but Guns escorts us to safety. It's not even over yet. You got more demos, and NIP have the numbers. Snowy has the save, but the rebound still go in favor of NIP. The double, no, the stop. Guns, he's got it.
And back close tonight as well. Joris just poking and prodding, and at this point, if you're NIP, you know that one goal actually is probably enough considering the overall offensive output from 5 Fears hasn't been super dangerous. But you do know that they've got what it takes to go out there and take it to you with some challenges. So spread the field, pass it across, and oops, they're just going to beat themselves. Oli will put this one back right corner.
Yeah, this was starting to get to a tempo that was a little bit scrappy as Snowy tried to come out from the back wall to make contact, try to get a solid clear after the gun setup, but goes to Oli first, and NIP beating them to the punch and definitely punching and knocking them out very soon. You already have 2 goals this early.
Yeah, that's pretty big. The insurance goal is what really sells you on it, because now you have the opportunity for Ninjas in Pajamas to threaten the net and then just poke the ball out into the corner, and that's just going to throw the defense of 5 Fears into all kinds of disarray, because you always have to respect, you cannot allow the lead to grow as that ball just over Tekaz's head. Second opportunity gone, begging, racing back, and there's 3. Brutal stuff. They sent the house super early here for 5 Fears. Snowy diving out of the midfield line. Just a step too late. And also, I think on a different line, did not expect that extra touch from the NIP player directly under the ball, but tough pill to swallow, and without miracles, feels like this one's done and dusted. I know 2.5 minutes and halfway through is pretty early to shut the door on them, but you gotta prove that you can get on the attack and stay there, and that's 4. That stings.
God, I see so many demos happening off ball. Like 5 Fears are trying to fight fire with fire, but it's goals that win games, right? And you're having kind of these missed pieces that a couple of open nets now are sailing by, and you have demos happening while this is going on. So 5 Fears maybe just got to focus on the standard play, and they're out for blood.
Yeah, that was Mad Max Fury right there. Everyone just exploding on the kickoff. 5 Fears, another one. That's going to be left side. Yep, number 5. All right. Chalk it up, folks. 5 Fears, boy. I got to say, game 1, good opener. Game 2, probably could have won it. And game 3 just slips away. You get a little bit antsy, you know. I understand that feeling, you know. You're down 2 goals. You feel like you want to make something happen, make it a ball game again as soon as possible. But that discipline is what pays the dividends there. You can't force it, because this is what happens when you do. You go down 6. Oh.
It felt like 5 Fears could have just focused on the few attempts that they had, but they were very lethal looking. Like how you were able to feed the ball to Guns downfield, and the occasional demo here and there when NIP were pounding your defense. Like, I liked how this was kicking off, but 5 Fears overly focused on demoing NIP back, like a frustration thing. And then it completely left their defense out to dry with a bunch of open net opportunities. So this is a tough one.
Yeah, bitter pill to swallow, no doubt. But you got to see that there's definitely some good thoughts around there. And you know that, yeah, I think you might have found a dog in guns. I mean, I gotta say, I love the approach when he was on the attack and he's got a little bit of room to work with, and even when he didn't have room to work with. I like the way he takes his challenges. I like the cut of his gym.
I like the cut, G. And I like that, 5 years are still going for it. Now the demos are not happening as much. You're just focusing on some good Rocket League. Can we play off of each other? Because there's still more matches to play today. So you cannot write off day one or even this match, as we'll get one on the board here for 5 years.
Jurius would like to have that clear back instead of straight up. He would like the safety of the corner, and more importantly, he would like to not put it into his own net. But best laid plans, it's okay. That's why you had 6 goals of difference between you, and you can afford to make mistakes like that.
There are all these really small slip-ups for NIP of just, mistouches, and then you're like, okay, 5 years are immediately going for an offense off of that. So there's some awareness of when to punish NIP, but the punishing power has always been stronger from NIP. Like, if you have these off-ball demos, as soon as you're out of position, NIP just cook you.
Guns trying to pull the string there on Oli. Love that air dribble, just not forcing it through the challenge. And that will be number 7, a classic trip down to South America to open things up here in the Boston Major on the alternate stream. Well done, Ninjas in Pajamas. You have earned the first Brazil of the tournament, and very possibly the only one.
That's true. And no, it's looking like a clean sweep, and it will be confirmed in the next 30 seconds, which having that under the belt's important, and having that good warm-up too for when you face Power or NRG is going to be very important for either squad, because we're going to be going through groups in these first 2 days, and no more Brazil.
No more Brazil. Unlucky. Good try, NIP, but you will love the goal differential if it really does go down to some absolute nonsense in the group standings for Group A. So well done for you to run up the score, and that's the unfortunate reality. When goal differential is a tiebreaker, running up the score is completely valid, and you should every single opportunity you get. But 5 fears, I like it. Gotta say, I know you got blown out here in Game 3, but that's okay. Sometimes that happens.
It ends in a blowout for sure. You could say that OT was nice. And I definitely felt like 5 years, felt like they could win it. And then you had that slip-up happen at the start of Game 3, and it felt like the frustration really kicked in there.
Yeah, that's a very tough one to have, like, to open up the game, I will say. Just like a complete comms hiccup where you definitely could have had a challenge to keep things clean. I mean, that's a bad pill to swallow, leaves a real bad taste in the mouth, no doubt, and a really tough one to have open up the game for you. But that's okay, that's the way she goes. Sometimes the game happens too fast and the comms can't keep up with it. Sometimes goofy stuff like that happens, and Ninjas in Pajamas took full advantage of it, decided to run away with it. But well played, 5 Fears. You definitely showed up and looked like, hey, we should be the rep from Sub-Saharan Africa here.
And NIP leveled up every single game and just never lost a beat. And when you can force errors, you can force frustrations out of the enemy team, especially a young team like 5 Fears, you can maybe do the same thing to a lot of other teams that are facing those kind of nerves on day one. But still, there's a lot of resilience on the 5 Fears side. They've taken some heavy losses when it came to like the first couple of regionals, and they were able to come back and still claim this Boston spot. So I have no doubt that 5 Fears can show us something better when going up against Power, which is their next match, and an update on how the mainstream is going. NRG are up 2-1 in the series against Vitality, and that game 4 is currently tied 1-1. Oh, Power, sorry. Man, yeah, Vitality went away so fast. NRG, Vitality, or Power anyway.
I got it again.
So, the yellow, it's blurry, okay. I need a better glasses prescription, but hey, there's a lot of action happening all over the place. And the actual Power will be on the alternate stream later to face 5 Fears, and that's going to be the most exciting match for 5 Fears, I think.
Yeah, should be a good one, but that's enough of Game 1. Coming up next when we meet back up, it'll be Gentlemates versus TSM. So, Boston Major underway, and what a start, Lemon.
What a start. Looking forward to covering that one after this.
Whoa, looks like you're backing up a bit here. Okay, Luann? Is there a Luann in the house?
Remember, you don't work here. Young homeowners love to get involved with everything.
Luann going once.
Progressive can't protect you from becoming your parents,
Luann?
but we can protect your home and auto when you bundle with us.
Sorry.
Luann!
Book your trip at meetboston.com.
Don't hold back, cause you woke up in the morning with initiative to move, so I make it harder. Don't hold back. Galvanize.
Trajectory and balance look good. You're confirmed to go for orbit.
Every day, Michelin innovates to move the world forward on the road and far beyond. Michelin, motion for life.
I stand back and I watch you explore imperfect visions like I've been here before. Falling faster, I try to ignore. I see you, I see you. I'll let you drag me to hell if you hold my hand. Tell me this is real and it will never end. This is not what I came here to find. Memories show that I'm out of time. See a shadow, don't know if it's mine, but I see you, I see you, I see you, I see you. I'll let you drag me to hell if you hold my hand. Tell me this is real and it will never end.
She found a way into my heart. Oh, oh, she don't make up, no, she make art. And I need a way to treat it, cause I keep getting high off of her. Off of her. I know that you'd be bad from the minute I saw you. But somehow I keep running, running back to you. Back to you. Back to lonely. Hey. And hearing music that can make me smile. But the way I feel with her cannot be explained. But one thing still remains on my mind. I know that you'd be bad from the minute I saw you. But somehow I keep running back to you. Back to you.
Welcome back, everyone, to the alternate stream for RLCS Boston. I have a new friend. His name is Furia. Y'all know him. Y'all love him. How's it going? Today has been fun.
It's been going great, man. I've been really excited to get a chance to get on the RLCS broadcast, not just for 1v1, but for 3v3. And to do it for a major is a big deal. So I'm ready for today.
I know, you gotta share me all this wisdom, and especially what you think about Group A so far, because we've already had some teams start with that. We had our first match. Yes, it was a sweep, but hey, NIP, we're taken to overtime. That was interesting.
Yeah, the overtime was something that really I think SSA can hold their hats on. I was talking behind the scenes about whether or not SSA can feel good about those matchups. They're always going to come in as the underdog against, you know, somebody from EU, and the fact that they put up 2 good fights is something that they can start and build off of going forward. And specifically, there was that kickoff. They brought a new meta kickoff where it seemed like 2 players on the cheat both bumped each other instead of going for the ball. It didn't work out. It didn't do anything special, but if that ever becomes meta, just know 5 Fears was first.
It's always fun to see the creativity of different regions and how they clash. Because unfortunately for 5 years, they couldn't take that overtime. That was probably their best chance, so they do get swept. While as it is important that whether you lose by a sweep or not, Power did take a game from NRG, and that may matter in the game differential down the line. Try and get out of groups, but we've got another exciting matches. We got a lot of matches going on from mainstream to the alternate stream. There's a lot of action up next. For the mainstream, we have MIBR versus Shopify Rebellion, but it's gonna be a good one, Fear.
Yeah, made in Brazil. Raise Bull is back on LAN, back in SAM after, you know, some stints in North America, and ready to try and take down North America in Shopify Rebellion. So playing against First Killer in the crew, I mean, that's a team that he's played against many times. He'll be ready for them, but we also have some stuff on the alt stream. We got the Gentlemates versus TSM Lemon. How you feeling about this one?
Oh, I'm so stoked because, you know, Gentlemates, they're a powerhouse in EU, the only team that's been able to defeat KC. And TSM, newly signed former Project Dela Cruz, so really needing to represent that banner and represent APAC. So no big upsets on our stream yet, but Gentlemates, they've shown just how consistent they can be. And Archie's been the GOAT, especially in that grand final of Open 3. Oh my God, Archie was on.
Archie is, we joke, I've been watching Archie for a long time on team streams. He sometimes claims to be a tap-in merchant, but I think he does a lot more on the field than you really see. That's Nas right there. Nas is what the big 1v1 fans are going to be excited about. Nas has been playing at the highest level in 1 vs 1. He's starting to show up in 3v3 as well. I think a lot of people were hoping to see big performances from him, and the start of it might be that win against KC, you know, coming into this major. This is one of the teams that might be on that second tier in terms of teams that could take down the entire event.
Absolutely. Like, Archie will randomly have these insane performances. I'm excited to see if we can see off-leash Oski. They know they have the experience to make that magic happen, and he's had some really critical moments of setting up Archie on the offensive front. It's a huge part of their success, and it's not even just their offense, but their defense too. Like, Gentlemates have had a defense that can withstand the best team in the world of KC, the best offense in Europe, so they can take a beating from anyone.
Oh yeah, and their offense is led by this guy who's headed his way. You can't even see his head. He's so tall as he goes to sit down. Large Oscar is the man on offense. He is all over the pitch, but what I'm most excited about is how he's able to create offense completely on his own. At times, he doesn't need any help from his teammates. He probably gets a goal or 2 a game just completely on his own mechanics. When you add that on top of everything else the team is doing, that's what gives them the edge so frequently against, you know, all these other great teams.
And then Gentlemates get to walk in to Boston as a European regional champ to deny that perfect season out of KC. So there's a lot of hype behind Gentlemates, and we'll see how that translates at LAN. But this has got to be a top contender to win the whole thing, I would think.
Oh, definitely. I mean, I think the top tier is probably NRG, Falcons, KC, but I think that these guys, anybody who comes out of Europe as a regional winner, you have to consider as a real chance at winning the whole event. And the vibes when these guys are on seem really good. You see Snasky there in the back. I think he probably keeps, you know, a pretty calm environment based on the interviews and things I've heard from Snasky. But when these guys are having fun and when they're winning, it's so clear that they are just vibing out and playing good Rocket League. So we can have to, you know, wonder whether or not they can keep it going when they get punched in the face. I don't know if they will here in this round 1 against TSM, but you never know.
Hey, and speaking of TSM, this is going to be a battle formerly called Project Dela Cruz. So TSM recognizing the talent, and especially Trill, their coach, who's been coaching Kevin, this new third to that Sphinx Catalysm duo. And these guys are all very familiar with each other. Like Trill has been working with Kickoff since Koi. He's been working with Sphinx since the Elevate days. A first time coaching Catalysm, but he's talked about just how insanely driven these players are on TSM.
Yeah, and if you haven't been watching the APAC regionals and you've just been waiting for APAC to show up here on the LAN, there are new rules with the various regions where you can only have one import on the team. This team was Catalysm, Sphinx, and Sosa, but Sosa went back to North America, and instead they have Kevin. So the two APAC players, native APAC players there are Sphinx, this guy right here, and Kevin. But Sphinx is the guy to watch out for in APAC. He has been dominating ever since he joined the Rlcs. There's lots of players that come in right around 15 years old who seem to be really highly mechanical and take over the scene all at once, and Sphinx is definitely one of those guys for APAC.
And they're such a hard-working team. Like they were telling me they scrim more than 4 hours each day. It's just unfortunate that they didn't really get to boot camp for this because Kevin missed his flight. So it's already, day one's already off to like a bumpy foot. At least Kevin is here, and that is what's most important. And especially the friendship between these three players. Like it's not just about Rocket League. They do things outside of the game to really build up those bonds, because you're gonna need those bonds to stay strong for how important this LAN is.
Oh yeah, for sure. I'm really excited to see how these guys do. They got Catalysm, you see in the front of your screen there. Always good to add a European player to your team. Usually helps improve for a lot of various regions. We've seen Europe jump across to pretty much everywhere. And Kevin is also a guy that I really like to see play. Kevin has got such a fun personality. We don't get to see them as much, in regionals, but we get to see a little bit on LANs when we talk to them. This guy is a dude who is out there in the Rocket League content world, and he is such a fun guy to listen to and play. So I'm excited to see how he does.
He's a little content creator. I love his interviews especially, and his teammates love him. Like they describe Kevin as such a good teammate, someone who brings the best out of everyone, makes long scrim days less tedious and way more fun. Speaking of fun, this team describes their playstyle as a fun meta playstyle, Fear. Like they go for what's fun to try and pull off upsets.
Yeah, I think that's what you have to do too. I mean, if you come in as a TSM and underdog, oftentimes when you're playing in these international matchups, if you get down on yourself easily, then you're gonna let it snowball, and these teams can roll over you. So it's good to hear they're having fun. I think that oftentimes you'll need to play for really exciting, top tier type plays, almost above your ceiling a little bit. Push the ceiling as best you can. Hope for a good peak on the right day, and you can maybe steal some wins, maybe take down Europe in these groups, and then going forward, you'd be in a great spot.
And their approach to this LAN, especially just facing their own region, you're kind of stuck playing a lot of the teams from your region, obviously, is that they actually try to limit test. TSM are going for crazy stuff when matching up against their own region. They go for crazy passing plays, pre-jump. It really helps them develop creativity and improve themselves as a team and as a region that against a region that may not challenge them as much, because they're really trying to, like I said, limit test to what they could maybe get away with when it comes to going up against international teams.
Yeah, this is about as tough as it will be in the Gentlemates. TSM, we were talking a little bit. This is Group D. This is the Group D of black and white. This is just something that I noticed again. It is a crew of teams that don't like any color. With black and white versus black and whites. Except for, I'd say that Gentlemates logo is black and white. They have every single color that they've claimed. Pink and green and all the above, as these guys laugh it up. Both sides vibes seem good as we get ready for the match here.
At least TSM got jerseys, like last second getting picked up by TSM, so that's great. No more Project Dela Cruz. You have something to represent, and not only just an important org, also the region that they have to back up as well. And they were very much preparing for Gentlemates in terms of how their styles were going to clash. TSM were telling me they watched a lot of Archie replays, and they're very familiar with NAS because of FIFA E. So they're really expecting that Gentlemates pressure through solo plays, and they're going to try and capitalize on any overcommits. But it seems like they're really putting a lot of respect on this, and TSM apparently are not nervous going into this. I would be nervous going into this.
Yeah, there's no question. I think that For the most part, though, these are LAN veterans. These are guys who have played on LAN a bit before. We've seen a few new rookies here at this LAN. These actually aren't them. We've seen Catalysm a bunch, Sphinx a bunch, Kevin a couple times. So they've definitely been in this environment. And I think there's a bit of... there's nothing to lose sometimes, just coming in as the underdog. So you're ready to just play your best, do everything you can. I think they're going to need a really strong start. The way that this offense can run for the Gentlemates, they can really just run away with things. And I don't think I see them clawing back. I think one of the first couple games will have to go their way. We do have timeouts now in these best of fives. I'm not sure if we saw anyone use the timeouts during the previous series, but that might help them a little bit in slowing down, you know, a game that's, or a series that's slipping away from them. But I think a hot start will be necessary for this TSM squad.
Especially just how to bounce back from deficits or just fix up things that are not working. You don't have to figure it out during the series. I like that there's those timeouts, and I like what Gentlemates did in that grand final, of course, of EU. Just Nas and Oski off the ceiling, always feeding the ball to Archie, or at least in those first couple games. I'm pretty sure he scored like everything. So if Archie can maintain that consistency, it's going to be huge. And you got some big tacklers on this team. Like you told me all about Large Oscar, and everyone's hyped about this team. But it's about how clean you look on your first match, right?
For sure. And I expect a lot of this game to be played in the TSM half, and unfortunately for TSM, this Gentlemate squad is elite when it comes to finding passing plays and finding angles near, you know, the opponent's back walls. The stuff that I've seen Oski be able to hit is just absolutely unbelievable, and I'm expecting highlight plays left and right. So it might be a bit of a counterattack game, I guess is what I'm trying to say for TSM. They need to be ready to get 1-2 punches when on occasion the Gentlemates push a bit too far. Maybe they can turtle up, get a counterattack here or there, and steal a game, maybe even steal a series if they can keep that consistent, you know, all the way through the series.
Because Gentlemates have had those strong results. They're hoping to translate that now on the first major, the first LAN of the year, and they have a lot of experience. Now they gotta show their guns. Guns not here, but guns in the game. But it's time for predictions. Are you going any type of different way? I think Gentlemates seem like the obvious choice. Are you thinking this is gonna be an upset?
No, it's not going to be an upset. I think I have Gentlemates in this series. As good as TSM is representing APAC, I think Nas, Oski, Archie, they're all in great form. Like I said before, they might be tournament favorites, or not favorites, but one of the teams that could realistically win. I don't see TSM realistically winning this whole event, so I have to go with the mates.
I'm joining you there with the mates. And can they make this a clean sweep? Because that may matter in terms of who can clinch that #1 or maybe #2 seed. And if you want to start on the upper side of the bracket or the lower side of the bracket when it comes to playoffs after these first 2 days. And yeah, you're going to have those first 2 days to really study up on how you think groups is going to go. I think everyone's playing around 2 matches, and this is the first match for both of those teams.
Yeah, I mean, game differential is really important in this series. It's not just that the Gentlemates, you know, might need to win. They need to win by 3-0. They're probably going to be playing against the Shopify Rebellion or maybe even a MIBR later to try and win that group. And every single game win you can get in this format is going to help you get that top seed.
And there's a long break for TSM that it's like at the end of the day, they have MIBR and Gentlemates, I think, are going to pop up on the mainstream. So it's going to be a grueling battle. Oh, Shopify Rebellion, like you said. So it's pretty good. We've had some surprises. You already had Power taking a match against, not a match, but a game, preferably against NRG. But like you said, the game differentials really, really matter. And how you're settling in at LAN. You don't have that crowd. You have all that noise and that pressure and everyone looking at you. Well, it's more digital eyes, I guess, looking at you. All right, it looks like our match is ready to go, actually, so we don't have to keep yapping. It's time for some Rocket League. Oh, we got APAC versus EU, TSM versus Gentlemates to kick things off.
It's EU, it's APAC, it's the second match of the day on the alt stream. It's game 1, brought to you by Progressive.
This is a big tone setter for both teams. Gentlemates coming with so much momentum from that EU Grand Final, while TSM fought hard to be here and now have that banner to represent them, which may just add extra more pressure, but they don't really seem too stressed based on what They said when I talked to them, they're really using this as an improvement, as an experience to learn. And we'll see if Gentlemates will give them a good lesson.
Yeah, quickly off the start of this game, it's already all offense for the mates, and a bump will get Nas the first goal of the game.
I'm just trying to take a sip of water. You just got Gentlemates powering through and already executing on their first offense. That one popping out to Nas, and Sphinx maybe getting bumped into the net. So the pressure is on, and Gentlemates look clean.
Yeah, the first kickoff went back like this one did to TSM. They get the first couple touches. The question is how long can they hold on to possession? Losing this intentionally is maybe not the worst play, but what we saw previously is that immediately Mates took control and TSM could not fight to get it back as Archie goes for 50, big clear by Catalysm.
Sphinx is that big mechanical one on TSM. Look for him to take the big risk, to be the one that maybe receives a long pass downfield and to really try and spice things up if TSM find themselves down a bunch of goals. I don't think you need to panic quite yet, but you also don't want to start hemorrhaging in the first 2 minutes of the game as Gentlemates are still searching for their second goal, and they're demoing, they're stealing boost. Everything's on fire in the TSM camp.
They are demoing like crazy. They have them pushed back in the last 10 yards, and so they might as well just start diving across the net for demos. You have everybody packed in. They should be easy targets, and they've proven to be. Earlier, a demo got them an actual goal. Now they're getting a couple of demos a little bit farther away from the goal. But either way, it's all being played in the orange half. Nice redirect by Oski as Kevin's going to turn around, try and find a teammate midfield, but he did not find a teammate. He found Nas for the second goal.
Like, TSM are still giggling through this. Like, Gentlemates having a good time. It's another day at the office, but Kevin just gets dunked on, unfortunately, by Nas. And Gentlemates are on the board, stealing boost demos. And it's already splitting the focus of TSM that now have to watch their backs, watch for boost, because that's being stolen. Oh. And now Catalysm misses that and make it 3 for Gentlemates.
This is not going well for TSM. I don't hate them trying to mix up the kickoff. They double fake this kickoff. Catalysm is not prepared for the chip. Credit to Nas for reading right away that they were going for that fake. Instead of jumping in the ball, rolling and keeping it on the ground, which would have been ideal for TSM, he reads it, chips it to the backboard, and immediately converts.
Catalysm is the type of guy that if he misses something like that, he is so calm about it. He does not get frustrated. He is so chill, and that's the kind of the exact teammate you need when you're down 0-3. Need to see some signs of life though from TSM, because this is a crazy wake-up call.
Yeah, here we go. Ball into the blue half. Maybe this could be the beginning. It doesn't seem like it will be, though, as Archie up on an air dribble. Nice pre-jump from Sphinx to try and stop it. Another midfield 50. We'll keep it on the blue half just a little bit longer, but now Nas up to work, and a demo is being chased down. Nas reset shot is in. 4-0 the mates.
He's having a party in the corner. He's got 2 defenders boxed into the left side, and Nas gets to play off the ceiling. 1v1 against Kevin, drops it low. Tough read to make, and Gentlemates are on fire.
Nas.
In a good way.
With a pass to himself off the ceiling for the reset there. The angle was a bit far away when I saw it the first time. Second time, though, Nas is on mechanically. That is a great sign for this mates team. Oski, he never has an off day. You're always going to eventually see him pop off. Nas here and there maybe hasn't played to his mechanical peak, but he's getting to start against TSM, and he's proving that he is there and he is ready to go today. But an offensive chance here a little bit as Catalysm sails a pass to Sphinx. That might have been their first real chance, and it gets squandered.
This is a strong clear for TSM, but man, the bulldozer, the red carpet straight to the orange net, looked open and clear. But TSM keep it out. Retaliation, Archie protects the backboard, and TSM now hunting in the midfield for any opportunity, but you gotta stop Nas, stop the crossbar, and almost in the lap of Archie, who tackles in the net. Nas wants to finish, and the rebounds, the pressure is there.
Yeah, but on offense, Kevin had such a big pre-jump, and there's another pre-jump again. I don't hate this from TSM. These are the counterattacks we were kind of talking about. Every time they get a chance to boom it out of their half, they have somebody floating at field in hopes to redirect and make a miracle happen, but so far, that miracle hasn't happened. They haven't been on point and lined up with each other. You have to be so prepared to be able to hit each other in the air early. Double dive by the last 2 back, but the 50 isn't bad, so no trouble just yet for them.
You gotta throw everything you can at Nas, but Gentlemates are throwing everything at the back of your net. Seems like they executed on almost every time they're on offense because they stay in the orange half for so long. Like I said, we had that for fun meta. What a pass to Catalysm. Archie already disrupting. You got a demo in the net. Gentlemates were weak, but oh my God, almost an open net. So Guardian Angel for TSM there.
Yeah, I mean, TSM at this point are throwing everything they can on offense. I think that they're probably mentally chalking this one up, but they need to get something on the board. They need to get something going. Kevin was maybe hoping to pass back down to Sphinx there. If they can even get a single goal on the board or even a couple shots on the board, because we haven't even really seen anything towards the net, maybe that will, you know, bring the vibes up. Sphinx, oh my goodness, we almost saw goal of the game there with a pass back between Sphinx and Kevin, but it didn't find its way in.
It's nice that TSM have been able to get these infield passes. Feels like they have to go for these downfield plays like this one here, but it's not without Gentlemates ready to step up and not make it easy for you. Sphinx, long pass. Kevin has to get off to the side, couldn't get a good clear on it. TSM find themselves on defense yet again. Gonna keep this ball close to the chest though, but getting down the midfield is not easy.
Big dunk by Archie, almost too strong, but Nas will find it out in the midfield, and he lets the ball go away. Sphinx and Catalysm combine to the backboard, but is there anyone around? Kevin is around, and he'll dunk it in. TSM on the board.
Wow. Sphinx with a good beat and Catalysm right below him. It's just a team effort. And just to tuck that into bed, that is a tough gap to close. 19 seconds, this game one is over, but hey, TSM will go out swinging.
A great pass from Catalysm, found the perfect top of the arena to send it straight down to Kevin. I don't think there was any way he's going to be able to score without doing that. Kevin wants a double right now. Maybe tried to fake off of it, but Nas will clear it away. And Bates will get a chance to try a couple of little redirects. They haven't been able to do too much of that because they've been playing entirely on the orange half, so no counterattack redirects available for them. But this first game is gonna hit the ground right now. 4-1 Mates, off to a strong start here at this Boston Major.
Gentlemates just accelerated so much in that first, 2 minutes? We had like 4 goals from Gentlemates, so TSM were getting hammered early, so they had to really try to these counterattacks. And you saw kind of how fun it was at that midfield scramble. TSM going for those extra touches to get the ball high, and then playing a lot closer to their second man, so there's less chances for Gentlemates to intercept that. So there's signs of life from TSM, and they may have found something that works for them for game 2.
You know, if I'm on that TSM side, what I'm telling myself is, since the 4-0 start, we're on a 1-0 run. We're on a 1-0 run. So if the game, you know, started then, it's all TSM. So hopping into the second game, just keep that run going, and you might be able to steal 1 or 2. But I really don't think that TSM can afford to give up 4 goals, especially not, you know, with a couple kickoff goals like they did. I think if anything, kickoff goals are going to have to go their way. Oftentimes, I like that they're having a lot of fun. You know, they went down 4-1. Sphinx clearly not too bummed about it as he's laughing it off heading into game number 2. But the kickoffs need to at least go neutral for them, if not in their favor. And I think the game score is probably going to have to be low. I don't think they're going to be winning any of these high-scoring games where 5+ goals are put in.
Yeah, why does it seem like TSM are having more fun than Gentlemates right now? Like they don't look like a team that got 4-1. And Sphinx, best player of the region, a lot of excitement behind him, and just how much he's learned from people like Catalysm, who brings everybody down to earth to stay calm and composed, because these groups matches, there's a lot more stakes to them. There's less chances and less second chances, I should say. Now we're in game 2. We'll see if Gentlemates can strike early and strike hot.
Yeah, TSM not a bad start. They're continuing their trend of pre-jumping each other like crazy in attempts to try and find ways to connect. It's leading to low boost recoveries back to net, but they've handled it so far in this game. As Sphinx probably wanted to redirect out of that corner, didn't quite get it. Oski's not gonna have the boost to follow up, but Catalysm, again, getting this ball in the blue half. This is a change from what we saw in game number 1.
Getting these full tanks from the side of the field has been important for TSM to just run it down, but they got to make an offense that lasts too, the one that can maybe try to force errors out of the Gentlemates defense, but it's really hard to spot an imperfection from Gentlemates, at least so far. TSM, though, will be on defense, and they're just getting shoved already from Big Oscar. Catalysm has to take it high, and this is a similar look to how game 1 went. Take it high, find a pass.
Oski launching it up. Sphinx actually already hanging out. Up, Kevin, nice turn to clear it away. Catalysm's trying to tee it up, I think, for Kevin. Kevin didn't have boost, but he does pick it up and gets back in time. Them two will combine to send the ball into the blue corner. This is great from TSM. A really strong first minute 30 here. I haven't really seen a great chance for the Mates or TSM, which is an improvement for them. I think they see them winning a low-scoring game. As Nas, though, might try and change that. Air dribble, gets around Sphinx. Catalysm clears it away.
TSM haven't been able to transition that offense before because of that Catalysm demo. whirlwind. Oh, and almost a beautiful redirect. The Gentlemates with a sigh of relief. Nas, kind of a delayed challenge. Sphinx is coming off the ceiling. Kamala is keeping this out just barely.
Just barely. Nas tried to beat the whole team by himself, and they get out by the skin of their teeth. Catalysm picks up that boost in the corner. Nas will not be able to turn on because of it. And Archie will try and create maybe something with a ground pass, a demo on the back line. Big clear from Kevin, and I think they're going to be able to escape.
Gentlemates had such a strong start in game one because of just all these demos, all these boost deals. Yet TSM really floundering and going for more of that when TSM are on defense. Nas not able to receive that pass, broken up by TSM. And this is a level of speed, too, that TSM are not used to playing at. And they're doing fairly well keeping this at 0-0, considering how game one went. This is now the second half.
Yeah, I really like the creativity from TSM in general, and especially I've found them cutting off passes as quickly as they can. They're not letting the mates get anything going here. Good recognition from Kevin that there was no worry with that shot to the back wall, as they'll now clear it away. Catalysm needs a decent 50 here against Archie. He's got it, but Oski might be one of the most creative players on the ball. Good challenge to get rid of it. Shot will be denied.
Nas is looking for boost steals, and Gentlemates just minimizing risks, and they're not going to rush it. You don't want to get greedy against a team like TSM, but TSM are more stuck on the orange half than the blue one. Catalysm approaching that 50 against Nas, and fakes it, and Archie receives. Sphinx ready for the rebound. Let's see if TSM can dig a hole in this net. It's just been very hard.
The ambition from TSM is amazing. Kevin was pre-jumped so early on that last dribble. They haven't been able to find each other yet. But if they do even once, that's all they need. Look at this pre-jump from Kevin again, down to Sphinx. The quick shot is denied. Great save from Oski, but TSM, they are looking for each other, and they are getting close.
TSM style is hard to play against. Then that demo opens up the net, and Archie confirms that first goal several minutes later. A lead they hopefully hold on to.
Yeah, Nas with a great demo there on the back line. This is what TSM's been doing. They've been pre-jumping. They've been going all in, and they've been trying to find goals. For the most part, they were able to make their way back and not concede, but with a last back demo, that's what's going to get Gentlemates their first goal of this game too. But we got ourselves a pause, as it looks like maybe something's going on the TSM side.
Sphinx is yapping away to the admin, so we'll get that sorted very soon. Only a minute left on the clock here for game two. While as we'll check over on the mainstream, MIBR and Shopify Rebellion are facing off in their first game, and it's 1-1. So that's another important Group D match to keep an eye on. So we'll update you on that and how it's going. But hey, exciting first day of matches, though, closer than we would think.
Oh, definitely. I mean, I've really liked what I've seen from TSM here. I think a couple different times we've been, just seconds away from highlight goal of the series from TSM. What they've been trying to score on that blue half has been far more impressive than what we've seen from the mates. Mates are normally known for their really mechanical goals that they need to score. So far, it's been demo games. It's just been really straightforward. Demo the last back, tapping an open one. In fact, Archie scored that one. He actually missed the first touch, almost didn't get it. Luckily, it came off the post and he followed it in. But, very straightforward offense from the mates, just trying to maybe tap this first round in. But TSM looking to peak, and I'm loving it.
And a less straightforward offense from the TSM side. Like, we're having a blast. This is a really fun team to watch in terms of all these crazy pre-jump plays. And this is the type of limit testing that they do in their own region to, I guess, experiment against one of the best from EU. And it's, well, keeping Gentlemates nervous. I mean, this is still only a 1-0 game. So, but when Gentlemates are able to turn up, they go back to the offense that worked, which was free up the net.
Yeah, I can't wait to keep watching Kevin. What I have seen so far on passing plays as TSM gets something going, I'm watching the ball just a little bit. I look ahead of the play. Kevin's floating from the ceiling already, and he's been up there for 3 seconds. So he's really searching for some highlights. Maybe he's been going for bumps too. I think at least a couple times he seemed far enough away from the play that maybe he was trying to take out a mate's defender, but he wants to stay upfield. He wants to make something happen. And I think he will if he can extend this series long enough to, maybe get a few more chances.
I like that Kevin joins this team, speaking of him as a very vocal but uplifting individual and seems to be integrated so well. I mean, he was part of a top 4 APAC team before joining this core, and Sphinx and Catalysm have been together for a while. He pointed out the departure of Sosa and how they were trying their best at previous lands. So they have experience, they have time together, and now it's about dealing with variables, factors such as this, where now you got to lock back in for the last minute of game 2.
Yeah, Lemon, I got a question for you. Do you think, I mean, obviously this tech pause is related to, I think, something on Sphinx's setup, but the pause here after the goal, do you think this is good for TSM, good for Mates? Is it really just a wash either way? But they get a big break after going down with a minute left.
That's a tough one. Sphinx is, I can't tell if he's, it looks like everyone, at least Gentleman's is laughing, but if Sphinx gets frustrated, I don't want to see this guy tilt, because he is really the anchor, the person that keeps all the teams together. And he's that young player that the region really depends on. So I hope that Sphinx is locked in after this, because it's not like he would still have another 4 minutes. You have 60 seconds and some change. So I'm thinking this is good for Gentlemates, because they could kind of sit back and hold on to their lead and not go for anything crazy, but they just have to mitigate the crazy from TSM's side.
Yeah, I agree. I think this favors the Gentlemates. Sometimes people will try and argue, oh, it's a... Well, first off, most people just argue with whatever happens. If TSM win 2 in a row, they'll say, it was the pause that helped them. And if they lose, they'll say, it was because the pause threw off their potential comeback. So, you know, people will argue anything. I think in general, having your setup mess up, that just can't be good ever. So, you know, even though it's technically like a timeout they can get before they've even lost the game, I think having their setup mess up, and you can see he's still talking about it. He's very animated about whatever happened, but we're going to get back into the game. Minute 14. Wait, they took the goal away. They said it was related to the goal. I guess Sphinx might have had his screen go away and in the process of getting demoed, but we're 0-0.
Okay, that changes everything. Now there's a minute left, and you thought the ball was in Gentlemates' court. It's all reset. And look at this pressure already. TSM know it's winnable. It's within reach.
Wow, I'm blown away. I'm trying to think back to the play where Sphinx got demoed. He must have just been looking at nothing there for a bit. This is a huge break. Catalysm, great double. Sphinx is actually put it back on Catalysm's car. Low boost, maybe decided shot not worth it. He'd rather have a TSM car touch it instead of putting a weak shot on. And they've maybe been able to hold on possession, but now they're back into their own half. Sphinx save, trying to get out. Archie off the ceiling, sends it down to Nas, and Kevin will meet to 50 as Catalysm clears it away.
That first 30 seconds was TSM out for blood. Like, they had the mids out, the pressure was insane, and they didn't give an opening for Gentlemates on their first counterattack. But Nas got Oski stealing boost, 2 full tank. This offense got TSM dribbling and floundering, but still the ball is out 6 seconds before a 0-0 OT, as Archie wants to find Oski, but he's getting hounded here by Kevin. And Oski, okay, can't make that work.
Yeah, Kevin got pool shot. He got in the way of that play and did not enable him to make a last second play. Double fake on the kickoff. Archie to Kevin, 50 to the corner. Catalysm is going to send it over to Sphinx. Kevin able to pick up the 100 boost. Now, can he read this as Oski tries to clear it? Kevin dunks it to the backboard. Can he double it in? Nas, great save. Could be awkward from him, but he got it. And Catalysm him will 50 to remove the danger.
Stable touches from Nash, just in case TSM were lurking around for that goal and a chance to tie up the series. It is anyone's game, but this ball is in Nash's hand with a reset opportunity shoved off as Sphinx finds some open space, but not met without some contest here by Gentlemates. Catalysm needs help, and it's not coming. Gentlemates take the OT.
This was just an unlucky play here from Sphinx. I think he could have made a play on the ball. And Catalysm, you could see, even expected it from him. He was cheating upfield, expecting a 50 or something. It might have been a slip up on that flip. And then Catalysm couldn't turn back. A slow bouncing ball into the net. This is not what TSM wanted to see. But for Mates who had their goal taken away, they probably feel good about taking this second game anyways.
And now you confirm, if you're Gentlemates, that you truly deserve to win that game too. And that got really scary off the reset, off the kickoff. Like, TSM were just sending all 3 on offense and just 50ing everything. So it was cool to see that at least Sphinx didn't get tilted, and really they just used that energy to motivate a better push.
Yeah, I think the difference in the series right now has actually been the defense that you talked about before from the Gentlemates. I think we've seen great chances from both teams. TSM have had really strong chances on net, ones that I would see go in against a much lesser team, but the Mates have been so clean on defense. I can think of one specific clear that Nas even made from inside his net, jumping to the backboard. I mean, all these things are a bit awkward, not easy to do, and if you slip up one here or there, your whole defense breaks down. Next thing you know, you're getting scored on. But the Mates have been locked in defensively, and you know, they allowed them to win a 0-0 game that went to overtime. I was talking about how TSM needed to be the team to win those games. Mates are making sure they win them with their defense.
Breaking news, Shopify Rebellion just won their first game after a 4-minute overtime. So we were all experiencing a scary overtime there, and they're facing off against MIBR. A lot of good Group D matches happening, but Gentlemates are on match point. There's a lot of respect given to TSM after still only a 1-0 game and an OT. That was scary.
Seems like no overtime taken, or sorry, not overtime, no timeout taken, even though those are available now. Look at this passing play from TSM, but Archie makes the save. This time the shot comes from deep out, and this is what they've had trouble with, is being able to make defensive plays after they go all in, and Nas will punish.
It's just such a well-rounded team. Everyone united on this effort. Nas just dribbling from coast to coast. Kevin couldn't put a hand up in time, and you just can't give Gentlemates space and time on this ball. And now they can pull off solo plays. It's red alert for TSM's defense.
It was a great touch from Oski to set up Nas. We've seen Nas being the shooter for this team so far this series, oftentimes doing it all alone, trying to take everybody down upfield. Another great shot on target. This one shouldn't go in. Nas, wait! That was a bit of a defensive mistake of the likes we have not seen, and Kevin is going to equalize.
Yeah, Archie's got no booze. Gentlemates get demoed, and Nas has to make a difficult save here, and the follow-up here is what's important for TSM. Finally being able to find demos on their offensive side instead of just always trying to relieve Gentlemates from the orange half. So, got ourselves a tie game.
And it couldn't have come any sooner. I think TSM down 2-0 in the series, coming in as the underdog, needed to not play this third game from behind. So Kevin bringing the spirits up by equalizing, and let's see this TSM offense continue to roll. It's Oski in a 1v1 versus Catalysm. Great dunk by Catalysm as he dashes this way to try and stay on the ball. The 50 to Archie goes to Sphinx. Oski's free jump didn't get in the way, so the pass midfield is not connected, and there will be no goal for TSM.
That was close though, and just to be able to match Gentlemates' tempo, such a lethal offense, one that has bested incredible teams in EU. TSM are going toe-to-toe, and it's great to see all the teams step up on day one. There's a bit of a scuffle in front of the orange half, and Oski tries to keep the opportunity going. Archie with a pinch that goes off to Oski. See if he can work with this. Not a shot on target, but it has TSM on the back wall and in a troublesome position. Archie's got the beat on Catalysm, so now you're wasting a lot of booze just trying to make things not as free for Gentlemates.
Yeah, TSM have been a bit starved out. This might be their chance to get out of there, but Oski, clean catch, has a reset. There's Temos on the field, but nice clear. And now it's a 1v1 between Kevin and Archie if he can go quick enough, but I don't think he'll be able to. 50 gets the ball in front of the net. Great touch from Archie. Quick read that is not simple to do. And now the counterattack is swift and forces Sphinx to make the save.
Sphinx just being able to be swifter as that backbone when that counterattack was coming in quick, and Archie with a soft one. And here comes TSM. Catalysm reaching up high, backboard free. Kevin can't tap it in.
Just need to be a little bit faster, and now here are the booming clears that we've gotten used to after these failed attempts from TSM. Kevin to Sphinx on the side wall. Nas is going to try and slow it down slightly. Kevin's not going to allow that. Sphinx doesn't really have boost to get that win in the midfield, so Archie will take it away. He's going to put a double in front of the net. Not the best of clears. Kevin handles it for now. Sphinx maybe faked out the shot from the Mates, and the Mates are going to move back with a back pass to Archie.
Yeah, Gentlemates are not giving you any gaps to work with when it comes to their net. Now in the second half, it's just as close as it was for game 2, but a win on the line for Gentlemates can just execute. Taking their time with it, and Catalysm as a backboard. Sphinx is bumping. Oski still makes a touch, keeps it off to the side, and Kevin's got one beat, but Archie sends it flying.
Yeah, there was a good chance there for TSM. A mistouch by Archie allowed a great shot as somebody ran through to take out the net, but I think it was Catalysm who maybe shot it wide. Didn't convert on that opportunity. Nas trying to go and air dribble the distance. He's got somebody upfield trying to take out the net for him, but the demo missed, and TSM will stay alive. Kevin quick to the side wall. Gonna get cut off by Archie as Sphinx just a little bit late. Archie's quick, but it's a tap to the corner to Oski.
Another opportunity from Oski, but hey, Gentlemates, they're such a physical team, and oh, that was a powerful shot in the post, had it coming. Retaliation for TSM, but there's always someone present in the net for the Gentlemates. They don't give anything for free. You're gonna have to really fight for this if you're TSM. As Sphinx just with an awkward touch gets Kevin going at least. Catalysm taking a shot, it's a fake or a miss, and it's got Gentlemates trying to get this out of here.
Great demo from Archie as TSM's last back was going to have a chance on net if he didn't do it. After Archie took out the potential shooter, he turns it down the other way and gets a goal himself to put the mates up.
At a backboard exposed, the net exposed, then TSM give one up, but 47 seconds. There's time for a response, but it has to happen quick. It's reasonable, but it's a kickoff already for TSM. Kevin has to climb up high, gets Oski. Catalysm wins that, but Nas sends it flying. You got Oski downfield, but TSM already spin it back, and it's far down, not it. Kevin can't get the finish.
Ooh, that might have been their last chance here with 30 seconds left to go. Oski's gonna get clear around. One shot is in, it's so strong, and this might be over.
It's feeling over, especially with just how this game was 1-1 up until the second half, and TSM lost their best opportunity to tie things up and send us into a second OT. You could see some kickoff shenanigans here, but not really. It's now Gentlemates ready to beat down Nas versus Sphinx. Nice touch to the side. Kevin's now maybe taking a seat. And this is Gentlemates bringing in a sweep here very soon.
Yeah, TSM, they have a lot to feel good about, I feel like, even though this is a series that's likely going to end in a sweep. Mates are a really tough opponent. There's been tons of good offense. I think they maybe gotten a little bit ahead of themselves in the offense, though. Their final touches, whether they're shots or passes, haven't really been what they needed to break down a team as good as the Mates. So the Mates are going to get their early series warm-up, a nice 3-0 sweep against TSM. They're feeling good. As soon as they let the ball hit the ground, they can get a win, but it seems like they're trying to sneak out just a few more goals. Maybe TSM can make it look a little bit better than it was as this ball refuses to hit ground. Nas gonna go to the backboard. Archie tried to angle it down, but it will just hit ground with no goal. Gentlemates, the 3-0 sweep against TSM.
The fun meta is done for now, and Gentlemates with a clean sweep to kick off their first match of Group D. An update on the other Group D match, it's 1-1 now between MIBR and Shopify, so that's going to matter in terms of game differentials down the road, possibly, but still a very strong showing out of TSM, showing us kind of how fun that was with free jumps and getting Gentlemates to pay more attention to them until Gentlemates finished it out, even after kind of a reset that took away their goal in Game 2.
Yeah, TSM, they're looking at, you know, the people playing on the mainstream right now. Rebellion and MIBR, those are the teams that they're probably going to have to steal games or series, I should say, against both of them. They're not going to be easy, but this might have been their toughest matchup in the group so far. They've looked decent. They kept some games close. Only that Game 1, really, they let it out of hand with a couple kickoffs there earlier. But in the Game 2 and 3, they were fighting in it till the very end. So TSM, maybe a chance here, but it's definitely gonna be tough.
Speaking of a fight, up next, we're going to take a visit to Group D, where we have Falcons versus Virtus Pro coming up next on this stream. And if you want during our break, you can also pay attention to the MIBR Shopify Rebellion game going on the main stream at twitch.tv/Rocket League. But we're going to throw you to a quick break. We'll get back. We'll have another match. See you then.
Okay, the plumber's fixing that burst pipe. We should be all set. Good thing you're protected 24/7 with your home and auto bundle from Progressive.
Oh, I'm sorry. I'm just trying to figure out the right caption to post about this.
Maybe something like, I have protection, just need a lifeguard.
What about that emoji with a shocked face?
Or maybe flooded with emotion.
That's too much. Try Tuesdays are cray.
You know, technically, you don't have to post everything that happens online. I totally believe you. Life is meaningless without affirmation, am I right?
galvanized.
Trajectory and balance look good. You're confirmed to go for orbit.
Every day, Michelin innovates to move the world forward on the road and far beyond. Michelin, motion for life.
Book your trip at meetboston.com.
Time to place this one. You can tell Sad was not where he wanted to be. Rocking it in reverse. Trying to get back into position, but was caught out. We hit the halfway point of this game. It's been a strong performance from Shopify Rebellion. Very convincing.
Has been flat on the other side. Oh, Astro! Oh, he can't get there in time. Defense was broken apart. But now, MIBR scoreless here, facing a potential shutout. They need to get something here on the board. Otherwise, Rebellion can run away with this game. That might be it. It is! Astro picked the pockets, and now it's a one-goal difference.
We've got a ball game now. Raise Bolt with the speed, and then Kofer, not the touch he was looking for. I think was trying to control that ball a little bit closer. Pops off his car, and that was immediately pounced on by Made in Brazil.
Get one with a lot of time here, and this game so far has felt very Rebellion heavy, but maybe with this kickoff strat they can make some magic happen. This one goes out, Raceball can't follow it. Sad though keeps it in play. Sad might have a follow, no. Kofer stays on top of it, and Raceball with a demo. Is that open the other way? It is! It'll be another goal here for Rebellion, 3-1 game.
Oh, wow, I mean, I loved the setup there, but when Raceball gets demoed, that ball bounces out to the middle, Raceball last back. You knew it was going to spell disaster when he was taken out. And Shopify Rebellion quickly stabilized yet again.
Now even with the kickoff strat falling apart, what does MIBR come up with here? So far, Rebellion in complete control. And looking like the Rebellion you expect to see coming in this series. There's still time left on the clock for the boys in blue.
Oh, love that infield pass. The low shot. First killer still gets a hand on it.
Incredible.
Pressure still mounting though. But first killer, he is having a series.
He is. Game 2 and 3 especially have been just great for first killer defensively, and another stop for first killer. Low boost. How did he do it?
Oh, Sad thought he did enough. I thought Sad did enough to get that goal. The defense from Rebellion holding up. There's a bump. It should be enough. It is enough. And Astromic will once more score for MIBR, and they're within one once more.
What a touch from Sad. What a bump from Raceball. MIBR showing so much fight here, as they have not given up on this game. 1:06 to go. And like I said, it's plenty of time for MIBR to pull up an equalizer.
It's a good kickoff as well, right to Astro, who gets the mid boost. Will try to get back to it for a 50. Kicks out to the middle. Sad far away from the play. Kofer demoed. And now back to the Rebellion back wall. Kofer gonna try to take this out to a 50 to LJ. LJ using up a lot of boost here. Goes up and over. Is bumped as well. Sidewall double. Sad send it towards net, but it's right to Kofer.
You can see MIBR early challenges whenever Rebellion are in the air. They're trying to take the ball away from them, and they also know that they got to race against that clock.
Only 30 seconds left on that clock. Time running out for Made in Brazil. Kofer, free ball up the gut. Goes for the backboard, but that's shut down. Rebound out to First Killer. First Killer tipping it up. Maybe hoping for LJ, but First Killer will have to make a save. Raceball putting that shot on target. Final 10. Can Rebellion survive?
Oh, good demo. They have Race Bull. He's pre-jumped. Oh, but he can't get it to him. And that should do it. It will. Rebellion finish game 3 and now have the series on match point.
Yeah, well, and that was not a pretty game, though, Tasser. And you could see Rebellion in the beginning looked like they were going to run away from it, but some scrappy goals, some advantageous bounces. Made in Brazil jumping on some mistakes. That one mistouch from Kofer where they were able to get that free goal. But overall, we saw First Killer, I think, once again, rise above, make some big plays for Rebellion. Defensively, you saw him making some crazy saves. That one shot from Sad, I thought was unsavable.
Yeah.
And somehow was kept out.
Yep, great defensive prowess there from First Killer, of course. But at the same time, MIBR does kind of feel like this game kind of got away from them in a way, right? They had that slow start. Think about it, if you don't get that situation with that first goal, this is a completely different game. They were just playing from behind from the start, and it was just tough for them to get into it.
Oh, and look at First Killer being able to make that adjustment in the air, getting back to it, and this was the play there. First Killer saving it off the post. Sad, so close to making that work. But Made in Brazil find themselves just one game away from a loss that would be devastating. You heard the desk break it down before this, Dazzler, but this group, Group D, you got Gentlemates, Rebellion, Made in Brazil, and TSM. I think a lot of people projecting Gentlemates to 3-0 it, but Made in Brazil, that dark horse that could upset Shopify Rebellion.
Made in Brazil, no timeout here. Going into game 4. This is a must-win game. Well, I would say almost every game in this group, depending on tiebreakers, could be must-win. We'll see what they have in store. Clearly, they're feeling good going into this one, but they've got to stop Rebellion offensively. They've been tough to deal with. They also have to make sure they play their best ball and not have too many mistakes on their side.
So yeah, a couple mistakes from Made in Brazil and Rebellion last game. But Shopify Rebellion were able to pull through. Sad, calling off his teammate. Ball back to the middle. Astro stays grounded. This leaves some space for LJ. Race Bull confidently staying on the back wall where it seemed like he has lived half the time in this series.
Call him back wall bull. I mean, he's just been tough to get beat when he's up there. But it's been good, though. It's been limiting Rebellion's offense because, again, you can see how they play. High ball, flip reset, try to make something happen, maybe set up a double. Race Bull stops all of that when he's sitting on that back wall.
He's also so good at reading the play, reading the intentions of the attack. It's First Killer once more who breaks through the MIBR defense.
First Killer, you give him a shot like that, he's gonna sink it. Sad knew where it was going too.
Got a piece of it.
Yeah, had a piece of it, got in position, but not enough. It was just perfectly placed.
First Killer. And now we see a double fake kickoff. Kofer will take a shot right to Race Bull, who was waiting. The dimensions of the kickoff game evolving, and that one should be going in. It does. And Made in Brazil, what's going on? It looks like they're starting to fall apart a bit.
I mean, I'll tell you, it's First Killer. He's again driving circles around him. When First Killer is on, he looks like one of the best players in the world, and he has been elevating over the course of this series. What a great start for him going into the major.
2-goal lead for Shopify Rebellion. It looks like this series is in the bag for them if they can keep playing at this level. They can keep Made in Brazil back. But Made in Brazil had a bit of a comeback last game. Couldn't complete it. They brought it back. Now Race Bull trying to kickstart the comeback this game. First Killer out of boost. Stromik looking for a bump perhaps. Let that ball leak out into the middle. Sad. Going for a corner double, but First Killer breaks that up.
Now Race Bull has to try, and he's got to get past LJ. Great stop from LJ. Not just finally getting boosted up on the side of Rebellion. They've been waiting to get their corners. Now can they break out? Still, ball gets kind of sent to MIBR, and they've had to kind of fight for the ball on the side of Rebellion. Double here from Astro, tries to get cut out there from Kofer. Maybe a chance here.
Race Bull going for gold. Oh! Was that LJ? Yeah. LJ goes in, but Race Bull, I love the slow play on this.
Like using the dodge at the perfect time so he can get that follow-up touch to get it past one. Defense panics, hits it right on LJ's car. I mean, it's a great play because it forces the defensive error. Oh, they might get another one. No, first killer's there.
Seems like first killer's always there defensively for Shopify Rebellion. Now, Kofor going for the double. Bounces off the backboard. It's tipped away to prevent the shot from LJ, but first killer will knock it back to Kofor, who's boosted up. Kofor, improv there. Trying to make the most of that situation. Made in Brazil, getting some boost of their own. Infield pass to Razebull. Razebull staying behind. It goes for a ground pitch. Does land a demo, and Sad will get the corner boost steal.
Astro all alone. Not going to be able to do too much, but he does keep it in play. I like the idea that Razebull had as he's on the ball again. Flip reset almost straight to Astro's car. Sad will want to keep this in play, but it's a little rushed here for MIBR. They are starting to really put the pressure on Rebellion and expose them defensively.
And you can see Astromik and Sad get mixed up a little bit right there. I think both of them wanted to make a play on the ball. Infield pass. Contested. Astro goes for a flip reset pass into the middle, but Razebull is going to be last back. And that could have been disastrous for Made in Brazil. Still not out of it just yet.
Yeah, Kofor, empty net look. You thought that, okay, maybe this was going to be the one that does it here for the series, but now MIBR still with a bit of fighting chance. They're looking for that pass towards each other. That's going to be a demo to set it up, but look at LJ, just quick to cut the ball out. You have to have a sense of urgency here on Rebellion. You can't slow down. MIBR is speeding up.
Astro in the mix. Now Razebull moving in the corner, looking for a teammate in the middle. Ball out to Astro. Astro, high hit off the arc, can't get the double. I think was hoping it would bounce for him. Sat, gonna try to get this out to Astro.
Let LJ get that flick. That's gonna kill so much time on the clock. Now you've got to work.
My fear gets the best of me. I can't seem to understand how you do this to me.
Welcome back, everybody, to the RLCS Boston Major. We have made it through 2 matches, and what a beatdown, Baz. Woof!
It's been less than close. That's like the best way I can put it right now, to not be too aggressive here. The good thing is I think things switch up a little bit here. We've got ourselves a banger on the alt stream here with Falcons versus VP, and we finally get a chance to look at both of these teams in their new form, and also maybe a chance to get out of what is probably the second group of death here. I know a lot of people talked about Group C, but dude, Group B is not looking any easier.
Yeah, big test here for Virtus Pro. Falcons, the likely team to be the #1 spot out of this group. So if you can take a couple of games off and show that you're really contending there for that second spot, you're in great shape. This is a big test as far as I'm concerned if you're Virtus Pro, because I think everybody on Falcons is lights out, juicy with it on the pitch, and I got to see the same thing from Virtus Pro.
Oh, that's Gentleman's. We just saw them, and they did pretty well themselves here. But I would have to agree with you on that one. I think this is probably going to be the biggest test for VP in this group. Again, expectations obviously have to be that, likely Falcons take this one, but I don't know, man. I got a little bit of a feeling here. Maybe it's because I'm just a little bit biased on this one. I don't know. Check back in on the mainstream schedule here today. Again, the only thing that's concluded so far is that Power versus NRG series, when NRG took a 3-1. MIBR and Shopify Rebellion actually currently playing right now. I believe it's overtime, game number 4. So that could be shortly over, or maybe extend a little bit longer. After that, as you guys can see, we've got a long day ahead of us. Chiefs, kind of crazy to think that we're just still getting into things, because here's the alt stream schedule. We're technically a game ahead, and still we've got 4 to go.
Yeah, a lot of good games on the docket, both on the main and alternate stream, of course. Everyone wants to see that Vitality Space Station matchup as well. 5 Fears Power actually should be pretty good, I think. 5 Fears showed that they've got some chops in their opening match despite losing to Ninjas in Pajamas. So Power coming off of the loss to NRG as well. So big opportunity to at least start righting the ship for one of those 2 teams. And MIBR obviously playing well, so only winners get to win. As obvious as that sounds. But
this is true.
You gotta find a way forward, and it all starts soon.
It also definitely, like we said, for both Falcons and for Virtus Pro, it starts here in this matchup. The biggest thing by far for both of these teams is making sure to put their best foot forward to give themselves a chance at making out of this group, which, again, kind of has no guarantees across the board. The only guarantee that we can have here is that this should be our closest match so far here on the alt stream. As, again, Falcons and Virtus Pro, I have to assume, at least get 4. Like, at least 4. If we can get 4... technically, it's an improvement in terms of how close the series will be. That being said, I know you've got other opinions about how close this might be.
I like Falcons a lot here. I know Virtus Pro is good. I know they've played well. You know, people say, oh, Falcons not the greatest showing versus North America. Let's put that in context. Falcons not the greatest versus one team in NRG. So I don't know about how Virtus Pro is going to do themselves. I think there's a lot to prove here because I will love and always take the historical context that in general, Falcons is pretty spicy with it, and it's a tough one to handle out there on the pitch. Now, I know Virtus Pro's good. I know they played well versus NRG. They found a win. Congratulations, blah, blah, blah. Falcons play a whole different speed, man. NRG's pretty slow, methodical, you know, they're kind of like that lazy river, but it's the slow anaconda boa constrictor. Falcons are trying to take your head off every second, man, and it's not fun to deal with.
I think that was like 3 metaphors mixed into one. We got the lazy river, we got the slow burn. I think we got a little bit of a Hydra approach here. But here's the team themselves. Again, for those that are not familiar, the Twins, they made a little bit of a roster change here. No longer with arguably the greatest MENA talent of all time in TRK. They've brought in former world champion in Drawley. And again, there's not a lot that needs to be said about Drawley at this point. The stats speak for themselves. The performances speak for themselves. The question is, can this team speak for themselves as well? Again, we haven't really gotten a look at this new version of Falcons in an international sense. They've been very good for a long time, but this is the first real appearance from them in Rlcs against other regions. And again, it's a very strong team that they're up against here, but at the end of the day, the Twins have accolades themselves. Drawley has accolades that go far and wide. This should be a very clinical match for them. It kind of just comes down to, again, like you talked about before, how do they match up with some of NA's best talents right now? You guys can take a look here at Clear's stats. Young kid, and he's still already got an RLCS major. That is a lot better than most can say.
Yeah, Killers and obviously his brother Rawas have been absolutely lights out for as long as they've been playing Rocket League, as far as I'm concerned. Across the MENA region throughout the open splits, 2 wins and 1 second place finish to Twisted Minds on the Open 1 is what I believe it was. So Falcons definitely proving that despite making the roster change, you know, everyone not sure how much juice was there left to squeeze out of having TRK on the roster. They make the change and they still win 2/3 of them, and easily could have been the sweep of the region. So Drawley proving that despite a big shakeup in the region, it's definitely paying its dividends.
You gotta hope so. Again, that Drawley move was arguably the largest roster change of all time for a number of reasons. We won't get into the details about that one, but I would say, like you said, it's paying off so far here. It seems to be a good move for the team. The only question becomes, again, how do they stack up against some of the best that North America has to offer? Because, like we said, Virtus Pro on the other side have kind of proven themselves as one of the top dogs in North America. I might be a little biased. I'll be real. I would probably call them the number 2 team in NA. And maybe that's because I work on their team stream or something like that. But again, against some of the best competition that we've seen in North America, they have definitely been real close with them. Not a lot of teams have been able to contend against NRG and the likes of Shopify Rebellion, but this team has. On the other hand, like we said, it's a little bit different in MENA, with Falcons just kind of wiping the floor with most teams that they're going up against. Outside of Twisted Minds, there are a handful of teams that definitely can contend well, but it's always interesting seeing the top teams from MENA actually get into an international setting and see how well they're actually able to perform. I've got no doubts about how well they are able to perform here. Again, it's just, can they make it out of a group that is definitely stacked, in which it's not necessarily a surefire thing that they go 3-0 out of it.
Yeah, definitely not guaranteed, but always feels good to feel like you're the favorites coming in. So good luck, Falcons, and their opponents, obviously, Virtus Pro. You know, you were talking about, you work the team stream, so let me ask you a question about Virtus Pro.
All right, hit me.
What is the most you're hoping for here? What is the best possible result apart from a win, obviously? What's acceptable to you?
I think they need to at least go 3-2 here. Again, Virtus Pro, the brand new team, or I guess brand new signed team here. As you guys can see, they didn't even have their jerseys when they were doing this because Virtus Pro wasn't announced. They were still redacted only a couple of days ago. They've now found themselves a home in probably one of the most historied organizations in esports. Virtus Pro VP have been around for what feels like forever. And similarly, this team has been together now for a hot moment. They have proven themselves to not just be an up-and-coming contender in North America, but they are definitely one of the best that the NA scene has to offer. And it's all three of the players. My hopes for this series here, you know, with a little bit of bias towards VP, is the fact that they're able to get at least the 3-2 or 3-1. Because again, the competition in Group B is not going to get easier from them for here on out. I guess technically it's easier since it's, you know, Falcons, but this is a team that needs to make sure that they start with the right foot forward. They get themselves hot, they get themselves confident, especially considering this is the first LAN for Talk, and this is probably, look, again, biased. It's probably the #2 guy in North America right now. He is beyond hot. Top 5 stats for pretty much everything across the board. The only things that he doesn't have top 5 stats for is shooting percentage, where he's 11th, and then goal participation, where I believe he is 13th. So he's still almost top 10 in everything. 2-piece, first major for him as well. This is a guy that definitely has more veteranship in comparison to Talk and Wavy, but his veteranship only goes so far. I would have to state that his tenure at Shopify Rebellion wasn't exactly the results he was hoping for.
Well, but he did have a pretty long and, I would say, fruitful stint. Yeah, it didn't get as much as they were hoping for, but it was a big, valuable building and learning experience. And Wavy, also another LAN rookie, he burst onto the scene back in 2024, proving himself in the 1v1 and then eventually in the 3v3. So you got 3 extremely talented, freshly minted North American talents here, and they're going up against some incredibly seasoned opposition. It's an uphill battle as far as I'm concerned. Now, we talked about, you know, what's acceptable. You're hoping for 3-2. You're okay with 3-1. What if you just get absolutely mobbed here and you get blown off the pitch?
Yeah, this might be the last time that you guys hear from me on this broadcast if that happens. I might need to retreat and just never show my face in the face of all.
Do you make it out of the
again.
group if they get smacked?
No, I think that's just got to be the reality here, though, for a lot of these teams. It's just that as much as you want to be able to just kind of wipe away a bad loss, at the end of the day, you've only got 3 matches you can actually battle through. So if you don't necessarily do well enough in one of them, you can see the snowball effect start to fall down a little bit here. But I don't think that's going to happen, especially with Coach Memory behind them. Memory has had this team locked in, man. They've done a really good job at making sure, even in the moments where it doesn't feel like everything's going perfectly, everything doesn't feel like it's flowing naturally, he's done a good job of kind of recentering these guys and making sure that they come out of those timeouts really buffed. And again, with the best of 5 now having a timeout here, I have to imagine that Virtus Pro is going to take their time with the series and make sure to adjust accordingly. Because similarly for this team, they haven't seen the Mina playstyle. And you and I both know the guys from Mina like to play fast, they like to play aggressive, they like to play in your face. And for a team that this is their first LAN, that can be a little disorienting.
It can be, but I think if any team's ready to handle it out of North America, apart from NRG, I might put my money on Virtus Pro. I mean, I think that there's 3 people out there who are incredibly mechanically gifted. They know what they're about to get up against, at least in terms of what to expect, because they're all capable of some similar tech, right? So should be interesting, and I think Virtus Pro, an uphill battle, but if I'm gonna put like a percentage on it, I'm gonna give Virtus Pro, I'll give them 35. I'll give them a healthy chance.
You got a 1 out of 3 chance. 2 out of 3 times it's going the other way here. So we flip a coin 3 times. 2 out of the 3 times is going in favor of Falcons, is what you're saying.
That's what I'll go with, yeah.
Okay. I don't necessarily dislike those odds. I honestly think it's a pretty fair on both sides. Again, it really does come down to which one of these 2 teams can find their flow earlier, can find their play style and comfortability on the pitch more quickly. I do think there's going to be a little bit of difficulty on the side of VP because, again, look, I love him to death. Great kid. Talk, you are a lunatic when you play this game. And that's like genuinely his play style. It's just kind of dive, it's go crazy, it's be a nuisance on offense. And similarly, it's the same way for Wavy as well. I've claimed Wavy as the new king of demos in North America. I don't think that's necessarily a throne that is uncontested, with Kofor putting up numbers that are just unfathomable at times. But he is definitely one of those guys that likes to stay on the other half of the field, disrupt, bump, demo, just be a mosquito you cannot swat. And I think that for both Talk and Wavy to be effective in this series, they have to do exactly that. They have to throw Falcons off their game. They have to get in their faces. They have to disrupt them and make them be uncomfortable in a series like this, which a lot of teams have said that they would like to do that against Falcons. The amount of them that have succeeded in doing that is, I could probably count it on one hand.
I am wondering where like the failure point can come from, though, because I think about Falcons, right? I mean, initially when they were Rawas, Killers, and TRK, right? I mean, you thought, okay, Rawas gets the ball in the air, he's cooking people, right? He's still obviously capable of that. It's just not quite as necessary, right? They've kind of moved on to, hey, look, we break people down slowly but surely, and when the time is right, then the mechs come to play, right? And Killers has definitely improved significantly on the offensive part. But then they pick up a guy like Raleigh, and he's been this, I take the ball solo effort out of my own half, go as far as I can, as fast as I can, as loudly as I can. And like, I'm not really sure where I want to try and break the Falcons first if I'm Virtus Pro, because it doesn't feel like there's necessarily a good choice.
Just imagine, go demo. And then you take a long pause trying to figure out which one of the three you want to target. And like you said, it's not going to be easy as well. One of the bigger things I do think that we see out of Wavy when it comes to that disruptive playstyle is he's good at doing that on the ground. He takes really good 50s that don't allow the teams to build momentum to try to get out of their half. He just bumps them when they're in net with a little bit of flat-footedness or flat-tiredness, however you want to call it. Falcons don't stay on the ground. They're in the air like half the game. And unfortunately, if you can't bump them while they're, stationary, you're definitely not going to have a chance while they're mid-air and soaring through the field.
Well, we all know, I mean, with both people, or both teams, I should say, as mechanically gifted as they are,
Absolutely.
You know it's gotta be a boost fight, right? It's gotta be a scrap. There's only, just over 900 boost on the pitch, 600 of it on the outside edges, the rest in everywhere else in the small pads, right? So how do you win the boost game against a team like Falcons, or I suppose Virtus Pro? You got to give them their flowers too. They're obviously a capable team and have earned the right to be here, but I'm looking at who wins the boost game, how much boost are they stealing, how aggressive are they when they steal those boosts? If you're getting into the corner, are we wheeling immediately and trying to capitalize on that difference immediately, or are we just going to reset and try and set up the general attack camp at the midfield line? I think Falcons are going to try and wheel pretty aggressively, and I think Virtus Pro might just steal it and reset.
With that scenario now coming to mind, am I incorrect in saying this might just be a defensive battle? Both teams have the capabilities on offense. Both teams are going to have really good chemistry. I think that's probably one of the defining factors of both the Twins throughout their entire career, as well as the entirety of VP throughout their entire existence as a team. If we're going to see flourishing offenses that are taking quality shots on either end, it might just come down to the defense as a whole. We'll take a pause there to talk a little bit about what's going on in the other streams. It looks like Shopify Rebellion do finish off Made in Brazil 3-2. That was a close match, and I think you and I, I was gonna say, you and I did not expect it to be that close.
No, you got to give the flowers to Made in Brazil. Way to put up a good show, that's for sure. But if you're Shopify Rebellion, obviously happy to come away with the win there, and definitely tighter than you were expecting. But a win's a win, and that's all that really matters. One step closer moving out of the group. Well done, Shopify.
Congratulations to Shopify, and congrats to one of these teams, as we're going to have a winner real soon. So it's time for us to maybe actually decide who we think is going to win this one. I'm going to take this and go a little bold. I know this is not surprising considering the preamble I've just had, but I am taking VP on this one. I think there's something about this team. I think they've got a really good chance at surprising people on LAN. I think on top of that, look, man, it's first game as a newly signed org. There's a little buff that comes with that just every time.
Is it the buff or is it the added pressure? Either way, we'll get to find out. I gotta take Falcons, I think. I've become a bit of a Mina fanboy over the past couple of years in Rocket League. So give me the Falcons. Like I said, I love the history. I love the precedent of their skill, and I want to see it on the pitch and come out strong firing, really put Virtus Pro through their paces, and I want to see Virtus Pro prove that they can hang on and really take it to Falcons and make it a battle.
split desk here, and I might be the only person picking VP on this one. I'd have to imagine a lot of the rest of the talent is not as enthusiastic about Virtus.pro's chance here against the Falcons roster that won a major, plus the new addition of Drali and their world champions, and yeah, the odds are stacked against Virtus.pro. You know, little accolades here or there that maybe contribute into a battle like this. But again, it is a best of 5 to determine it. And as we stated before, as much as we are saying, you know, oh, Falcons got to win this one, VP's got to win this one, for either of these teams, a loss to start off the group stage here would be devastating to their chances to make it out.
Yeah, real stinger if you come up short here, but at least if it's close, you'll feel like you're in good form no matter how it goes. But enough talking about it, enough yappings, time to get into game 1. Falcons versus Virtus.pro should be a hot one. I'm ready to see some fireworks. I want to see the attack. I want to see some killer saves. Enough about that. Give me the kickoff.
Let's get into it. Game 1 brought to you by Progressive. And like we said, this should be a battle, but could easily be a one-sided one as well. Falcons versus Virtus.pro. Both teams, again, do get a timeout now that we've gotten to the best of 5 version where you can take a timeout. It's been a lot of early timeouts today. Oh boy, and if it goes anything like this, it will be a very early timeout from VP. 1-0 to Falcons.
Ross, he got that midfield boost. He knew exactly that he was taking that 50. He's like, yep, I know where this one's headed. I'm getting there as quick as I can. Got out in front, jumped off the wall first because he knew Talk was going to be forced to try and make the touch and straight into the net. Oof, that doesn't feel good.
All right, so 5-second rule count here of where it's like, you know, we're less than 5 seconds into the game. Oh, never mind. I should not waver on my faith. Wavy to immediately tie us up as we are on track for the highest scoring series of Rlcs history.
Oh, and Rawas and Killers, a little bit of a miscommunication there. Killers, I think, expecting that 50 to go a little bit differently. Jumped early. Drali got stuck on the back wall, and we talked about that placement in the first match of the day. Someone's on the back wall. Shoot it, bottom corner. It's a tough save. And Virtus.pro gets it back immediately. Drali with a double tap. Killers can't jam it through. Tight stuff here in the first 30 seconds.
Okay, good to know that the teams can play defense. The first block shot that we've seen so far in this game, it's crazy to think that we're only 30 seconds into it, but maybe we come to at least a little bit of a lull here as both teams get a chance to go back and forth. Never mind, shot top right. A little bit off the bar as Wavy can't quite hit his mark. VP not backing down. We did have some questions about would they come into this one playing confidently, maybe a little scared, maybe a little bit reserved. There is none of that. They are just charging at Falcons without a single fear.
And I like to see two-piece there. Pushing upfield, I know he had no boost, but at the same time, he was trying to force Rawas into an awkward position in the corner, maybe steal the corner boost. I like seeing them trying to throw a wrench on that Falcons backline. Puts a lot of pressure on the two up front to really execute.
Talk, chance here now to maybe get some offense started for VP. That singular offense they had was really the only time of sustained pressure. Outside of that, it's been a lot of this. Heavy touches and 50-50s awry. Maybe this will do something. Two-piece, looking for a teammate off the backboard. Talk will back out. Wavy doesn't get a great 50, meaning a chance now for Falcons the other way. That demo will take it away, and now it's time for Talk to get his own chance in the corner. 50 against Drali, he'll muscle through. Try to do the same against Clears, but unsuccessful, and two-piece has to take over. Boss on the backboard, planted and waiting for the eventual touch that will come to him, and we're starting to see a little bit more of that defensive prowess we talked about. It really does feel like this is going to be a defensive battle with both teams just shooting incredible shots on net so far.
Yeah, it is spending a lot of time just jammed in the corner. It could be like, you know, some of those boxing matches you see sometimes. Very technical, but, you know, if you're a fan of it, you'll love it. And right now, Wavy just seeing what he can get. Look at Rawas off the ceiling so quick. He's not even willing to let the attack develop. That's what's so annoying about Falcons. If they don't have to let you get away with something, they won't. Doesn't matter if they have the boost or not. They're going to make you prove it every step of the way.
In the most complimentary of ways, I might state this is the most annoying matchup possible. Both of these teams really do like to disrupt and just kind of discombobulate their opponents. Speaking of which, chance there with Talk cherry picking downfield, but no contact found. Instead, it's a passing play for the Falcons. It's blocked out by Wavy. Wavy trying to cherry pick, recognizes an open net, but Drali will get back in time. Does give a chance now for Talk to make a challenge in the corner and a pass out to Wavy that's quickly blocked out. Again, a lot of development of these plays in the corner, just nothing coming to fruition.
Drali kind of making a choice there on that challenge up in his corner earlier as well. He's seen him lean back for that soft touch, trying to regain control and kind of let the hook off, or let the pressure off Virtus.pro, let them get a lot of boost, really get their feet set here at the midfield line. Virtus.pro may be on the attack here for a little bit.
first uncontested aerial, I feel like, the entire game. A flip reset doesn't really go anywhere, but it's a chance now for VP to maybe set up shop, unless they get bumped off the ball and Clears gets a free carry out to midfield. His flip reset, again, contested as well, and now it's Wavy's turn to try and do something midair, where he's immediately 50'd, but at least spills out into the Falcons' half. Charlie off the backboard, trying to get something started, just to pass out to two-piece, who can't really get a shot. Instead, it goes back to that infamous corner yet again, and Wavy does that. I don't think it's going to benefit VP whatsoever, as they're going to have to take it back another half to restart the offense.
Now, that is what I get a little bit worried about watching VP here, right? Yeah, it's good that they're on the attack. They do indeed have the camp set up at the midfield line, but if all we're able to do is just keep poking it into the corner, I'm not too worried if I'm Falcons here and be like, great, I'm glad you guys can attack, but you're not doing anything.
We talked about it before. This is going to be a bit of a boxing match. You need that knockout blow. You get a jab here or there. It's not going to do all too much. Where's that right hook? Where's that uppercut? That gives you an open net. All right, a little bit confused. Clears will find the second goal for Falcons, and I'm not really sure how.
Yeah, Talk definitely expecting two-piece to get a piece of that 50 up in the corner. He was ready to head up the wall and maybe play some type of clear from somebody on the backboard, or maybe go for something off the ceiling and slow down that Falcons counterattack. Either way, slips through, and nobody on VP ready. A late deficit. Now you have to make something happen. Wavy trying to get creative, but he doesn't have the boost to really make it work, and Falcons are just going to starve the clock now.
He's been so good at those 50s all throughout the season in North America, but it's a little bit different when you're trying to do that against a team that has been known for their 50s for what feels like forever. 45 seconds left. There's not a whole lot of time left in this game, and if Falcons get another one, that'll surely be the nail in the coffin. Instead, though, Talk trying to get it out to midfield, doesn't have boost, and another open net. Virtus Pro maybe not prioritizing the defense as much as they should right now.
Yeah, Talk, unfortunately that ball kicked away from him a little bit harder. I think he wanted to take that up the wall and continue trying to take the 50, but just the way the physics worked out, popped off the wall a little bit, came off the top of his car, poked out into the midfield, and Virtus Pro out there, obviously, like we were talking about, battling for those boosts, not back in time, as Talk actually got hit by the ball more than he hit it, had to turn himself around again, and that just wasted time off the clock.
Talked a lot about how this is going to be a very cohesive unit on either side. VP definitely known for their ability to play around each other, and same for the Falcons. Falcons proven that here in game number 1, every single player on the team has at least a goal so far, and things may only get worse. That's another one for Drawley. It is 4-1 to Falcons.
Woof. Tough pill to swallow. I mean, it felt like a tight fight all the way throughout. That's a nice bump, but look at that fake. That's what's so annoying about Falcons. You see two people going at it, you have to make a choice as a defender. You guess wrong, and somehow, some way, Falcons always seems to know which way you're going to lean, and they put in number 4 and definitely put game 1 out of reach. Maybe 5 here because Wavy came up empty. Oh, no.
Oof. Not really much else to say besides that one. What was a very close contest for most of this game has snowballed into a 5-1 definitely victory for Falcons here. And I'll correct my stat. I said everybody on the team has at least a goal, and they now also all have at least an assist. A full team effort from Falcons. VP, we cannot say the same. I could see them taking a timeout after this game. This got out of hand real quick, and I have to imagine they need to try and find some confidence going into game 2.
That's actually what I found myself wondering about as well, because, I mean, this game was actually tight for a pretty significant portion of time, and if you're Virtus Pro, you actually held pressure for a decent chunk of it. You just needed to find a way to break through. Now, what's more important here is, do you take the timeout immediately, like you were talking about, which I don't think is a bad move, because we don't need to sit here and think about, okay, how are we going to break them down? We just have to get the bad taste out of our mouth of completely just choking away the rest of game 1.
Yeah, it was like, what, 3 minutes of that 1-1? They both scored the goal off kickoff initially, and then after that, it was pretty much an even lock until about that final minute or two. I don't know if it was maybe VP changing things up, maybe going, you know, all right, full send, let's see if we can get something together on offense, and, you know, if things go awry on defense, so be it. But why would you do that when it does kind of feel like they were playing them evenly? I do think that disruption play we talked about before is becoming a problem. I don't think Virtus Pro have that disruption play down. I don't think Wavy was getting nearly involved enough in offense. I don't think Talk was giving the room to fly. And again, like we talked about, Talk, one of the most impressive mechanical, offensive, just all-around talents in North America. I don't think he really displayed that in that game.
Yeah, it's hard to flex the mechanical guns when you really don't get a lot of pressure. And if you want Talk to show off the mechs, you gotta stick him as the third man. You have to let him pick up the loose ball and then set himself up with the little bit of extra room that being third man can provide. It's probably the only way that's gonna happen, because it's not like you're gonna be able to pick up a challenge from your teammate at the midfield line and not expect somebody from Falcons to be right on top of you, right in your face. So if you're looking for Talk to be that mechy way, that's kind of the only way you're gonna get there, like we see teams do with Zen. They just stick him in the back and say, look, pick up the loose ball and do your worst, big dog. But either way, tough game one, I think, to just slide through the cracks and just get absolutely blown off the pitch at the end of it. And I think you talked about Wavy, you know, taking really good quality 50s on the ground. Is that something that you really want to try and approach? I actually don't hate the idea, because if you know Falcons are all juicy in the air with it, hey man, let's play the little ground game. Let's slow it down.
Time to clip some wings. The Falcons, they flew in game one. Question is, can they do it again in game two? An early goal for Virtus Pro would have gone a very long way to reinstilling that confidence that we talked about. Instead, it's going to go back into their end, and if there is a second shooter there out at midfield, that probably would have been an early goal for Falcons. Instead, we do get a bit of a battle here. Talk. No, please, no. Don't just give another open net. That would have been like the third.
Raleigh with the immediate follow-up shot just to keep Virtus Pro tied into their own half. Ross is going to delay and steal boost, maybe find a bump. Killer's just floating around. Falcons. Oh, nasty pinch. No. That's not even fair. You're not saving that if you're Talk. That's just not fair.
Oh, you got to feel for Talk on this one, but I almost feel worse for Two-Piece. That flip reset did him no justice. Gets it a bit too far away from his car, and that is an easy goal for Owas. He will take that gladly. And Falcons, once again, scoring early.
Tough break. Another slight mis-execution from Virtus Pro. Killers breaks through everyone. Two-Piece, heck of a job. How did he even still have a flip? Looked like he jumped forever ago.
Not really sure, but he's going to need some more saves like that if they want to get back into this game. Outside of that initial challenge from Virtus Pro, there has not been a lot of offense in this second game. A minute gone, they've got plenty of time to correct that, but you can really see it. Their midfield rotations are not the same as they normally are. They would have a person following that up almost immediately in other games. Would have liked somebody there to follow up on this one or to just shoot it on target. Another opportunity just left at the door for Virtus Pro.
Yeah, that was the one, but they get another look at it, and Talk can't really square it up. He doesn't have boost. He was getting bumped. It was a tough, contested shot. Roas forces the ball into the corner and steals the boost. Oof, and now here come the Falcons. Killers gets a bite taken out of him. Drolly squeezing as well. It's been tough. Virtus Pro just trying to find their footing.
Chance here, shot on target, that's denied. How about the follow-up, only to the backboard where Wavy can't do much with it, and the rest of his team has to retreat. Both the boosts not stolen in the corner, meaning all the way back into the orange half it will go. And now a chance for Killers to get something started off the backboard. That's going to bounce way high. Drawley will start to get involved. Passing play finds its way back to him, but it's not going to be enough, as Talk at least has a 50 on this ball. We'll send it skyward. To the ceiling it goes, back down to Drawley, and then back down to Two-Piece. Not a lot of involvement from anybody on the VP side here. They're kind of just playing reactionary with a decent 50 here or there, but no plays really stringing together. That could have been one if not for Drawley on the backboard.
That's a good ball and picked off back the other way. Oh, Virtus Pro caught leaning. I mean, it's easy to think that this pass is going to work out if you're Wavy, but Roas was all over it. He knew where Talk was. He knew where the pass had to go. He knew he wasn't shooting the ball. He just steals it, puts it in the open net.
Another moment of just gotta calm down if you were a Virtus Pro on that one. Wavy didn't necessarily have a ton of time, but he definitely didn't need to just send that one straight towards the middle of the net and hope that somebody would be there. I don't got a lot of words for this one.
That's tough. I mean, Roas, he just put the hammer down. He says, hey, I'm coming to go for it. I took a good 50. I want it huge. You make the stop. Talk not equal to the task. Straight down and into the net. 3-0, 2.5 left. You need something clever here if you're Virtus Pro. At least stop the bleeding. At least make it feel like you can get back into the game.
Yeah, it doesn't feel like much is going right for VP at all here. And boy, I don't know if things are going to change if they keep playing like this. Again, we talked about it, that midfield that is normally so Loctite that just doesn't allow teams to flourish as they transition downfield. It's not happening here. They do not have that defense out of midfield. And if they try to get that defense out of mid, it just kind of exposes them. They overexert, they play too far up, and it leaves an open net for them to easily get scored on. That's another one with a demo backfield, and Kaliers found himself, I believe, his third goal of the game.
It's the pace management there, and I believe it was Two-Piece who got demoed. I couldn't tell you for sure. I'm fairly confident, though, but I mean, Two-Piece just has to watch the killer's pickup just in case he gets him up towards the backboard and he has to adjust. And in that time where he just holds the ball, it's the pace control on the attack that's so irritating to deal with for the Falcons. You know exactly what the next play is. Just find the bump, hold the ball, don't outpace the play. They put in number 4. Game 2 is a wash, done and dusted. A minute 50 on the clock. I don't care who you are, you're not putting 4 away on the Falcons. As killers will just fake it out, go grab boost, reset the attack. Virtus Pro reeling right now.
Yeah, this shot total is a huge thing. If you guys look in the bottom left, you'll start to see every single player on the Falcons right now with just a plethora of shots. This offense is coming from any of the 3 players, and it's been, oh my goodness, a problem to deal with. I'll correct myself. It was not Clears with a hat trick. It is now Rawas, though, with a hat trick of his own.
Oh, and Drawley, that's what I talk about when it's nice to know you have insurance, right? Because Virtus Pro cannot allow the lead to get bigger, because then they definitely won't win. Drawley sees the guy jump across net and says, okay, I just throw it back into the middle of the box, and we'll do it that way. I mean, it's not hard. You just got to think about it.
All right, well, the Chiefs, we theorized about this. You think that now VP is going to take their timeout? Because I'm going to assume that now VP is going to take their timeout. They got a minute left in this game. I've seen some crazy things happen. 5-goal comeback on LAN. I don't know if I've ever seen that one.
Yeah, I don't think I have either, and I think you have to take your timeout here, even if you're not really sure what to say, because looking at it from the VP side of things, it just does feel like they got a tough goal scored on them immediately off the kickoff. You dug a hole early, and you didn't even get any type of offensive pressure that you had in game 1. Drawley fakes it out, and that's what I'm talking about. Look at that dive from Two-Piece. He just has to go.
And as soon as he does go, he's left kind of in no man's land. He's backing up into the ball afterwards. It just looks uncomfortable for the entirety of Virtus Pro. And like we said, that was going to be their biggest strength in this was the, oh my goodness, the ability to be cohesive, to play comfortably around one of another. It's just not happening right now. I mean, Drawley's basically trying to just hit the coolest shot possible. Like, there's no reason to be going for what he just did, but he's doing it because he's got the space, he's got the availability to do so. And this game is all but a lock. 15 seconds to go. Do they get a shutout? I think so. Do they get a 6th goal? I also think so. Goodness, Clears requires all 3 players of VP to stop that ball. Like you said, there's still more shots coming. This one to the side wall. Wavy just going to let this hit the ground. Falcons a 2-0 lead in a brutal smackdown.
Yeah, that was blow him off the pitch real quick. That's high quality there from Falcons. That was everything you wanted if you're a Falcons fan. You say, oh, should we have moved on from TRK? You know, it's looking like you haven't lost a step. That's all I'm going to say about that.
Former world champion, greatest player in MENA history. There isn't really a bad option there, and you can see that based on the fact that they are making one of the best teams in North America look like nothing right now. Again, Game 1 is a 5-1 victory. Game 2 is a 5-0 victory, and thus VP is going to take a little bit of extra time here. It can't be all too surprised. Like we said, it is last-ditch effort here for Virtus Pro as they need to correct this. If they not only play the rest of the series like this, but they play the rest of the group like this, they're heading home early.
Definitely not a fun situation to be in. I mean, game 1, you felt like you had something, and it just slipped through your fingers. Game 2, and they all just look at a loss. You know, just kind of staring at the screen. Memories, this is the value of memory. It has to be, you know. They're all the LAN rookies, your very first game on stage, and you are getting blasted. I mean, you gotta rally behind someone, and Memory has to kind of lead the charge here. That's the exact value of a guy like Memory, who's been around RLCS a long time. He's been in tough situations before. He's got to have a game plan. He's got to say, look, guys, here's what we're doing. Let's slow it down, you know, do something. I'm not going to say what Memory's saying, but I can only think what I would say and be like, look, man, we're just rushing. I know that they're winning a bunch, but they're throwing out a bunch of fakes at us. We got to stay disciplined. Got to get what they give us, and they're gonna throw up 2 people on the ball because they're winning all the boost pads. We gotta slow it down. We gotta secure our own corners. I don't care if we have to hit them, but we can't just keep diving at everything because we are getting picked apart, and that ain't good enough.
You can really tell that this is conversations mainly with Memory talking and a little bit of response from Two Piece. The two youngest players on this team, though, in Wavy and Talk, not a lot to say in that one. They're just listening, soaking it all up. Again, Two Piece, maybe not as much a veteran as some of the other players here at LAN, but he definitely has more experience than the either two. And in a moment like this, you're going to need to lean on that veteranship just to get something started. Like we said, it's a best of 5 here for the group stage. So if this is the last game, I mean, you wouldn't be surprised, but VP are then going to have to just kind of shake this off and keep going through the group stage. So a chance here for redemption for Virtus Pro, a chance to close out the first game of the group stage with a sweep for Falcons. Let's see what happens here. 5 minutes on the clock. Can they get even anything started in this first minute?
Yeah, I think the big thing to avoid is being too greedy. Let's just get through the first minute, tied 0-0. Wavy wins midfield. This is big. Two Pieces out in Narnia. Talk, you got to buy a lot of time. I love that fake. Give the ball to the guy with boost, and unfortunately, the guy with boost is getting blasted on the 50.
Just an immediate challenge from Rawas is going to take away any sort of pressure that was being built by Virtus Pro, and then the 50 afterwards somehow finds its way directly out to Drawley, as if he knew that 50 was going right to him, and as if he knew no one was going to challenge that initial challenge, he doesn't use his flip reset. Again, this is the problem with facing Falcons. They're really good at reading these plays where you expect a mechanical play, a 50 or something to go your way, and they just already know what's going to happen. Done a great job at stifling anything developing out at midfield, and they're doing a good job of that again. It'll get to that midfield line, but no further. This one finally gets a chance, and Talk, all he can do is 50 it to the ceiling.
I wonder if there's any value from Virtus Pro here. Ooh, Drawley just missed the bottom left corner. Ruas is going to need a little bit of help. Killers is one step late. That's on target. Wavy actually puts it top left corner. I think he was trying to bump Drawley, but then decided, I can just shoot it.
And this is what we talked about. This is the position Wavy needs to be in. Downfield, being a nuisance in the face of everybody on Falcons. And that is the first lead for Virtus Pro this entire major. The only problem, it happened in a minute, and they'll need more if they want to beat the Falcons. That one will not go their way. The 1-0 will have to stand for now.
Nice challenge from Drawley in the corner. Falcons now have to prove that they can find a way back. It's easy to play from ahead and when you're winning. It's a lot harder to play from behind. Virtus Pro get a chance to really show what they can do here, because now they know Falcons got to make something happen.
Like that from Talk. No hesitation on that play, recognizing it's a 2v1 the other way against him. He needs to make a quick challenge, and he does. Is anybody here for this challenge? Absolutely. Now a chance. Talk to him. Show him what you got. Not much, unfortunately. Wavy has no boost, so the pass does not connect, and it's immediately back into the Virtus Pro half.
It's definitely a little bit of miscomm. There needs to be some understanding there that Wavy can't actually help you. He's more of a decoy than anything else. You're better off trying to solo play it, but that's okay. That comes with experience and time. They'll get there. Two Piece out to the safety of the corner, and Falcons slowly reestablishing control, and a wise back pass there just to prevent VP from building up too much of an attack.
Wavy trying to get something started here. Again, more 50s that just go straight back into the VP half. I get the idea from Two Piece there, but if that was just a little bit off, that's a problem. This could be a problem for Falcons if the shot was just a little bit to the right. That one instead pings off the woodwork and back on out. But Chiefs, I don't think this is a crazy statement to say. This is the best we've seen Virtus Pro by a mile.
Definitely. Certainly the best game, no doubt. And that's a great couple of bumps from Falcons just to try and throw some wrenches in the gears, and that's where you got to keep your head on a swivel and not panic as someone gets blown up. Wavy with a little delay touch, but that's not very good. Drawley's just going to poke that at the net, and everyone's going to get reset here for Falcons, and expecting to see a pretty heavy push here, as they should all have pretty close to 100 shortly.
This is feeling weird, though. It's the first time that we haven't seen them just all at 100 guaranteed. There are some moments where they look low on boost, just don't have the boost to be able to make a challenge midair, and also don't have the boost to disrupt. Drawley on nothing there. He's chasing around players from Virtus Pro, but nothing's connecting, and nothing is taking this team out of the flow state that they have established. Wavy downfield gets some demos. That's a 3v1 almost the other way, but Talk pre-jumps early, and now it's Wavy's turn. Off the backboard and in! And Virtus Pro have come to life here in Game 3.
First off, great pace management from Two Piece, realizing that all the passes were covered with the flip reset. Just take the 50 after your flip reset, and how about Wavy getting a handle on that one? Tap into the backboard with yourself, catch it with a flip reset, and boom, bottom left corner. Great finish.
This is what we've been looking for. This is the vibe that we need to see from VP. They need to play with this confidence. They need to play with this disruptive offense. They need to play with Wavy doing stuff like he's been doing, just downfield ready for any time that a ball ricochets out of net. He's there for the follow-up, and you can tell it's starting to get to Falcons. The first uncharacteristic miss that I can recall this entire series.
Falcons with about a minute on the clock. They're going to focus on quality, not necessarily quantity here. Killers will take a bite out of Talk. Wavy has 0 boost. The attack is building for Falcons. Drolly, you need something with a fake left side and a great stop.
Talk not been too involved in offense, but man, he is making up for it in defense so far. Quality save at the most crucial of moments. With under a minute to play, can VP hold on for this entire time? That's not a great fake of a flip out of Wavy. And not great plays off the backboard, but nobody's there for Falcons. Again, look at the boost totals for them. They are there's so much less boost available on the field, and that has got to be a clear difference that Memory stated to VP in between games. It's making a world of a difference. It is giving VP a greater chance in the series, and it is definitely producing the best game from them by far. Another ball goes out midfield. The most discombobulated I think I've ever seen Falcons play.
It's a great read from Talk on that attempted pass. Killers gets right through him. Roas jams it, and unfortunately not in. Trolley's got to hard cut it, and that's actually wide open. Somehow Virtus Pro all got shoved out of the box, and they make it a ball game. 10 seconds. It's going to have to be quite a kickoff.
It's not a great play from Talk there, but again, that's why you get that 2-goal buffer. That's why you give yourself a little bit of room to breathe and not a lot of time to think too much. 11 seconds on the clock, like you said. This kickoff means everything. 2 commit for Falcons, and they do not do much. Talk with a full boost should be able to at least disrupt and not allow an offense to start. One last chance. This one's up to a wasp, but there is no connection. And Virtus Pro have found themselves a win and a chance at the comeback.
Oh, so close. Obviously, no guarantees that that attack was going to actually, bear any fruit for the Falcons, but you loved the attempt. They all knew that, look, we got to get 100 after kickoff. Let's just go neutral, see what we can make happen, and oh, so close, but that's the way she goes sometimes. Virtus Pro find a way to battle back after the timeout. Good for them. Now, here's the real question. Your Falcons, do you take the timeout right there and kill the momentum? I don't think you do.
I was gonna say, I'm no professional coach. I am merely an armchair analyst here, and all I'm gonna state is I might think so, and not necessarily for the reasons that maybe everyone suspects. But again, it's what you said: stifle the momentum. Just don't let Virtus Pro think that they are starting to get momentum, because the problem is, yeah, technically you can take it after the next game. That is under the assumption that you lose the next game. And if you've given 2 to Virtus Pro, no matter how confident you may be going into that 5th game, this is a team that thrives off of momentum, thrives off of confidence, man. When this team plays confident, you can just see it in the way they play.
Well, a long way to go still for Virtus Pro, and obviously a frustrating loss for Falcons, but they knew it was in there. They said, look, it got away from us. They got a 2-goal lead early. We tried to battle back. It just took us a little bit too much time, and that's okay. The boost game really did start to equalize there in that game 3, and we'll see how that plays out in game 4. It's got to be the continuing thread for both teams.
Utopia Coliseum could be the final time that, oh boy, we see Virtus Pro play in this series. That is, if they give up goals early. Again, one of the biggest ways the Falcons have been able to control this series is by getting the lead early and putting the pressure on VP to find the comeback. Instead, it is Talk putting the pressure on Falcons early. That flip reset will go nowhere. Now a chance for 2-piece. Good 50. Ricochets out to the corner, but Clears the full tank of boost and space to work with. First touch is close. Second one's looking like a 50, and it won't be given, but the follow-up fake will find its way through. Roas with the mind games.
Very clever from Roas here. And Killers, look at him close down the clear angle. He doesn't let him get it out to the safety of the corner. He knows he's not playing the dunk. He's just stopping the clear, and it lets Roas come right down the seam and then get a little bit tricky with it and get a real soft touch just to beat the last guy. Clever.
All right, and now we're back into a very familiar territory in a scary scenario if you are Virtus Pro. Down by a goal within the first minute, the comeback trail is the only way you'll get back into this game. And the last time that they did that, they did get a goal back in the first minute, and then proceeded to lose the game 5-1. So this is going to be tough for them, especially if they're not getting any good challenges on defense. This one looking almost entirely unimpeded, and Drawley with some boost in the tank will have to try to navigate this through the corner. 2-piece at least gets it out to midfield. It's not going to get any further than that, and Talk with low boost now has to do a lot in the corner. Awkward for Wavy, and it's too awkward to even get a touch. It's 2-0 to Falcons.
You could feel it building. Look up in the top right. 0, 0, 12, 14, and over on the Falcons side, 50, 80, and even more sometimes. times. I mean, Falcons stole the boost, were getting disrupted in front of the box even without the ball. They were making it difficult for Virtus.pro to even pass and pick up boost, and it leads to a 2-goal lead just by nature of having more to work with.
Game number 3 starting to look like just a blip on the radar here at this point. Not much else besides that going right for Virtus.pro in this series. And this may not either. Wavy, though, gets around 2. Talk downfield. Redirect. Not on target. And 2-piece can only try for the 50. The follow-up is saved with a squishy from Clears. Again, Falcons not tested on defense all too much this series, but they have been showing up in spades.
Yeah, why Wavy going to be frustrated that he shot that one dead red? I don't think he thought that he could actually make it off the back and into the middle of the net. But either way, placement leaves one on the table for Virtus.pro, and that would have been the right time to find one as Killers is trying to get tricky, and that one goes out in front of net, forcing an awkward hit. Rlcs just to delay. Chipped across for Drali just out into the open space, forcing Virtus.pro to spread themselves even more thin, and Killers again. He seems to be the guy. He wants that soft touch and disrupt. Soft touch and disrupt. And it's working.
This interference play, man, is incredibly impressive from Falcons. I will state, VP starting to find themselves some better defense towards the back half of this game, but a lot of time for both the lead to increase and for them to find a comeback. This, though, would be devastating. The bump not going to be found. There's still more offense here, though, and Killers not going to fully commit to that play. He'll wait for it to ricochet through the corner, and for Rlcs to send to the backboard to where maybe Drali is not waiting. He got bumped off the ball. It's not going to stop the offense from Falcons, but it will at least delay them for a second and open up the net. Drali back in time after the demo, but for a second there, you thought maybe VP found a way back in.
And you could see Wavy realize he wasn't going to make the shot, so he went to go steal the corner boost in the Falcons corner, but it wasn't even there. So even when you get the breakout touch, you don't actually get to build any advantage because there's nothing to steal, and Killers takes another corner boost. Falcons just keep poking away at this Virtus.pro defense. Gotta be in the net, and that one's kept away. Drali cuts across, picks up his corner. He's going to solo effort the heck out of this.
Speaking of solo efforts, Killers, yo, what they feed you for breakfast in Boston, brother? Because this is unreal from him. Offense, defense, across the board. This man is just electric in this series, and it might be rewarded with a shutout victory here in game number 4. About 100 seconds left on the clock. That could be another goal for Falcons if they're not careful, and instead, they'll try to get it out to midfield, and Wavy will do no more than at least get it there. Talk in the corner. That's not a lot of boost to play with and not a great touch. The ricochet out to the sidewall after the 50 will go right back into the hands of Falcons. And at this point, this is just Falcons firing on all cylinders in the driver's seat and Virtus.pro at the mercy of their opponents.
Look at that jump from Rlcs. I mean, it's just about putting the pressure on 2-piece. It forces 2-piece to race to that ball because if he goes slow, Rlcs is just going to hit him, and it's going to go straight in the net. And so it makes 2-piece take that challenge faster than he would like, forces him to hit the ball off the ceiling. The follow-through comes through for Falcons. 3-0. Gonna walk away with it here, 1-3. So was it acceptable? Was it an acceptable 3-1 for you?
No. I was gonna say yes, but the problem becomes is that, like, yes, VP has now proven, oh boy, that they can play well. They've also proven they can do this. This is fall off the cliff, Acme boom. Like that's how bad that these bad losses have been.
Well, as I like to say, there's levels to this stuff, you know, and you only get to experience it rarely. You know, NRG is one thing, and that's good. You can get a lot of practice playing a good team like NRG, but there's a whole wide world out there, and Falcons, they look to cement themselves atop it one more time in Boston.
Fortunately for Virtus.pro, as much as we're stating, yeah, obviously this is like the #1 team in this group, the road doesn't necessarily get easier from here on out. They've got GK and Furia in their group awaiting them for the following 2 matches, so not a great start for Virtus.pro, an unfortunate debut for the new team, or the new signees. And boy, I really don't have a lot to sugarcoat this one. They might get a goal back here, and they don't. 2-piece turns away and gets demoed by Rlcs, who doesn't even have any boost.
Oh, and Rlcs goes for the disrespect fake just to put 5 on the board and make him look silly at the same time. Unfortunately for him, Virtus.pro equal to the task, but 10 seconds left, another fake. That one saved. That Virtus.pro definitely have keyed in on that a little bit more. They know that it's unlikely the first one's in, and if it is, they can make it. But all things equal, Falcons walk away, and honestly, a little bit of a smash in order for Virtus.pro.
Not a lot of whole things equal in this series, unfortunately. Shots overwhelmingly in favor of Falcons. Offensive pressure overwhelmingly in favor of Falcons. Boots totals for sure in favor of Falcons. And unfortunately for VP, they just got to shake this off and keep on going. Falcons thrilled that they're going to be able to start this way. Virtus Pro now wondering if this is the best that MENA has to offer. Let's get ready for the best that South America has to offer, and let's get ready for some of the best that EU has to offer as well. That was a rude awakening, a rude introduction to the LAN environment for all three of the players on Virtus Pro.
That was like getting, you know, they put you on that little dunk tank where all you got to do is hit the ball on that little spot, and you just, well, it's unfortunately Falcons just kept hitting it over and over and over. Big ice water bath here for Virtus Pro. If you had big ambitions for them, disabused of them rudely and quickly. But what can you say? It's a tough awakening sometimes. Falcons is not an easy first matchup. And, you know, people might have been hoping for, like, oh, maybe Falcons start off slow sometimes. Nope, not today. They came ready.
Had a single game that you can criticize. And outside of that, they outscored their opponents 15-3. So, yeah, I don't really know.
Delivered, get off my pitch.
I don't know if there's much more we can say about this series at this point. I think at this point, we'll just get ready for the next matchup. We're going to send you guys to a quick break here. When we return, more action here from the RLCS 26 Boston Major here on the Alt Stream.
Whoa, looks like you're backing up a bit here. Okay, Luann? Is there a Luann in the house?
Remember, you don't work here. Young homeowners love to get involved with everything.
Luann going once.
Progressive can't protect you from becoming your parents,
Luann?
but we can protect your home and auto when you bundle with us.
Sorry.
Luann!
Book your trip at meetboston.com.
Don't hold back, cause you woke up in the morning with the initiative to move, so I make it harder. Don't hold back. Galvanize.
Trajectory and balance look good. You're confirmed to go for orbit.
Every day, Michelin innovates to move the world forward on the road and far beyond. Michelin, motion for life.
I think I need therapy. My fear gets the best of me. I can't seem to understand how you do this to me. You've been running in circles inside my head. Wasn't looking for love, but baby, I found you instead. I didn't know I was a casualty until you stopped my heart and you made me see.
It was a solo play from Abjack, but Joyo absolutely involved. Swift wants to get one back for his team, and this is actually quite the opposite. You know, previously in game one, it was all Furia right out the gates, but I think GK are a little bit upset with how game one went.
Now GK, this is about the most possession that we've seen them have here. Joyo, it's a good catch. Actually, might have found a pass. Jack sitting close as third man. Enough time for Isina to rotate back.
Good bounce.
And yeah, a good bounce right for Joyo. Yan had done a lot of work to beat two defenders, wasn't enough.
I was hoping maybe we get a pinch there from Seiko and Joyo. It looked like they wanted to connect slightly, but things are slowing down. I'd say it's become more of a battle of counterattacks. Who can quickly get down the other side, maybe catch Yan off guard again. That was the first goal for GK. Are they just going to try and play a punishing game? The patient approach, that could be something that's in their arsenal, but we're gonna have to wait and find out. First goal, obviously in favor of GK, but it looks like Furia, they can smell something in the air, especially with that boost grab from Yan.
And Lost, he tried to get it right back to him with that hard touch on the corner. It works out. Still, Yan has to use all of his boost just for this 50. Tried to squeeze Jack out of the play. Furia really pushing forward here. Real tight on the rotation. Swift forced to the other side. Seiko off ball.
Popping up.
Tries to go vertical. And he lost the ball. Found the ball. Double. Missed it. Back to Yan. And denied. Apparently, Jack easily denies it. Swift trying to buy time and get some boost in the midfield.
A few moments here, I'm a bit concerned for the way GK is approaching these challenges. They're slow to get up in the air. I mean, look at this. Lost has a lot of time. He can get the follow-up. And that's not something you want to do if you're up against Furia. Giving them space in the air is, I mean, that's lethal, dangerous territory for the defense of GK.
Bit of a ground whifty. Jack does freeze the Furia backline for a moment. Swift, hard 50, Lost playing right behind him. It skirts out too far. Yan forced to go back. Here we go again, an extended Furia possession. Reload in their own half. 50 in front of the third. Not much more just yet.
Oh, it's a boost grab and a demo. Lost. So much work there on the rotation, even when he's off the ball. He's got to turn. Yan on the sidewall, looking to get this one to the midfield. Unable to find something that's moving to a player. A lot of solo attempts, solo plays, and they're hoping the GK defense will show at least a couple of cracks in their armor.
A much better game possession-wise from GK. We talked about Furia pretty much owning all of it in game number 1, but they score that first goal early.
Oh, Swift. Look at all the time, though. Seiko's getting a win on the 50, but it's right back in the hands of Furia, and that's where I'm scared, Jorby. If you're giving this space up, I don't know if I have too much confidence with GK holding things down.
Good speedy read from Joyo.
Oh, no.
The goal. And this all starts from Joyo getting a quick read here, already up in the air. Yan too heavy of a touch, and that puts that puts his teammate in an awkward spot. Swift can't get any kind of power to the corner, making it easy for Joyo. Jack showing his emotion there with a 2-0 lead here for GK.
It's an awkward spot, but I still feel like a very manageable position for Swift. Could have saved that flip, not making the best contact. And that's 2 goals where it does feel like just punishments out of GK. Haven't had to work too hard for it. Obviously, they're in the proper position and able to hold things down. But ideally, for Furia, those are goals you're not giving up because you can create chances on the other side. Yan, here he is popping off.
Very much a bang-bang touch here from Yan. Receiving this pass. And look how tight that window was. Seiko getting up in the air. He can't find the read, but again, he's got to make that read instantly, get the touch. Yan does enough to get power on it to get through him, and Furia still alive in game 2.
It's just crazy to see Yan not get faked out, but hold on a second, the kickoff. Unable to get a touch out of Furia. There was a shot opportunity for GK. That's passed back into midfield. Seiko, hello.
And capitalize on it. Right, they got a really awkward bounce in the corner off the kickoff, and Lost doesn't have any boost on that touch. Yan's got to get something a little more productive there. Instead, Lost with no boost, kicks it away from the rotation, setting up an easy pass. And you keep talking about Furia mistakes being punished. That keeps happening now.
I mean, obviously, you got to give hats off to GK and respect what they're able to do. And these goals have been impressive, of course. Clinical, in the right position, able to punish. That's a difficult thing to do, especially at this level of Rocket League. But for Furia, I think they're quite literally playing themselves at this point on the defense. They've had good bits of offense. Yan has obviously proven himself with that double tap. It just comes down to holding it on the defensive side, not letting these mistakes get away from you and keeping possession.
Oh, Swift had a window. What a pass back to Lost. It was easily read though. Joyo, front and center. Almost another goal. With 30 minus left to play here. Actually rolls by Seiko. Furia looking for just a little time left on the clock as they try. Bouncer. Seiko tried to stay with it. Still, Furia have a chance. GK keep getting in front of it. Drop down. Nobody there for Furia. Huge clear for GK. All of Furia go forward. Swift with nothing. Yan with a demo. Yan trying to get 2 bumps out of it. He gets nothing. And GK will collect their first game win.
Ooh, and poor Seiko there in the last moments. I think he was handling 2 players, headhunting him, trying to take him out. And that's going to be GK bouncing back in game number 2. And I just stoic from them. It's one thing to talk about them being able to punish, but like I said, that's a difficult thing, Jorby. You're handling this pressure from Furia, which is overwhelming. They're stealing your boost, and you still manage to get the ball down the other side and put shots on target.
It makes the road easy and clear, though, for Furia. Really
Right.
got to shore up some of these touches. They were still in the game. Yan hits that double tap to come back where you receive the pass, and then Yan mistouches the ball right in the midfield after the kickoff and gives GK a passing play to Joyo to put the game out of reach.
Right, and it was an even game here for pressure. I mean, both teams with 8 shots apiece, and it didn't feel incredibly one-sided. Just a couple of moments where you're wondering what happened, like this one with Swift. I know it's a difficult read.
It's coming down fast.
I understand that, but you've got to put that ball at the corner better, Jordan. You got to save your flip. Any bit of contact has to get pushed there. I know he's not in the ideal situation, but that's one where you want to make a deep run in this tournament. Little mistakes like that cannot come through in your gameplay.
Now GK capitalizing on it, and the grind begins for both of these teams heading into game number 3. Still, you liked what you saw if you're a Furia fan in that first game. And you don't expect them to just keep making mistakes for the rest of the series, but I think one thing I really liked from GK was just being able to hold pressure a lot more. That's something they weren't able to do at all. Even when Furia weren't making mistakes in game 2, they actually were able to hold pressure, actually protect some boost. I don't think they were completely dominant in the boost grabbing game, but they were way better than they were in game 1. Gave them a lot of outs where they didn't have them before.
I just felt like they were able to absorb the pressure of Furia much more calmly. I mean, they were very collected, and I think that if you're a GK fan, that's a huge sign right now, and they've laid the foundation, Jorby. They've got that foundation of being able to punish, holding them on defense, like I said, absorbing the pressure. But now what else do you have? Do you have anything else, you know, in your special bag here, your magic tricks? What can you bring out?
You got a little,
this is crazy.
You got a little dine and drive here between Jack and Seiko.
Oh my!
Hey, they give him a little wibble wobble there. That's a little ground handoff right between them.
Was that Abjack on the handoff with that first touch?
No, Seiko hands it to Jack. Jack flips it back to Seiko. That was sick.
And I was just talking about it. They laid the foundation, Jorby. What more do you have? Can you bring us some mechanics, something special, the creativity, and of course, that's exactly what we get. Best way to start out this game for GK. But hold on a second, Furia. They've got something to say themselves.
Dude, look at this 50 from Lost. Absolutely muscles GK on this play. Catches it underneath, uses the stall to get it across. I don't even think it was a stall. I think he just stopped flipping at that point, but he got a perfect 50.
Well, he spammed the boost too to remain at least in a good position to get a better 50-50. Bounced off the backboard. Furia, it felt like GK might have run away with the series there, but an immediate deny.
Yan, nice catch on the reset. Furia really have been trying to squeeze on offense. See, Lost in particular has been pushing up on low boost a lot as that second man. Most times that's okay. His third man has been able to handle business. We saw how Swifty make him just a little uncomfortable, and maybe he coughs that ball up. GK so far handling business in the midfield, getting it back to the orange half.
I'm not gonna lie though, Jorby, there's so much more confidence now from my perspective on GK just with that previous goal. But look at the passing, Swift and Lost, back and forth. I think that is always a big question for me watching GK throughout this series, or not series, excuse me, season. I think they've got all this experience, and Wavepunk mentioned it, you know, are they past their prime? That's probably a question they're asking themselves. What more do we have? Can the hunger still push us to newer heights that we've never seen before? And I want to witness what more these players are capable of here in Boston.
You know, we weren't talking about this team like just struggling to get that 5th seed. The extra spot earned. So far doing well to adjust and even starting to take control here against Furia. They keep getting pushed back to the box. Yan forced the save. Jack gets the boost steal. You got Seiko stacked up here. Joyo third man. Jack actually just sitting up. Joyo seeing no play goes right back to get the 50.
Well, it's been a very grounded game too for GK. The first goal was with the handoff from Abjack on the dribbles. And I've seen him multiple times now bringing this ball down, collecting it in his own half. Here he is, of course, staying on it, making sure he can find some 50-50s, making it uncomfortable for Lost, who's just itching to get that goal and just take the lead in game number 3, because it's been an even battlefield so far, Jorby.
Yeah, no play in front of the box.
Welcome back to the Boston Major Alt stream. Once again, my name is Oliver Bastion alongside by Fear. And Fear, we just concluded what we thought would be a pretty close matchup. We had VP versus Falcons, and initially, it looked to be a blowout. And then it didn't. And then it went back to a blowout, and that's how the series ended. 3-1 in favor of the Falcons, 15-3 overall score-wise. That puts them at the very top here of Group B. As you guys can see, we still got a little bit to play. That Furia versus GK matchup actually is currently going on the main broadcast here for the Rlcs 26 Boston Major. But we're taking a look over now at Group C. We have got Space Station versus Vitality, and I'm going to hope that it is not like the last match we just had, where it was thought to be close and did not end up being so.
No, I think there's definitely there's an argument for a close battle here between Team Vitality and Space Station. We've seen them play in recent LANs, at least portions of their rosters. And they've played good. They've traded games back and forth, so who knows how it's going to be happening today. I think we expect it to go either way, but this is our schedule here. Vitality versus Space Station coming up.
Got a little bit more after that as well. We got 5 Fears versus Power, and then Made in Brazil versus TSM. And if the way that MIBR played against Shop 5 Rebellion earlier in the day is any indication, we could have ourselves a banger. But like we said, we're only about halfway through here on the alt stream schedule for the day. We have got ourselves Vitality versus Space Station on the docket. Now, again, this should be a good matchup. Based on the previous history of both of these teams, the last time they faced, it was a 3-1. Only it wasn't probably in favor of the team that you would expect. This new Vitality roster, man, there have been a lot of questions, and most of them revolve around that man right there. Stizzy, the new addition to this team, the other two, and Exotic and Zen, have kind of proven themselves. Stizzy, on the other hand, I think a lot of people are kind of questioning, is this Vitality roster still up to stuff with what the previous iteration was, and are they up to stuff with what the rest of the planet has to offer, as their entrance into the global picture hasn't exactly been as picturesque as they had hoped.
Yeah, talking about entrance into the global picture. This guy's entrance into the global picture is as good as it can get. Best RLCS major result first. Best Worlds result first. This guy came in with the best possible start. Since then, we haven't really seen the success from him that everybody was hoping to. I mean, he picked up a lot of fans, Zen did, as he dominated RLCS, and everybody's been searching for that to happen again, and he hasn't been able to find the kind of success that this guy has. Exotic, who has gotten a recent Worlds, more recent than Zen, has joined up alongside him. These two have been wanting to play together for a long time. They've finally made that duo, and we'll see if with the Stizzy edition they can get the results they want.
It's a little bit of a different picture when we take a look over at Stizzy again. First best result ever. First best result ever. We get to Stizzy, it's a second place. He's gotten close, but he's never been able to actually climb that mountaintop. Could he do it here in Boston? That is the question. But like we said, it's not exactly all hunky-dory right now for Vitality. They have played well, but for a team like Vitality, for an organization like Vitality, well is probably not good enough. This team really does want to be at the very top of Rocket League, and I don't think it's insane to state that they still have the capabilities. As much as maybe Stizzy has been a bit of a question mark here, all three of these players are incredibly talented and have proven so in multiple iterations.
Yeah, it really feels like this is a team that should be contending for the major victory, but the results that we've seen in EU and across the board suggest that they're maybe, a couple tiers down from the contenders. The thing is, there's just so much faith in Zen, in the community, in Rocket League. It just feels like Zen can win at any moment, and next thing you know, Zen is going to be back on top. He won the last time he was in Boston alongside Vitality. That was when he was starting his crazy run halfway through the season and took that major. And we look back at his run then, and it feels like it was maybe easier than it really was, but they did struggle at times and had to garner some hype from the crowd in order to actually bring them over the edge and get that win. They've reached out to grab Stizzy to see if they can get the X Factor, and maybe that will be what it takes to win Boston again.
Yeah, it's gonna take a lot, but it would be something special to this team if they are able to get it done in the same place that this entire journey, like we said, started for Zen so long ago. It's crazy to think it has been actually multiple years. For some reason, I still think of Zen as a rookie. He's up there with probably one of the best rookie careers of all time. You can see him. They're getting ready for this series, getting ready in the huddle for what is going to be, they know, a tough challenge, because on the other side of this one, it's not just Vitality that is playing for the glory and a chance to make it out of what has been called the group of death. There's also Space Station Gaming, similarly a new roster. There are pieces of their old roster here, but with the addition of Chronic and Diaz, sky's kind of the limit for this team. They've proven themselves capable, but you and I talked about this a little bit earlier. It started off really good for Space Station. Since then, it's been kind of
Yeah, Space Station, I think people weren't really sure what to expect from them coming out at the beginning of the season. Picking up Diaz and Chronic, you know, it can be almost seen as a little bit of a leftover squad as they collect the pieces falling away, Scribbles retiring, Koffer going over to Rebellion, and Reveal picking up 2 new teammates. But the reality is that their season start was so good that everyone started to tout SSG, even sometimes as the best team in the region. Now, since then, they have dropped off. I don't think anyone's saying that anymore. But one of the reasons why is because of this guy right here, Diaz. Diaz is somebody who I, of course, love to watch plays. He's a big-time 1v1er, and I casted him in the 1v1 regionals. But has he been able to translate it to threes has been the big question over his career. And I would say at the start of this split and for the extension of it, the reality is it has. I feel like often at times he's the carry for this SSG squad when they're playing well. So can he bring it to LAN against the likes of Vitality will be the question answered here very soon.
Again, this is probably one of the teams with the largest gaps between results for players there. We saw 12th to 14th, the best result for both Diaz and Reveal through any of the majors that they've played in. On the other hand, you have Chronic, who won a major. So it's a little bit of veteranship towards Chronic, which, again, also feels weird, man. I feel old every time we talk about these players. I still look at Chronic also as like a young kid, fresh to the scene. He's years into this now at this point, and he has that veteranship that they're going to rely on in a moment like this. Again, you can see Fall Regional 3 for Rlcs X. That was in 2020, man. And he has now grown up through the scene of RLCS. He's 20 years old. He's got a first place, major placement way back when he was on Gen G. But I do think that he's had his fair share of criticisms since his departure from Gen G. This Space Station team, again, I really do feel like they're the sum of their parts in a greater way. And a lot of that really is Chronic. He melds into this team really well. The problem, like we said, though, is that they started off melding really well, looking really good. And since then, there's been a little bit of disjointed and discombobulated issues here or there.
Yeah, but I think they have a chance to erase all that on LAN. All of a sudden, everything that you've done online, all the regionals that have happened up until this moment can be completely forgotten, either in a good way or a bad way. So SSG have a chance to throw that all in the past. And like you said, I mean, it's going to be a big win if they can do it against Vitality. The LAN resumes on one side, much tougher than we see over on Space Station. But NA has been looking better and better. One of the reasons why people have been saying this Group C is the toughest group that we've seen maybe in all of Rocket League is because NA4, Space Station, is so good. I think NA4 is often seen as a team that can get rolled over a little bit. NA's historically been very top heavy with teams like NRG, but North American fans are trying to make the argument that it's extending down all the way to NA4, and they could prove it here with a win over Vitality.
And again, this is not their first win over Vitality. We have to look back at the kickoff LAN when these two teams did face off against each other, and you could say it was close to a degree. It was 3-1 in favor of Space Station Gaming. They did take game number 3 in that series, 7-1. So it was an overwhelming victory for them at points in that series, but it did end off in a 3-2 victory in overtime that lasted like 2 minutes in favor of Space Station. So Vitality, when they do play to their best, they are clearly a capable team that can play against SSG. The question kind of becomes, are they going to show that here today? Is this going to be the old version of Vitality where they just hit the ground running immediately first game and they were looking like the perfect version of themselves, or do they take a couple of games to warm up? Because Fear, in my opinion, I don't think they have the availability to do that anymore. I think the level of competition has risen to where if you do slip for even a game or two, it's going to be a problem. We literally just saw that with VP versus Falcons, where game 3, yeah, it looked great. The rest of the series, it did not.
Yeah, if there's any group you couldn't have a slow start in, it's this one. You need to be ready to play against every last team in this group. And I think a lot of the eyes are often going to be on Stizzy and Exotic alongside Zen. Zen is known to always give the production he needs for his team, but when Vitality has struggled, it's felt like Zen feels like he needs to carry it all himself, carry the load and try and make up for, maybe a lack of performance from his teammates. You don't want to see Zen trying to dominate. I feel like when Zen's teams have been best, he's actually been more of a third man facilitator to some guys who can go crazy at field, and Stizzy and Exotic certainly have that capability. So if they can do that, I would expect this Vitality team to win. And if I'm looking over at Space Station Gaming, I'm looking at Diaz, I think, to have a big day. If Diaz has a big day, then Space Station Gaming are in the running.
I would wholeheartedly agree with you on that. I put out a list a little while ago on social media talking about some of the players to watch, the guys that could maybe break out of this event due to just, not having been in the spotlight before, not having had that availability to do so. Diaz is definitely one of those guys. He is very much one of those dudes that I think the expectations are extremely high for him. And I would agree with you. I think in the one sense, he has definitely gotten to those expectations, but I think his tenure on Complexity wasn't really as strong, I think, as many people probably hoped it would be. Very capable team, multiple of the players on that. Actually, I think almost every player on that team is at this major now and have found their way back in a different version, in a different squad. And I think all three of them are now kind of looking to undo that past, to kind of shake off what was not necessarily a great team, or, well, maybe not a great result for the team. It seems as a team they got along great in the cohesive unit as an environment, but like individually now, it's time for them to kind of prove that they are still up there with the very best. And I think that Diaz is trying to do so. He's proven he's very capable in North America, but internationally is really where we've got the question marks for him. So here against Vitality, against former world champions, I think this would be a massive proving point for him, even if they have gotten it done once. I do think it's kind of funny that we're like, you still got to prove yourselves. You got to show it. They did technically already show it at the kickoff lane. They did beat this team, and I still feel like despite that, we've got some questions. No questions on the other stream, though. GK absolutely smacking Furia. 3-1 victory over there on the main broadcast.
Yeah, it's a nice start for GK. People are looking at Group B as a similarly tough group to this Group C, and those matchups between, I mean, really any of those bottom three, I think Falcons are probably going to expect it to win that group, but it'll be a dogfight for two. So GK off to a strong start because VP and Furia both taking losses. VP can feel, not too bad about the fact that they took their loss to the Falcons, so they really need to lock in for the matchups between everyone fighting for that second spot. But Group B is intense. We got Group C action here right now, though. Space Station Gaming and Vitality getting ready to start here soon.
Which means we got to decide who we think is coming out on top of this one here. Fear, you've been hiding your pick for this one. I tried to get a little bit of insight before we got into this one. You're like, no. Wait till you see on desk, buddy. Let's see what happens on desk. So I'll be the first one to go and add a little extra suspense. I can't believe I'm saying this. I feel insane because I feel like we're going to jinx them, but North America, rise up. I think you guys do have a good shot here. Again, last time they played, I wasn't necessarily impressed by Vitality. Not to state that they haven't looked better since then, but I still think Space Station has got this. I think that Space Station Gaming have proven themselves to be a hot contender, to be very talented in moments like this. And until I see a version of Vitality that I think are world beaters like in the past, I don't really necessarily have a reason to pick them. This should be close. I can see it going either way, but I'm back in Space Station on this one.
Well, Space Station had the hot start. Space Station had the last head-to-head, but I think Space Station has been on the decline. So the Vitalities don't need to beat the world. They don't need to be world beaters. They just need to be Space Station Gaming beaters. And I think they're going to be. I think I'm not going to predict against Zen starting out here on this land. I think Space Station is a strong team that could maybe make it out of a different group. A different group. They'd look great. I love those guys. Diaz, Chronic, Reveal, but I got to go with Zen, Exotic, and Stizzy because they just have the history, the talent. I think EU is going to be greater than NA this time.
I'm really looking like an NA fanboy here on the alt stream, man. Like, I'm just picking all the NA teams, and everybody's like, this guy is delusional. I might be, but I got some faith that maybe North America shows up like we did at the kickoff land. There's no guarantees, though. Again, I do think most people are anticipating this to at least go to 4, if not 5. This should be a very close series. It really depends on the form of the team, though. Like you said, it's definitely been a declining game for everybody on Space Station versus a Vitality that is definitely on the rise at the moment.
It's time to forget about everything that happened before this. It is time for LAN gameplay. I don't care how your regionals went. I don't care how you did when you played against your own region. You're here now playing at the Boston Major LAN. It's NA versus EU. It's everything we ever wanted. It's Game 1, brought to you by Progressive.
Get into it. A best of 5 to determine who might survive here in Group C. We've talked a lot about how close this group could be. Every win matters, especially here for Vitality and Space Station. 5 minutes on the clock. Game number 1 between two teams. And if the last series was any indicator, you better get a goal early, because if not, it could get real bad real quick.
Zen off the back wall, able to drop down to Exotic after being challenged. And Vitality quickly onto offense. Stizzy trying to make something happen around the nets. And Reveal is able to get it just over the top of Exotic. His touch clears back to the corner as Zen will 50 out to Diaz at the midfield.
Ball so far, not getting much further than the midfield for either team, with some extra space being given here that I don't think either team anticipated. Lofty balls just kind of getting flung into midfield with no one really being able to follow it up too quickly. Maybe that'll come down to Zen's excellence as an individual. So far, not able to do all too much, and Stizzy rip a shot after both of his teammates aren't really able to do much to blossom this offense. Chance now for Reveal maybe to stifle said offense and get Vitality finally off the half end. It's not exactly going to be able to do it, but at least get a couple of 50s. Stizzy no boost in the tank. He's going to try to buy time for his teammates behind him, but Exotic just a bit too far behind the ball and they'll have to restart from their own half.
Reveal going to dunk to keep it in the blue. It's been an equal matchup so far between these two. Bit of passive defense from Space Station earlier when Vitality had the ball, but they're getting quick clears now. Maybe a little bit of nerves as both teams booming left and right. Diaz gonna get dunked. Chronic wants to get back to that ball quickly, but will have to instead play off of Stizzy's touch. This ball dropping down to Diaz in the corner. Diaz trying to go off the ceiling. Is the reveal shot there? No, it's a fake. Chronic, can he beat out Exotic? The double for Chronic is just barely not in. Zen clears it out.
Great shot so far here for Space Station. They're proving the offense has definitely come to play. The only problem is that I don't think either team has looked all too coordinated so far. I think this is kind of about an 80 or 90% version for both of the teams. Maybe a chance here for Zen to shut me up and get something on the board. Not quite yet. 2 minutes elapsed here in this game. Both teams have had their shots, but I don't think anything has necessarily gone towards the net of true quality that I think is going to go in. Maybe that single Chronic shot, and maybe this one from Diaz, blocked out by Stizzy.
Yeah, Diaz had the beat. He got bumped slightly and still almost made it back. Recovery from Vitality to make the save late. Diaz has no boost, so this is just a fake as he falls from the ceiling. Chronic winning the 50, and it's definitely advantage Space Station Gaming here in the first couple minutes as Diaz launching one away. Stizzy getting met, and Reveal's going to have a little bit of a chance to get something going. Exotic pre-jumping, but passively, while another Space Station Gaming player tries to clear out the nets. Problem is Stizzy's the one to handle it and take it back out to the midfield.
No matter how far away we get from that Rlcs and Arsenal offense for Space Station Gaming, they will still be a disruptive and annoying force up front. They will bump, they will demo, and they will continue to live on with that legacy. 2 minutes to go in this game. This has definitely been an annoying game for Vitality. They have had very little room to breathe and very little chances to escape their half. Technically one here, and Zen actually opts for the boost in the corner that isn't spawned yet. He does eventually get it, but you can really see Vitality uncomfortable beyond compare here. They have low boost. They don't have a lot of room to breathe, and they're just kind of getting forced over and over again to make plays like this that go absolutely nowhere.
Yeah, Zen, though, had that full tank. He made that decision to give up on the ball to have a full tank for that kind of clear, and it could be the difference that has put them back on offense as Zen gonna catch and try and go slow. Wait for the demo. Yeah. Zen will get the first goal on the board.
You can see the excitement in Zen's camera. He knew that was coming. All he had to do was wait. Diaz just flat tired here. No boost, no options. And Reveal spawning off of the other demo that already happened is going to open up some space. Vitality up 1-0 with about 100 to go.
Exotic's not going to get anything on the scoreboard for it, but he does all the hard work of taking out two Space Station gamers and lets Zen have the glory to put in the first goal with 1:33 left to go. Space Station doesn't need to be too worried because they've looked almost like the better team for the majority of these minutes. They just let a couple demos go through. They need to try and not let this game get stolen by Vitality. As Zen on the back wall, made it into a 50. Stizzy's there to wait, and now we'll send it out ahead. Zen, maybe a miss on the side wall as Reveal tries to set a 1-2 across the length of the pitch, but nobody there to follow that up, so it's going to be a quick double touch from Vitality to clear it out.
Chance here now is Stizzy, bangs it to the ceiling, but doesn't get it much further than that. Zen to almost nobody, and I think that actually kind of caught Reveal by surprise. I think he was expecting somebody to challenge. He takes it to the air immediately. When he finds the extra space, isn't sure what to do with it. They better come up with a plan quick, though. With 45 seconds to go, the opportunities are starting to dwindle for Space Station to get back into this game. Good, calm, collected patience from Reveal, but it'll only go right back to the hands of Zen, who makes it awkward for Chronic, and that will open some space for Exotic to find another. Vitality up 2-0.
Zen not shooting here in this position in 1v1 against Chronic. He just found the sweet spot on the back wall. It's not the best defensive play from Chronic, but I want to give some of that credit to Zen. It can be hard to get that full 180 turn and get the right clear. He put it in the most awkward spot for Chronic and gets rewarded.
All right, well, game one was looking to be pretty close between the two teams. I don't think it's necessarily going to turn into a blowout like what we just saw between Falcons and VP, but this definitely isn't how Space Station were hoping this game was going to go. Offense definitely in their favor for at least the first half. The back half, the same cannot be said. What a goal from Zen.
No one is going to remember the scoreless first half with the way Zen is playing now. What a redirect to make it 3-0. Sure, Space Station were holding their own for a bit, but it's domination from Vitality at the end of this game.
3-0, man. I don't think that with the way that this game started, we were anticipating this to A, be a shutout in favor of Vitality, and for B, to be this large of a goal margin right now. Vitality, they took a second to get going, but once the B started to buzz, my goodness, could you hear it all over the arena. This game is going to be one to forget for Space Station. Like you said, kind of feels like one that they should have won. They did not, though. Vitality up 1-0.
Maybe they should have gotten a goal. At this point, it's hard to say they should have won with the way Vitality ended. I think they were always going to, finish off this game in the lead. But Space Station, nothing to show yet from a decent bit of offense. Is that going to get in their head going forward? They should feel pretty good. If I'm coaching the Space Station gaming roster, I'm not too worried. Sure, Zen peaked here or there to make this one a bit of a blowout, but surely you don't always have to expect Zen to peak, right?
Surely he doesn't do it again, right?
You could bet on Zen not doing it again, I think.
I wouldn't. I wouldn't. Me personally, I would not do that. Because, again, this is the version of Zen we've been kind of waiting for, man. It's been a very long time since we've seen Zen in that just sort of, like we said, world beater form. But when he is there, good luck to anybody who dares to face him. And unfortunately for Space Station, I think they kind of gave him the availability to do that in game one. It took a bit to ramp up to get to 11, but now that he's there, good luck turning the dial back and getting him underneath that level of play. Space Station going to have to try to change some stuff up because, again, beginning of that game looked awkward for Vitality. After that, it never did again.
Yeah, Exotic's double demo really broke it open. And then after the first goal went in, it was just goal after goal for Vitality. So shout out to Exotic for cleaning up that defense. That's something that Space Station is probably more known for as well. At least the old Space Station roster. I know Reveal loves himself a good demo even to this day with this new one. Maybe that's what they'll need in this game. Number 2, the kickoff's going to go back to Diaz as he looks to make the first play.
Got a chance here for Space Station to respond quickly, and they will. Off the kickoff, an immediate shot from Chronic finds the back of the net.
That's just so surprising here. Zen got chased off, I think, by Reveal. Stizzy's waiting in net. It just didn't feel like a moment that should have been a goal. But I guess Zen, everyone was expecting him to get a touch there in the corner, and that Reveal chase down was enough for him to leave the play, and then Zen didn't realize no boost for his teammates. So that net is open if you slot it top right, and that's what Space Station did. This is a good response to the loss in game number 1.
Oh, dude, I wanted that. I wanted that Diaz redirect. That would have been something pretty. I mean, hey, it's already a prettier picture than what we saw in game 1. Shut out for a full 5 minutes in game 1. Doesn't even take them a minute in game number 2, and they're already back on offense. Chasing him down is Reveal. He doesn't really get much of that ball, but he does enough to at least keep them out of the corner and keep Vitality uncomfortable. Like we said, they started off game 1 looking this way. It did not stay that way for long, but with another clean beat here that goes right back into the half for SSG. So far, Vitality looking like they might need to take a second to reconfigure themselves.
Reveal's going to have a good chance on the ball as he takes it into the corner and no one there to contest him. What a catch. He's loving his back wall dashes as he tries to cut across the net, looking for demos to extend the play. He's going to have a chance to dribble like his teammate Diaz is known for, but actually immediately challenged. And now Diaz with a chance on the side wall. Exotic up to try and stop him again. Another chase down demo by Reveal. Zen actually manages to dodge it all and get the clear.
That's maybe my favorite demo chase I've ever seen. In all of Rlcs history, Bro went all the way up the back wall to the ceiling to chase him, and it might pay off for Space Station. That shot denied. The follow off target and off the bar. The Space Station starting to find their wings in this one, man. They're doing a good job of making challenges midair. They're doing a good job of getting the physicality, and Diaz might do a good job of doing it all himself. Chronic with a follow-up shot, but it's not going to get past Zen.
Diaz made the outplays though. Zen, even though he's on offense now, took all the boosts to get here. I think we could expect to see Space Station control this, although Exotic making a great play on his own. As Zen gonna dunk it straight to the net, it's in!
All right, you know what? what, Space Station, I'll give you this one. I don't blame you for conceding here, because who would ever imagine this shot? It's technically a pinch off of Diaz as he tries to keep close to it in the corner, but poor Reveal is just at the mercy of wherever that ricochets off the ceiling. It bounces down and goes straight on in, and Vitality, it's a weird one, but they will tie up the game.
Probably on Diaz to have the ball a little bit more secure in the corner. He thought he was going to be able to get multiple touches in a row before Zen beat him, but Zen is fast to the ball, and Exotic is going to tap this over to Diaz. Diaz has Reveal at the midfield. He's trying to fake here to get Stizzy up in the air. He's got him diced up to the backboard, but Zen sent it up. He needed to make a great recovery save in order to not allow the shot.
See, Chronic kind of paused there for a second. He did not anticipate that he would even get that shot as it came off the ceiling, and I don't think they were anticipating that to turn into a shot. Things getting a little bit weird here as both teams are just kind of challenging at 50s that aren't really being too controlled and are just kind of flying out in these odd directions. It's been to the benefit of neither team technically, as nobody's been able to do all too much with it. Yes, the first goal for Zen does go that way, but now we're starting to see SSG with chances almost identical. 2 minutes to play in this game. It is either team's ball game here, but maybe a chance for Reveal. Stizzy, low boost and good control. We'll take another 50, but Zen just clean beats him to get it off the half.
Diaz over the top of Exotic. Exotic forcing that jump, stealing boost in the attacking corner. Chronic has to leave this play. Reveal playing on nothing. Demo off screen. Zen is going around trying to get everybody. Chronic will 50. No follow-up from Vitality. Reveal pops this one up to a pre-jump from Exotic. And Diaz gonna have a chance at the side wall. He has done a good job of outplaying. Right now he has to force a quick flip in order to dodge the first defender. Zen a chance on ball as a teammate runs out ahead. He wants a 50. Diaz manages to keep it out.
This is getting real quick, real fast. The pace of play has absolutely upped for both teams, and as a result, that one just fires at the backboard and then the ceiling. Look, everybody wants to play like Mina, but not everybody's got Mina's speed, and I think for both of these teams, they need to be careful with how fast they are playing right now. Feels like a single mistake could cause some problems. That's not a mistake, but it is awkward, and it gives a chance now for Chronic to lead the way for the second goal for Space Station. Great job from SSG.
Reveal is getting rewarded for chasing down bumps and demos. He had just spent a huge time in the blue half looking to get people off of their rotations. Sure, he didn't connect with a demo necessarily, but he moves everybody out of the position they want to be in and allows Space Station to get that 50, and he gets rewarded with being able to finish its SSG up 2-1.
1 minute to go. Plenty of time for a Vitality to have broken out in the oddest of moments and done so in a very short amount of time. And this could be another one. Exotic's got the breakaway. He's looking for the bump on Diaz, and he will find it, but the save from a teammate will keep it out. How about for this one? Not quite. Stizzy to dunk. We're back tied.
There was a missed touch here on the back wall. Reveal tried to make up for it. Stizzy will demo him, and Zen is just too good at bringing that ball right back to the net. He knows his team has an advantage. A worse player maybe doesn't control it and get it to the net in time. Zen does, and we're equal.
Chance to go to overtime here. We know what happened last time there was an overtime between the two teams. It was quite magical. Nothing all too magical about that kickoff. That's actually not really going to benefit either team, but maybe Zen can turn it into something. Banged it to the backboard where Diaz is waiting. Got some decent boost and an outlet pass to Reveal, who will take it up. He's got space. He's got a reset. He's got it over one, not around the other, though, and Chronic to take over. 30 to play. SSG has got an offense blooming, and immediately will end.
Zen is just hanging out upfield. He was up there so early. I was wondering what he's going to do to actually make a play. It almost got it going towards the net. The fact he got that good of a shot out of that position gets me pretty excited to see what he might be able to do if he cheats up in the future. Chronic is past Zen right now, though, and not able to get much going with the last bit of his boost. There are two defenders in net, so this should be easy, but Space Station might get the last chance at regulation. Chronic, no boost to work with. It'll get sent to the ground. We got OT in game number 2.
OT's big one here for Space Station as well. You not want to reverse sweep against Vitality, and if they lose this, that is the scenario they will find themselves in. Vitality, on the other hand, like we said, last time these two teams matched up, it was close. They would love all the buffer they can get, and also love to not have this overtime start off like this. Immediately into offense is SSG, and Reveal, that touch I don't think is going to go his way, and neither is the follow-up touch. Weird and awkward for both teams, the only way I can describe the start to this overtime.
Yeah, Reveal wanted a really soft touch and let it fall away from him. Zen getting 50'd as he tries to control the ball off the goal line. Reveal is going to have a chance to make a play here. No one with boost. Exotic tried to get up there but couldn't get there in time. Reveal another reset. Is there a chance for a shot here from Chronic? Chronic puts it to the back wall and tries to keep Space Station gaming going. They have an advantage right now. Can they keep it there? Dia is going to undercut Zen as he tried to pass it down to the ground. And now Reveal, a little stall in the corner to win a 50. Reveal's hanging out on the back wall now, looking for redirects or bumps. That's what he likes to do, but he's not able to help out. Chronic and Zen will get the clear.
Unfortunately, they waited too long. Low boost totals for everybody on Vitality except for Zen, but they never really put the pressure on them to force them to escape and to keep stealing those corners. They do this time, though, and a chance to go downfield I think will be thwarted. Instead, goodness, a half volley from heaven goes right to Reveal and towards the back of the net, but no further. Diaz now a chance of his own, though. He'll send it off the backboard. Reveal will lurk, and Zen will get bumped off the ball, but the shot is not on target. Chronic, the follow-up, will go off the bar and out.
Chronic has had some tough shots to try and make, and he's trying to place them perfectly. Just barely not able to get them. Diaz going to leave this ball for Reveal. He's going to try and 50 to force it in. He forces it straight down. Chronic wasn't there quick enough for the follow-up. That's going to allow Zen these multiple touches in a row. Diaz wants to slow him down and will attempt to dunk him as Chronic's going to take a breather. Soft touch to control. Exotic will shadow. Stizzy actually puts out to the midfield. Zen's in a bit of a trouble. Great 50, and he will end what could have been a dangerous possession.
Still might be dangerous, though. They got somebody lurking downfield. Exotic knows that, so he'll get at least a wheel in the way. Zen, though, not sure what he's going to be able to do with this play. Exotic did try to play the lead block, but not a lot of boost to work with, so instead, we'll steal the corner and hope that's going to be enough. A demo, though, on Diaz means there isn't going to be a follow-up here on this play, or at least not immediately. Instead, Diaz forced now play a defensive role. This one bobs in front of the net. Diaz, good clear out. Reveal is there, but can't get a touch, and Chronic's got to be careful. He's got two players against him, and he knows it, so he'll go quick. Space Station hanging on by a thread right now, but they will not concede so far through an extra half-game played in OT.
Yeah, they survived there. A lot of last-ditch challenges on low boosts from Space Station in order to end that possession. Now they put themselves back on offense. They have spent the majority of time on offense in this game. It's going to be a bummer for them if they're not able to close this out and find a goal somewhere in these minutes of overtime. As Reveal in control has Chronic midfield. Has going to go for a bump to try and get Stizzy off the ball, but Stizzy still got a bit of it. Diaz now cannot get the double. It gets sent sailing to the midfield, and Chronic will stop it there.
As a banger, but it is not enough of a banger to get it towards the net or even get a shot out of it. Kind of feels like SSG are starting to find their own flow state that is preventing Vitality from really developing anything. They'll get a shot downfield, and that's about all that they'll get. It's an escape play and a hope for a follow-up, and that's all that they get. Chance here, though, with low boost on a couple players, and it doesn't matter. Who cares if you have 0 in the tank? If you can get a shot like this, that's the game. 3-2 Vitality.
Yeah, there was a demo way far off the play. It was a 2v2 over here in this corner, and Space Station Gaming was just so slow to challenge. They let this play develop, and Team Vitality going to take advantage once again. A dominant few minutes for Space Station Gaming that finish with a Vitality goal.
Exotic did not get the assist he was hoping for in game number 1, as technically his demo doesn't get counted on the score sheet. He definitely gets the assist in game 2 at the most crucial of moments, though. It's an overtime victory, so it wasn't exactly clean cut for Vitality, but it was definitely less clean cut for Space Station. Again, a game that I don't want to say, all right, you know what, actually, I will say it. Game 1, there's an argument to whether or not they should have won that theoretically. Game 2, they should have won that, man. Multiple shots off the bar, multiple opportunities on offense that just never got finished.
Yeah, this is one Space Station Gaming are going to wish they have back. We haven't seen a lot of people using their timeout in this best of 5 just yet, but we did see VP use their timeout to great success. Their one decent game, was after that timeout, so we'll see Space Station long overtime, maybe a chance to take a little bit of a break here. We see them chatting amongst each other. I'm not sure if they've called a full-on timeout just yet or not, but these guys don't seem to be too down. They've played a good series before so far. Nothing to be too bummed about. Just because they let one slip away, if they just turn some of that extended offense, they've been on offense for minutes at a time. If they can just get that final touch, maybe they can turn around this series. But they're looking at 3 straight games they'll have to win if they want to try and take down Vitality.
And a reminder again, this is for arguably the closest group out of any of the groups here at the Boston Major. So they will take the time out and take the time to figure this out because, again, the odds of making it out of Group C, if you take a loss here, go down astronomically. And I think Space Station recognizes that if there is a way, if there's a team to beat, if there's a way to get out of this group, it has to be with a win versus Vitality. So we'll take the full extra minute here and you got to just kind of wonder what could they do to change here? Because obviously we could say, shoot on target because a couple of the shots have just gone barely off, but that's not enough to change this at this point.
Yeah, I don't know. It's tough to say. They've gotten their break. They're headed back in. This might be the easiest matchup for them in this group of death here in Group C. It is a tough group. Or I think we're going to wait just a little bit longer. These guys get a chance to think a bit more. They'll need to decide. We've seen Reveal doing such solid work upfield. He's always done, just getting Vitality out of their comfort zone, out of their rotations. They've clearly liked the demo game. I think it was Reveal who actually caught a demo far away from the play when they got scored on. So, you know, it has two sides to it. It's not a perfect game plan, but this kickoff is going to be close to it as it will get Chronic a free possession to start, and he will take it down the right side wall.
Last chance here for Space Station to stay alive in this series. Again, they've got more series to play after this, but as we've mentioned, it's going to be real hard to claw back if you lose in a series like this, especially in 3-0 fashion. You got a full 5 minutes on the clock, no goals early, or I might just jinx it. Shot does go a little bit wide, but Reveal had that one covered.
And Diaz going to cut it off to send it to the side wall. Everybody is going all in here. Chronic has no boost to follow that up and sends it high. So that'll be the end of the Space Station attack as they all revert back to get boost. Diaz got almost nothing on his challenge. Zen is going to beat another. He's going to 50 in front of the net, and Exotic is going to finish it.
You can tell this was too awkward. Too many challenges out at midfield, and as soon as Reveal realizes he is by himself, he knows he needs to time this perfectly. He straight up does not. Zen just beats him despite low boost totals, and Exotic knows that if he just lurks around, he will be rewarded. That's another early lead for Vitality.
Yeah, Space Station just went a little bit all in, resulted in them rushing back. Diaz missed challenge. Reveal trying to shadow by a little bit of time for his team, but Zen is just too good to be allowed to be playing on the ball without much pressure. And he gives his squad the lead. Space Station Zen is now upfield, redirect denied. Chronic making sure he doesn't get put in a Zen clip. And now they're actually back the other way. Exotic should have an easy save though as he controls it down to the ground.
This one though is gonna pop right out to Zen in front of net. Be a little bit awkward, but it's Zen, so obviously he'll get it at least out to midfield. And the throw back into the corner will find Diaz, but it won't do much more than that. Space Station trying to develop something here. Chronic Vice Lonesome can't get it done. He'll get 50 against Exotic, and now Zen with a full tank is waiting for Reveal's challenge. Again, another 50 that doesn't really go anywhere, and the patience of Vitality starting to pay off. We talked about the very high speeds in game one. Since then, it's calmed down a little bit, and that calming down has definitely been in favor of Vitality.
Yeah, 50s and every touch seems to start going Vitality's way. They've definitely had the edge here, unlike in the previous games where it almost seems like they've struggled and they still win them. So I imagine if they're looking stronger early in the game, SSG could be in for a rough time as Chronic sends one into the corner. Zen's going to try and clear it out. Nobody on the ball again. They're going to let Zen go to work before Chronic does eventually take it away. Diaz up early, but just going to let the ball drop down. Reveal is shooting at what seems like an open net, but everybody on Vitality rushing back to clear it out.
You got to be a little more tactical with those touches there. Just kind of throwing the ball away at a net that you know somebody's going to get back to is not going to be winning game plan, especially for a Space Station that have proven they have the mechanics to hang in a series like this, but haven't really been able to flex them all too many times. I'd like to see something a little bit special. That won't dazzle anybody, as that one just kind of goes across the net and nobody finds even a touch. This could dazzle if Stizzy gets it, but no, the 50 will go out to the corner. Diaz to try and take over and give Space Station some more offense, but instead Zen, a couple touches to the backboard. And Vitality starting to live on this SSG half. They got to be careful because eventually something should break. That should have been then, but unfortunately for Stizzy, just can't slice it under the bar.
I think Stizzy had so much more time than he played with. I mean, that net was wide open, and he must have just thought he was going to be able to tap it in. He rushed it and didn't get the angle. Vitality should absolutely be up 2-0 right now, but instead, Space Station are going the other way. Reveal actually had an angle on net, forcing the save out of Zen. As Chronic will dunk, he wants a bump to get Stizzy off this ball. Instead, he'll actually steal away from the ceiling. Reveal to the backboard. Zen is low on boost, but still gets enough to prevent the Diaz goal. The SSG attack is still going. Chronic has a reset on the double. He has a million different touches off the back wall. He's trying to get something fancy on the backflip, but they will take it away.
Playing a little more patiently, though. They're going to get some demos, get some boost steals along the way, and just try to let this live on the Vitality half until eventually they can find an opening. Could this be it? Nobody's up to challenge Diaz. He's going to look for the bump. It's awkward for Vitality, but they can at least pop it back out to midfield. Reveal and Chronic will try to get something started again. Another boost steal in the corner. Vitality starting to get more and more awkward. The problem is, though, one good play and they've escaped, gotten boost, and all of that pressure from SSG has completely dissipated.
Yeah, SSG are really trying to go all in now. We see people following quickly as last back to try and make some offense happen, and it's led to them having to rush back and potentially get scored on. That was another great scoring chance for Vitality. This one is going to be stopped on the clear. Exotic keeping it in the orange half. Diaz wants to give it to Chronic, but nobody on SSG has any boost to get a meaningful clear, so they're going to stay stuck back here at least for a bit. Diaz lobs it away. Chronic pre-jumping to prevent Zen from getting back, but Zen is just going to read those plays, take it down to the ground, and still win a 50 to keep Vitality on offense.
Zen is playing like Zen, and Stizzy is starting to find his flow in this one. You can see it, they're chirping a little bit in the cams as well. I think they know Vitality, this series is theirs to clean up.
Yeah, great little bump there from Exotic to clear it out, allow Stizzy to double off the backboard and make it an open net. We were saying this is going to be the toughest group. A lot of that was hanging on the fact that we were expecting a lot from the Space Station team, who has looked decent in international play before, but as good as this looked for them, it seems like they're going to walk away with a 3-0 sweep, barring some actual magic here.
Boy.
And they're having to play from their own half, so I'm not sure we should be expecting it as Exotic lobs to the backboard, and this big clear will be into the hands of Vitality. I think we're looking at EU sweeping NA 3-0 in this one.
Not only sweeping 3-0 in this one, conceding.
Zen?
Whoa! I was gonna say, one single goal the entire time. Game 1, shutout victory, 3-0. Game 2, 2-1 victory in overtime. In Game 3, it's another shutout to cap the series at 3-0 for Vitality. We had questions. Had this team turned their form around since that kickoff land and found a more impressive version of themselves? Furia, I'd like to say yes.
Yeah, Vitality are looking strong. I mean, this is all they can ask of themselves, putting themselves in a good spot. They have Twisted Minds and KC now to deal with in their future rounds. Space Station Gaming, you know, maybe they've been on a bit of a decline. Definitely not as good of a result as the last time they played Vitality, and it's so tough. I mean, the world in which Space Station can make it out now involves 2 wins probably against Twisted Minds and KC. It's just, I just don't know if they can. They're going to have to try and keep spirits high because they have a couple tournament favorites to play to finish out their group.
Hey, if there's anything that they can do, it's upset in the moments that they least expected, and at this point, that's kind of what they have to do here. Space Station has got a long road ahead of them, and similarly for Vitality, it doesn't necessarily get easier either. They also now have to play against KC and Twisted Minds, and good luck to you. You know, that's all I really got to say at this point here, because again, Vitality, a great way to start the major, but it is only the start of their major. Again, these group stages, man, I love this format because it is brutal. A single loss, and that might just be the end of your major.
Yeah, it's insane. I mean, this Group C action is just ridiculous. The teams in it are amazing. So you know what? I'm not going to hold you guys from it any longer. On the main stream, there is KC and Twisted Minds going on right now. I'm sure they're going to show that to you in the break. We got more Rocket League here on the alt stream after this one.
Okay, the plumber's fixing that burst pipe. We should be all set. Good thing you're protected 24/7 with your home and auto bundle from Progressive.
Oh, I'm sorry. I'm just trying to figure out the right caption to post about this.
Maybe something like, I have protection, just need a lifeguard.
What about that emoji with a shocked face?
Or maybe flooded with emotion.
That's too much. Try Tuesdays are cray.
You know, technically, you don't have to post everything that happens online.
I totally believe you. Life is meaningless without affirmation, am I right?
Every day, Michelin innovates to move the world forward on the road and far beyond. Michelin, motion for life.
Book your trip at meetboston.com.
one of those 7, by the way. It was everybody else that was really getting physical, and it literally led to the goal by Vatira when he dropped it down on the goal line. So it's K-Corp that takes game number 1. Now we go to Forbidden Temple. No timeout here in this shorter series for Twisted Mind, so they will hold it for game 2, perhaps.
I mean, it was a close start, though. And I think Twisted Minds know what they need to do, right? You're getting the opportunities. It's just the finishing. Can they finish here?
Yeah, put it inside the post, inside the crossbar. Not whatever that start was for Twisted Minds in game 1. It's got to feel like forever ago now, though, as they try to go to work against Carmine. Monkey Moon sent off to Narnia, and then Juicy has his shot knocked off the backboard.
Sometimes it looks a little uncoordinated from Twisted Minds, a little rushed. Seeing a couple of double commits between TRK and Nobo, but outside of that, they're still doing a good job of like getting the ball away from KC. I think they understand the threat of letting them have time, but sometimes they kind of double commit trying to interrupt that.
They get a piece of TRK. Monkey Moon left it for Nobo off the back wall, and still nothing directly at the Carmine net. Juicy drops this one off, and Bati will roll it home. Vatira with his 2nd of the series, and this one breaks a tie as well.
Look at Juicy, though. Just stays on top of the ball. Monkey Moon is trying to get the cut, and they're playing Monkey Moon's cut, but he bumps off of Juicy's car, and that just gives a free shot to Vati. You can't give him that. Time and time again, he's gonna punish you for it.
As great as this team is, they probably had the biggest question mark of the entire offseason, if not Mina. You know, how do they replace somebody with the caliber of Drawley? Answer, Juicy, and he has fit this team like a glove. Atto to Vatira this time, and nothing brewing there. And Juicy's gonna have to turn back. That beat everybody, but was not on target. Dangerous play out of Atto, but not punished.
Yeah, Twisted Mind still kind of hitting the ball pretty heavily. Almost a lot of the aggression that they're sending it to, Carmine Corp have been able to handle. But it just comes down to really just getting that one play to execute, getting that momentum going. They haven't had any momentum. Carmine Corp pushing through them on the counterattack. Look how awkward that was. Twisted Mind's defensively holding on for now, but they got to get something going here.
TRK twirling through the air. Nobo was on the backboard. Monkey Moon taken out as well. They'll both respawn. It'll be in time to make the save on Vatira's drive. Now Otto, nothing in the tank. Juicy waiting underneath. He'll have to go back though as Vatira takes over. Dropped one down and taken away by TRK.
Oh, but it's a free ball for Juicy. He's got the flip. Oh, and he's making a splash. Juicy to the top right corner.
It's like time stands still here. It's like, okay, everybody stopped, and now here we go towards the net, right over top of Nobo. And it's Juicy with his 2nd and doubling the lead for K-Corp.
And the more Juicy gets these plays going, the more comfortable he gets in this environment, the more of a threat Carmine Corp is for the entire major. Twisted Minds got to slow things down here. Have not been on the scoreboard in quite some time. They're looking to get anything. It's not like they can't get the ball up field stacks, but they just can't keep it there, and they can't really put a good shot on. Now they got to play these counters, which you just don't want to. That's not the game you want to play here against KC.
Hard off the backboard for Twisted Minds with the shot. Left a lot to be desired. It was just soft and right at the defense, and not enough physicality in front. The Twisted Minds have to go back to the drawing board, and they have to do so with Atto cutting them off at midfield. There is not much that is headed towards the Carmine Corp net. Meanwhile, Vatira tried to slip one under, and Juicy goes with the 50. It's just about neutral. Monkey Moon for TRK, and that one was sailing high as well. Atto got to it. It counts as a shot on net, but it really wasn't.
It feels like they rushed the play, and Atto almost punished him the other way. That would have been impressive 1v3 from one side of the field to the other, because they had the numbers advantage earlier. They didn't slow down the play to get the bump on Atto. They rushed it. He was able to get the save, and now look, Twisted Mind, the team is stuck on defense. They're trying to get out now. They have to do better keeping that ball close on offense and really making the most where they get those numbers advantages.
Well, that was a valuable boost steal out of the corner, but Atto is still way downfield for that clearance. And now Vatira will just take his time, let Monkey Moon go up to the sky to meet him. That's what he had to do because he didn't have much boost in the tank. Atto had picked a spot, but he's met well out in front by the defensive Twisted Minds, who are just trying to hang on here in game 2 and keep this manageable.
to get anything here in the final seconds. Army Corp just feels like they are the bar. They're setting the tone, and it's up to Twisted Minds to see if they can match that pace. So far, it hasn't been the case.
They let one defender go by, but nobody there to follow the play up. And now Monkey Moon for TRK trying to break this deadlock. And yes, they finally break through. They avoid the shutout. They got 34 seconds to work with off an excellent pass from Monkey Moon.
TRK, great positioning there. I think that's his 7th shot this series. Finally gets the back of the net. 34 seconds to go. Can they turn this into more?
They got the ball going the right way. Nobo's gonna dive in here with Juicy there to meet him. Won by Nobo, but cleared out by Vatira. With every clear, it becomes that much more difficult a task. That was not where it needed to be. And the demo's certainly not gonna help. No, Nobo, big problem. Vatira makes it a 2-goal game again.
This is so frustrating defensively. You see the play, you see Juicy's gonna go for the ball. TRK gets that boost and then stays on the sidewall. I don't know if it's a communications breakdown, but this just feels like something that shouldn't happen. 18 seconds to go, and Karmic Corp in complete control of this series.
There was life for Twisted Minds, and then K-Corp reminded them, no, this is the group of death, and that is all that is here for you. Final countdown now of game 2. Surely a timeout in the wings here for Twisted Minds, else this series will go as a sweep if they can't turn it around. The blue wall standing tall early.
Yeah, they are. I mean, it's very consistent. Defense has been strong. Offense has been deadly. But you expect that from Karmic Corp at this point. They're a team full of talent, and they're showing that talent here and now. And even though Twisted Minds have talent, they have the veteranism, they have the young mechanics. The pieces aren't coming together. I was talking to one of the coaches, and they were talking about scrims. You know, scrims don't really matter here and there, but they said Twisted Minds didn't look too good in scrims. They were playing full dive, easy to counter, and it feels kind of similar to that here in this series. Karmic Corp, their counterattacks on Twisted Minds has been just so deadly, and Twisted Minds has not been able to stop Karmic Corp on the push.
So they're gonna take some extra time to figure out how to do it as we see Juicy add himself to the highlight reel with the flip reset. And then Vati calls game here for his 267th LAN goal. Only now 4 behind a former member of Twisted Minds in Rise, who sits above him at 271. Have to imagine if this series goes the distance, Vati could break that record now. He will certainly do it at some point in the group stage, especially with the Terry's on right now. 3 goals in this series, 2 games in.
Yeah. I mean, you look at it like Karmic Corp structure, it really does come down to kind of like that midfield for the most part, keeping them off the air for free. You can't give them that free look, and just really being able to apply pressure for the ball and control the possession. It's been tough. I mean, it hasn't been the worst thing in the world for Twisted Minds. They've had opportunities, but those few ones that they've had, again, the final shot, at first it was an execution thing. That was rough. Now, it feels like it's a downward slope, and they got to get out of it. So this is a big timeout.
Very important for Sad Jr. to try and right the ship here for what is still, you know, there's a lot of pedigree on this Twisted Minds roster. Make no mistake about it, as good as Karmic Corp looked, you've got a roster with a 1v1 world champion, a 2-time world champion, and TRK nearly added his name to the list of world champions as well. He's had some success at international lands in spades. But they're up against the blue wall. Game 3 now, following the timeout. And Vatira's gonna score 2 seconds in. Nice timeout.
It's just such a great setup there on the kickoff. Addo goes for it, Vatira hard cheat, and he played it perfectly. Wow, Karmic Corp, they said, thank you for the timeout. You helped us line up the kickoff. Let's go, let's finish this.
That was not what Sad Jr. talked about. Here's Juicy. Could he add yet another stroke of brilliance here? Vatira, good catch. Oh, he was just barely clipped by TRK there. Now TRK indirect with Monkey Moon diving in. Nobo's there too. It is right on the doorstep, and Nobo will get credit for the goal Twisted Minds send the house at the blue wall, and they finally knock it down.
Yeah, they do. Nobo to Monkey Moon, and then he just forces his way through the defense there to get that final touch. They will not be denied. It will not be an easy game here as we're all tied up in game 3.
So Juicy will take his time from the back. They've given him plenty, and that's been deadly to a lot of teams in Europe. They've learned the hard way. He can create just as well as the others. Nobo stopped there by Vatira. Oh, that's a great first touch by Atto. Got around TRK as well. Vatira descended onward, and the blue wall putting the pressure back on, but Atto's got to back out here. He had nothing in the tank. They beat Juicy, far down and in. TRK comes alive.
There's the shots coming through. Look at, again, that increased pressure. Great pass from Monkey Moon to get it right on the nose to TRK and just set it stacks. We needed it bar down and in.
They're still hitting around the edge of the goal, but finding ways to force it home. TRK now with Noble running underneath. Monkey Moon in support as well. Everybody forward for Twisted Minds, but the blue wall stops them this time. What an active first minute here in a must-win game for Twisted Minds.
Tara, lots of space there in the midfield. Got past one, double flip reset to move upfield. But here comes that transition. Noble gets to the ball here. No, Juicy sends it into the corner. TRK is going to leave it for Monkey Moon. Twisted Minds now trying to get out. Got to be careful here with this free ball. Atto will just throw it on net. Twisted Minds has done a great job of not putting the ball in spots where Karmine Corp can take advantage, but they have had to make saves time and time again. You just don't want to be in this position against KC.
Atto did well to get back onto that ball coming off the ceiling, but didn't quite get the angle he wanted. Vatira now, infield pass, looking for Atto, but instead, the defense there, Twisted Minds up to the task. Now Juicy gonna leave it for Atto, and he'll score! Bouncing it home, tie game.
You can almost see it coming. When you see Juicy being in that front man, if it's here in a couple demos, it's a 1v1 situation. Karmine Corp are gonna bring out that selfless play. They wanna keep you guessing on the defensive end. It was a good leave, and Atto forces it through.
TRK did get a piece of that, just not enough to keep it out. Now, how quick will they be on the following kickoff? Juicy's got nobody else forward with him. Monkey Moon takes charge. We're all tied up now in game 3. High drama here in what is by far one of the toughest groups we've seen ever, but certainly by far the toughest in this event.
Yeah, lots of competition on both sides, but it has looked a little shaky for Twisted Minds. They can't put the pieces together. The Karmine Corp have taken advantage. Such a physical transition on the ball, all for it to go back the other way into the blue half. TRK waiting in mid, it gets to him, and he sends it home. Novo gets it to TRK, and Twisted Minds back in front.
Hard to miss from there, as TRK diving in.
Welcome back, everyone, to the alternate stream for RLCS Boston. We're excited to cap off the rest of Group A, but hey, that Vitality SSG match, pretty interesting achieves.
Yes, SSG fans around the world are devastated. Vitality fans are saying, yeah, we knew the last time we lost to you guys was a total fluke. Nice try, guy.
Yeah, a slow start for SSG. Maybe still hope for NA with how NRG are looking in Group A, which, speaking of that, our next match will be 5 Fears versus Power. So we'll get to revisit those teams after a slow start for them as well, being 0-1.
Yes, and I am actually looking forward to this one. A lot of parity, I think. 5 Fears showed me some good flashes in their matchups that they played early on in the day, and of course, the mainstream schedule shown on your screen right now. Currently, Karmine Corp versus Twisted Minds going on, and later some other Group A matchups, and Shopify and Original Mates to wrap up the day. But boy, it's been quite a day one here as we are making our way slowly but surely through the alt stream schedule lemon.
Yeah, 2 more matches. I can't believe the day is already almost over. It's been a marathon. It feels like a sprint sometimes, and a couple of sweeps on our end, but still, it's nice to see everyone meeting those expectations. I don't think any huge upsets in my opinion, and we still have tomorrow to cap off our groups as well. So all the teams will get to take a breath and bounce back tomorrow.
Yeah, the big one here for Five Fears Power, not mathematically a must-win, technically, but it sure feels like one if you're one of these two.
Yeah, and you and I were casting that NIP 5 Fears match. Pretty interesting. Our first match, at least on our stream, to go to overtime. Yes, 5 Fears forced that overtime after actually getting the first goal of Game 2. And then NIP caught up to them to close out the whole thing. Frustration started to build for 5 Fears in that Game 3 especially. It was a very demo heavy, but unfortunately got 5 Fears out of position a lot, leading to a ton of scores. 8-2 is how that Game 3 ended.
Yeah, it definitely fell off the rails there at the very end, but there were some good flashes. I liked what I saw out of Guns. I mean, him out of the corner had some great 50 game. I mean, loved the guy's pace management, loved the guy's approach when he had to slow pace the play down and try and make something happen. It was great. Snowy started picking it up as well throughout the midfield, and of course Tekaz, who's been such a big integral part of the attack generally since he's come over. So Snowy looking to rectify that top right corner miss that kind of sealed the deal in their series and bounce back here versus Power.
And just the journey that the 5 Fears boys have been on. It's the first time in the region's history that this spot for a major was decided in the very last grand final of the last regional. They've really battled between them and the Pioneers and came back from a pretty serious deficit in order to make it to Boston. So they knew it was an uphill battle. Now they're about halfway up the hill, and I think this is a must win for 5 Fears, considering if they don't, they got NRG tomorrow or something. So very important to get at least one win under the belt here.
Yeah, definitely need all the help you can get in their opponent's Power. Lost to NRG earlier. They will finish out their group stage tomorrow by playing in NIP. So this is also a pretty big one for Power because NIP is definitely going to be a battle for them, and you have to make sure that you come out here and you knock off these 5 Fears guys just so you can feel good, get rested up, and know exactly what you need to do tomorrow to get the job done.
And a decent look to Power, and this is the most comfortable that Fiber and Super Lucky have ever been going to a LAN. They were looking for that mechanical third and finally found it in Gus. And he showed us just some of his potential already, being the highest score, just overall the highest statted player when it came to that match in NRG, where they forced 2 overtimes. So OCE always causing a ruckus, but they need a clean win against SSA.
Yes, you also would have noticed Coach Freaky there in the back line for Power. If you've been a longtime viewer of Rlcs, you know he's a former player who has been on some top-level teams, and of course he became a coach who you may have seen at FIFA E World Cup potentially, or coaching the German squad, of course, and he's been on the Chiefs and now Power in the OCE region. So long-time experience behind all those guys, but that being said, the people on the pitch for Power, they've seen a few majors in LAN environments themselves.
Yeah, and for Gus, at least, it's his debut RLCS LAN, so there's like a mix of experience, but Gus showing us that on day 1, match 1, like those nerves didn't really get to him. They're really leaning on feeding the ball to Gus as much as possible. And Super Lucky is the type of guy to do that. He's very like Abjack or a Reddles type of player, someone who could do it all. He's vocal, he can be on offense, he can be on defense, he can enable his team and keep them together while also being disruptive. He kind of does whatever the team needs, and that's what I love about Super Lucky.
Yeah, gotta love it. Super Lucky, I think the linchpin, very much like Snowy over there on the 5 Fears side. Fun matchup to watch between those two, no doubt, but Gus, Guns, I mean the GG, I don't know. I think I actually favor Guns a little bit. I was quite impressed. I love the approach he showed me in the match 1.
Yeah, I think for me, it's like Power mechanically on paper should be the team that comes out on top. But you and I got to watch a certain reverse sweep that happened to Power in a certain final very recently. So Power just need the power to close out matches. It's not how you start, it's how you end.
Definitely, and they would like to get things in order. I think I'll also take Power here. I can't pick 5 Fears yet. I gotta see it one time, you know? I can always bet on the pedigree, though. Power has definitely proven that they are the best OCE team here. You know, I believe they won 2 of their 3 opens, if memory serves, and they just lost that 3rd one to the Canterbury Bulldogs in a devastating reverse sweep fashion, but that's neither here nor there. Power, I think, definitely needs to come out here and put on a strong show, close it out, get the job done, put the pressure on them, make them execute, very similar to what NIP did. I think it's going to be a good show, though. A little bit tighter, I expect, compared to the NIP game.
Yeah, and I don't want to see Five Fears lose the mental game, because we saw that at the game 3. Just one silly mistake in game 3 led to this devastation. And they didn't utilize that timeout, and they're going to need to lean on CPZ and lean on winning this match. It is ready to go. This is a must-win for both teams, as they are both kicking off 0-1. We have OCE versus SSA. Let's get into it. Game 1 presented by Progressive.
Really curious what those first minutes look like for both of these teams. Who gets to hold the advantage? Who gets to bring the heat? Who says we're in the driver's seat early? We came here to play. We're ready to take it to you. My money's going to be on Five Fears. I think they're going to come out with some fire behind it.
Yeah, well, your prediction kind of had the other way. But,
I think Power wins. I'm just saying they're coming out swinging.
Yeah, Five Fears, I think, had a strong showing, but a devastating ending. While Power forced 2 overtimes against the world champs. So can they shake off sort of what happened and what looked to be a winnable series for Power? But we'll get to see what Guns can do, because he was doing it all, offense, defense. He truly is the weapon, and he feeds it to Tekos. A beautiful shot. That's going to get them hyped up.
Really nice flip reset and super lucky. That's actually not a bad clear. It was a nice adjustment from Guns after initially taking that first challenge to get back to it, poke it off the backboard. The third man from Power not in the play at all, and Tekos great positioning, just driving that one firmly into the net.
There's so much to take away from a guy like Tekos on your team, as that import brings that European flair and a new look to this SSA squad. That duo of Guns and Snowy. Really appreciate that, and appreciate that demo as Tekos looking to drop this off. Kind of a miscomp between him and Snowy there, but all good.
My bad, excuse me. Let's reset here. If you're Five Fears for sure, but Power first chance to really get the attack going.
Hey, you're on the board early. That's what you need. Maintain and commit, as Gus trying to readjust, and Guns as stoic as ever. Tekos in the wings, who will take over, dump this in towards the net, and Gus can't catch up. Five Fears up by 2.
Look at Gus' rotation back there. You saw him leave down the center line, and the big part is he doesn't pick up any of the small pets. He missed all of them. I'm not sure it would have made too much of a difference. I think he was close to supersonic, but either way, the power on the shot enough to win the race to the back post. And Five Fears up 2.
Super Lucky and Fiber were definitely the ones putting up a ton of saves against NRG, and gotta have a stable backline, because that Five Fears, they're ready to step up, and they've clearly shaken off whatever happened in their previous match as Snowy pushed away. Retaliation, rebounds found by Five Fears. Here comes Super Lucky, hoping to punish that overcommitment as Snowy dances away. Guns bullying in the net, and Five Fears keep it safe.
I think that's a big play for Super Lucky as well. Get in there, start trying to take on multiple defenders. Shot to the back post, denied by Tekos. Super Lucky needs a little bit of help. Fiber, can you deliver the bang? Yes, he can. Left side had a defender right on it, but he got there too quick. Slides in over his shoulder.
Yeah, and the defenders were getting starved too at this point. It was a matter of time before this was going to bleed through, so smiles on Power's faces, or at least one of them, to get the ball rolling, metaphorically, physically, and to stay in this game 1. Well, update. Ooh, KC up in that series against Twisted Vines, but focusing here, you got a double commit from Five Fears. They're just trying to keep the legs underneath them. Super Lucky waiting on the approach. Powerful shot, redirect opportunity for Fiber, but a wall built in front of that Five Fears net.
A great job from Tekos getting in front of that in short order. I don't think he was quite expecting to have to make a stop, but sometimes you do. Guns also pokes one off his own post. Five Fears trying to keep Power at arm's length here and find that insurance goal right back.
Power quick to rotate back in to really respect this team. They're bringing a new flair. It can be dangerous at times. You got Demos on the other half, so both teams needing that mental reset. Now Power have a chance to work with this ball, but Fiber's more going to read where this clear is going to go. Secure the midfield and scale this, and not overthink, not overrush. Power know they have plenty of time to make this work, and Fiber's got plenty of space to pull off this double.
Gorgeous double tap, but boy, you gotta find the clear. Tekos can't get there. Snowy and Guns. I mean, Snowy believes Guns is gonna make the touch and just starts to rotate forward to get the attack started, but the other guy comes up empty. Power punishes 2-2. It's a ball game.
Yeah, we knew that Power was although a different roster than you remember, it's had so much potential. They beat that wild card that came, what, top 6 at Worlds, so
it's
really
close to that, yeah.
Yeah. Regional 1, I should say, yeah. So 2-2, game 1. I'm excited to see if, now that 5 years have this new energy to them, but Power, I think they've woken up, were able to match blow for blow, and get to see if Guns can be supported on the front lines.
Tekaz, not a bad try there. Pinch off the ceiling. That's a bit of a giveaway for Power. Gus is able to close the gap, and Super Lucky 1v1. Unfortunately, not going to make it back. Hoping for the pinch across and the help from Gus, but wash, rinse, repeat, reset the attack here, and see if 5 Fears gives you another opening.
It's difficult to puncture through this midfield. You really got to toss the ball high, which 5 Fears give up the space, receive, and just try to get these long booming clears, and they're just using all the boost to try and follow along with it, which leaves them really no resources to work with. A minute left. You can tell both teams have been playing further back and minimizing those risks. They do not want to make a mistake at this point in the game, and this ball almost drops in front of the blue net. Snowy escorts this to safety, but these 50s on no boost is not going to help 5 Fears really get it going. But Snowy's disruptive in the net, and a pinch save keeps it out for now. Is now Fiber. Rounders to get out.
Ooh, Snowy going to need a little bit of help, and in fact, Power not even going to be willing to let the attack develop straight down the center line. Guns is equal to the task, and he will be tasked with a solo effort out of his own half. He's been dangerous in this situation this time. Fiber will find the clear, but Tekaz and Snowy should have the support here.
A little drop off to Snowy, and an awkward bouncer, and Fiber, stoic as ever, didn't even budge. He knew exactly where that was going, assesses the field. One last drive here for Power, but not really full committing to it. So 5 Fears see if they can generate some momentum from this point. Bump attempt as Snowy has to watch this one sail by, and way dangerous ball on the post. Wait. Now we go to OT.
Surprise, keep your head on a swivel. Don't get too distracted by the air dribble. You never know if they just let go off the backboard, and then you have the surprise poke into the bottom corner. Gus wants a flip reset off of the backboard. He muscles through everyone. A little help comes through and smashed off the post. Power denied at the start of OT, but the second effort gets it done. Fiber will take game 1 despite starting 0-2 in the hole. The 5 Fears. Power fight back.
Oh, this defense was messy from 5 Fears right off the kickoff, like a double commit off into the corner, getting into each other's way and not being able to stabilize before the ball rolls in just like that. Power putting on the suffocation right into OT to close off that game 1 after 5 Fears were leading 2-0 for a little bit.
Yeah, not a fun start for Power, but way to keep your heads level. Don't get too rattled by being down 2-0 early. 5 Fears had a couple of nice chances, but ultimately the defense definitely equal to it over on that Power side of things. Great job to rally the troops. Just keep playing calm, cool, collected. The chances will come, and they turned them in. Well done, 5 Fears. You're not happy that it slipped away from you, but you definitely felt like you were in the driver's seat for some portions of that game, so I wouldn't be super worried about that. But at the same time, you definitely need to come out with that same level of intensity and that same level of control of the game in game 2.
I feel like there's more weight on 5 Fears' shoulder to win this match than for Power, because 5 Fears have NRG tomorrow, while as Power have NIP tomorrow. So different strengths in terms of opponents and difficulties for tomorrow. So important to get a win under the belt here if you have any hopes of getting out of groups. And when it came to 5 Fears, for their expectations for groups, they think they had the best chance when facing OCE when going up against Power, obviously. So, and clearly they show that they've looked better against Power, but it's Power that crossed the finish line in game 1.
It has been the long-standing regional grudge for SSA for a couple of seasons now. They definitely feel like they can be better than OCE. Well, now's the time to prove it. You had it for game 1, and then it slipped through your fingers. Time to go wrest control back.
Making sure you organize your defense, too. You saw how that one slip up from 5 Fears in OT just boiled over into a loss, but you're able to fight for that long. Game 2 could be a whole different story. Gus is the one to watch. He's already been so solid in his RLCS LAN debut. as that mechanical third that Power has been looking for. So if you could feed the ball to him or to Fiber, you know magic's going to happen on the Power side. But looks like they're not really going to rush things, see if they can find openings, and try to draw out 5 years from this very sturdy defense.
Tekaz poking, prodding. 5 years just seeing what's available, and unfortunately they actually had the 50 lined up pretty well there at the midfield, and unlucky that they allow a guy with 0 boost just to drive the length of the field and get everything set for Power for free pretty much. You hate to see that.
This is where confidence comes into play, and a defense too. That got real scary being centered out as Gus will collect, go up into the ceiling. And Guns is always unafraid of climbing up that high and being disruptive, but need 5 years to be as well-rounded. Everyone has to contribute. What a laser too towards the blue net. Jeez. And Power are not even done yet. Let's see if they can put a stop to Tekos here in the midfield. But now there's demos going on off screen, so a chance for 5 years to strike while Power are still getting together.
Good try. 5 years with a chance. Guns has to see the clear. Super Lucky, a must-make touch. Power definitely holding 5 years at arm's length as that one's poked over the head, and it's gonna lose the race. Super Lucky from his own half.
Yeah, sometimes you just have that aggressive third just ready to rotate in at a moment's notice, especially when Tekos had no boost. Now he wasn't sure where to. He should be that second man that pushes up, and that small lapse is opening that Power needed to kick off this game too. This is the best of 5. You got timeouts, so expect that to come out of 5 years if they don't get what they want in this game too. But now Fiber just gonna be neglected here. Connects with Gus, and Guns is trying to stay steady. Is now getting team bumped by Snowy, so 5 years got to get it together.
Yeah, starting to see a little bit of that shakiness that came in Game 3 of 5 years earlier matchup versus NIP. One silly mistake, and then led to a real avalanche for the opposition. Important not to allow that, and as I say it, you miss a clear, and Gus drills one bottom left corner.
Super lucky to Gus, and this is the guy you got to set up for success. Tough read to make off of that ceiling area there, and Power get it done again. Second half 2-0. Now you can kind of minimize the shenanigans, but we know OCE is always a fun region to watch for. That Tekos trying for the dribble bump and gets denied, and Power live on. More than that, they seem to thrive. Fiber with the second touch, and oh, Super Lucky was almost the janitor to clean that up, but hey, they're going for more too.
Oh, and Gus, just the ultimate slow play and nice, easy, controlled back pass. Now Power definitely feels like they're in the driver's seat. Flip reset into the middle, pulls out 2 defenders. Gus 1v1 off the bar and can't catch the clear. 5 years break out, but only 2 minutes on the clock. They're right at my preferred time limit, 1 goal per minute. Time to get command, get the attack started, stay there, and convert 1 and make it a game.
And Snowy got beat to the ball when it dropped down right in front of the orange net. So small opportunities where you just got to react faster than Power, but they're just quick to disrupt and to attack the ball at all times when they're on defense. They just got to kill the next 90 seconds, and a quick challenge to not choke this lead. And they've been able to completely deny 5 years Game 2, a shutout opportunity. But Tekos does get a demo, and that clears Guns for the go-ahead.
I mean, Gus makes the clear here, and I understand the token pressure, but it's that bump in the back corner. He was the guy that was going to be responsible for the net. Super Lucky hears, I'm dead, so he starts trying to head back, but he cannot make it in time. Nobody able to close the gap on the shooter, and nobody able to cover the net with the demo. Nice physical effort from 5 years to get back within 1.
Nice kind of double setup from Snowy. It just lacked Power, gave enough time for Power to catch up. Snowy though, full tank, Guns, downfield. This has been a strategy that 5 years used in their last match. Have long passes to Guns, and really have nothing to lose at this point. You've really got to go for it in 5 years. It took so much effort just to get the 1. But Power, they're just hustling, and man, they already got 5 years on the back foot, but if you could maybe catch Power over committing, it could be a retaliation opportunity for 5 years.
A little overcommit there from Snowy, but if he steals away a boost, it doesn't really cost him too much. Gus, solo effort out to the open space, and that's the right move for Power. Take any air dribble you can, and don't even attack the net. Just go to wherever 5 years isn't. That's how we convert this time advantage to a win.
Well, nice setup, but Kickoff just pops it, can't go for the direct shot. It's just so much traffic, and you gotta beat Power to the punch. And right now, it's Power punching down, looking to go to match point unless Kickoff can drive this all the way down. He's got a reset, a few to work with, but he's about to land into 3 defenders of Power, which quickly send this away. And now Super Lucky just lands this down, and Power go to match point.
Nice job from Power. Don't get rattled, and ultimately, 5 Fears, it was that miscue off that backboard where you felt like you probably should have had a clear. They ended up throwing away the opening move and trying their best to battle back, but too little, too late. Get out 2-0 for Power in the series. 5 Fears backs up against it, and boy, that does not feel good. You're feeling like OCE's your most competitive region where you think you're better. Time to prove it.
Good timeout opportunity for 5 Fears. Now you get to lean on CPZ, that coach, to just calm everybody down. He's been a pioneer for Rocket League for this region, knows how to bring the guys together. He's very close to Snowy. He's been known him for years, so he knows how to calm him down, but especially bring the team together. These have been some personalities that have clashed, but mostly that have overcome so much. Some really serious losses in the early regional to bounce back and claim this Boston spot. So they've gone through thick and thin together. So now this is the point of just killing the frustrations and locking in for the potential final game.
Now, the nice part is it doesn't really feel like anybody on Power is doing anything specifically to beat you. I mean, it actually feels like the one goal that was earned in that whole game was actually the 5 Fears goal. It's that physical play, and they caught Power with no boost, and they were able to swarm and convert. So in terms of not beating yourselves, 5 Fears is creating goal-scoring opportunities. So honestly, you go into this game 3, it's just like, all right, guys, let's just not do anything stupid. If our front guy doesn't have boost, let's don't overcommit a second man and say, look, we've proven that we have enough to actually stop them. We just don't have to force anything and pull ourselves out of position. We'll be just fine.
Guns is that mechanical player that likes to be out front, and they're setting him up with accurate passes. It's just the passes are slow. So it gives enough time for Power to disrupt that and break up the whole team play that has brought so much success to 5 Fears when it comes to the SSA region. So I don't know if speed would be something that 5 Fears can magically increase in this next game, especially when it's an energy and confidence thing at times.
Yeah, speed is a product of having enough boost in the tank most of the time, right? Because, you know, you're right. They're getting those passes to Guns, and then what's the next move after you get that pass? Make the pass to Guns. Guns says, great, I'm going to solo play, but it's unrealistic to expect Guns to break down the entire defense himself. He needs the support behind him. He needs to know that once he gets that solo play and he beats somebody, he's going to have help immediately there, because that also kind of really blunts the attack if he doesn't actually have any help. It makes the attack quite one-dimensional and easy to read.
See, that Super Lucky was already putting the pressure on just off of Kickoff, so a full reset here going into game 3 to see if Power can get their first win in groups on the board. Viper's got a full tank, he's got a good launch, and look, you already have one contest here from Kickoff getting that player off the ball. And Guns tries to collect and make this a fluid transition, not without demos, physicality, blood on the floor in the field. Power keep the offense kicking.
Ooh, it's a nice 50 from Snowy, but now you got to get boost and reset. Fiber's going to storm you pretty hard. They're jamming you into the corner. Fiber with 0, having to make a tough couple of 50s now. 5 Fears definitely know that, hey, we got to go get back in the driver's seat here.
Just want to get off this ball. You need that tight second man. If you're 5 Fears, it can't just be Guns. Like we said, you need options, you need angles, and Super Lucky's got way too much space. The upper 90 close, but the other part found. Gus cleans it up. First goal for Power.
Diabolical for Super Lucky. The late flip reset, and the unfortunate reality is that the clear goes off the post and stays in the middle. And to make matters worse, it's a beautifully placed ball into the top left corner. 5 Fears. You had to stop, but unfortunately that fourth man does you a little bit dirty, and you can't make the second one.
A lot of these blocks from 5 Fears, the ball just ends up centered out, so Power have good rebounds to play off of, and from one upper 90 to the other, that is just impossible to save. But not impossible to answer back to, but now it feels like Power just all over your Snowy, has to take it up high, wants to connect to Tekos, and just every pass opportunity at 5 years go to, just gets intercepted.
Yeah, see, that's what we're talking. It's not just guns on the solo play, right? Because you see Snowy up there on the sidewall, he whacks it down in the midfield, and who's the first player to it? Power! Where's your help?
Snowy's just been that leader on like almost every team he's been on, and usually such a supportive player, but now has to step up in the biggest of ways to save him, to save SSA. Depending on if they drop this series, it could be over for them in terms of their group's hopes, but we'll break down those chances as Tekos tries to get back to his defense. Tucks it to bed to the side, but Power, they're not done yet. They have him surrounded. Guns has to take it up high, and a solo play, and double tap denied there by Gus.
Ooh, and Tekos just kind of takes a shot on target. Like, yeah, it feels good to shoot, but you got 2 defenders to get through. You would have liked to see the pass into the middle. That's a great stop from Tekos going over the shoulder of his teammate. Power will just reset here. They know they're the ones winning the game. They don't really have to force too much as Tekos with a free pickup. But he has 5 boost. How do you make it work? Late flip and Super Lucky. That's great composure on the goal line.
Yeah, Super Lucky has had that net on lock. There is just nothing getting past him. Guns, I can see him trying to pick up the speed to make these transitions fast and loose, but it's tough. You don't have that second man immediately with you for quick save. It's a lot of heroics that have to come out of 5 years, and maybe even a miracle now that the demos happen. Power, have him outnumbered, have him outgunned yet. 5 years, quick to stop any shot opportunity. But now you get out of this box, you get out of your blue half. What can you do with it? Well, it takes ball possession, and the missed challenges don't help, but you got 2 back if you're 5 years.
Oh, a high quality 50 from Tekos. Forces Power onto the back foot, and a guy with limited boost to pick it up off the wall. The chance is just a little late. Guns realized he couldn't make it, decides to bail on the attack, but that's all right. You'd rather get your feet set early and prevent concession of a second goal than try and force something that isn't there. You got plenty of time to work with. A minute on the clock. There's a bump. Guns is not good enough to put that one away. And Power just hoping that they can find a second goal and really seal this series.
Any weaknesses that Power could have had, I mean, their defense just looks cleaner than we even saw them in OCE. So you can tell the work that Power have done, and 5 years they bail each other out when things look awkward. But things gotta look offensive. They gotta look lethal. Now you're getting demoed as soon as you think about doing anything. Guns the fiber. This could be the nail in the coffin. But 5 years keep their heads above water as Tekos with a reset. He has Super Lucky in his way. Trusts Snow to take over the mantle. He's got a 1v1 against Gus. He'll bump him, steal boost. Someone has to take over. And 5 years just late to puncture. They're still in the orange half. 24 seconds though. It's now or never.
So greedy there from Snowy, just again shooting the ball directly into 2 players who are already parked in the net. You have to have the composure and the discipline to not force it. You can't just throw it at them because now you've given the ball away and you've wasted precious time. It's all about ball control right now for 5 years, and they don't have it. And in fact, they're straight losing.
Last chance would have been Guns, maybe getting a clear here. And misreads the bounce, and that is the kiss of death. And with 5 seconds left, no real comeback opportunity unless the weird timing thing would happen off the kickoff. But Power to pull off the sweep, incredible to see, consistent as ever. While 5 years, they did well in that first game. They didn't boil over, make a ton of mistakes, at least compared to that first match. But it is an 0-2 start for them, while Power will equalize in the standings 1-1.
Brutal stuff. High fives all around for the Power crew. A well-deserved win. Now, I'm not going to say calm, cool, and collected, but composed, I think, is the right word. Just don't overthink it. Go out there and play the best you can and see if 5 Fears is going to take it to you. Game 1, I think, the best look on the pitch, but a frustrating end to day 1 for 5 Fears. They know that they can play better than that, and they're open tomorrow versus NRG will be a different story.
Based on what we saw against them and Bulldogs, like Power have shown us that they've cleaned up a lot of their defense. I didn't see any team bumps or double commits or things that would make you question Power. If anything, they've really put a period on that series. No overtimes, and even came back from an 0-2 deficit in game 1. So Power showed that they can come back from anything, it seems.
Yeah, solid closeout to the day. Ninjas in pajamas tomorrow for them, so a real opportunity. They win that, honestly. I mean, it feels like they're through, especially if NRG beats NIP. So, who can say? You know, a well-played Power. You needed to get the win. It feels like that was a must-win game. If you wanted to give yourselves an opportunity, you got the job done. Go out, sleep well, prep hard. We'll see you tomorrow.
It's gonna be a good one.
Whoa, looks like you're backing up a bit here. Okay, Luann? Is there a Luann in the house?
Remember, you don't work here. Young homeowners love to get involved with everything.
Luann going once.
Progressive can't protect you from becoming your parents,
Luann?
but we can protect your home and auto when you bundle with us.
Sorry.
Luann!
Book your trip at meetboston.com.
Don't hold back, cause you woke up in the morning with initiative to move, so I make it harder. Don't hold back. Galvanize.
Trajectory and balance look good. You're confirmed to go for orbit.
Every day, Michelin innovates to move the world forward on the road and far beyond. Michelin, motion for life.
What am I holding on to? If it could be a black was all alone. Then you showed up under my umbrella. Oh, shelter from the cold. Where do we go from here? Where do we go from here? Where do we go from strangers found, lost in time with one another? The hourglass takes us further from here. Strangers found, lost in time with one another. The hourglass takes us further from here. Strangers found, lost in time with one another. The hourglass takes us further from here. Strangers found, lost in time with one another. The hourglass takes us further from here. I was all alone. Then you showed up under my umbrella. Oh, shelter from the cold. Where do we go from here? Where do we go from here? Strangers found, lost in time with one another. The hourglass takes us further from here. Strangers found, lost in time with one another. The hourglass takes us further from here.
Welcome back to the alt stream for the Rlcs Boston Major. You got me, Fear, alongside Bass from the past. We just watched Power versus 5 Beers. Bass, what were you thinking about that last series?
I think it could have been closer, but at the end of the day, Power come out on top. And again, you gotta give credit to 5 Beers for putting up a heck of a battle. Overtimes throughout it, a really, really good back and forth. But unfortunately for 5 Years, as a result of that loss, they are officially eliminated from the group stage, regardless of the result that we see between NRG and NIP, and then eventually them as well. It's not gonna make a difference. The 0-6 without picking up a single game means that they are officially eliminated, and they are, I believe, actually our first team eliminated from the major as well.
But it's not everything all over for them. They can still, I believe, get third in their group. If with a great finish, they should be able to get third. Maybe there might be some tiebreakers, but there's points on the line. There's RLCS points on the line. We got the mainstream schedule going on over there. We just actually saw KC and Twisted Minds. Maybe the series of the day so far, KC and Twisted Minds over on that mainstream. Twisted Minds seem like they are putting up a strong fight as a potential contender. We know KC is. They'll have Ninjas in Pajamas versus NRG next. But over here on the alt stream, we have... I almost forgot there for a second. We have Made in Brazil versus TSM. What are you thinking about this matchup?
I'm excited for it. I think that this is going to be two teams that really kind of got to prove that they are still at the very top here and have the ability to contend with whoever is put in front of them. MIBR, we already saw that here today with their, I believe it was game 5 against Shopify Rebellion. So they did get close. They had a pretty good back and forth with them. TSM, though, as you guys can see, did not have a great start to the day. Unfortunately, them versus Gentlemates was a 3-0 sweep in favor of the mates. So TSM, a little bit of a rebound here. Similarly for MIBR, though, this is kind of them trying to hold on and make sure that they can actually fight in this group. Again, that second spot for Group D is not guaranteed, and for Made in Brazil, this is a chance for them to try and sneak in as number 2 team from Sam, something we have not seen in a pretty hot moment here.
Yeah, Sam 2 maybe hasn't risen to the occasion like we would have seen from maybe Amina 2 with Twisted Minds. Looking like they're going to be performing really strong in this event. Is Mina and their 2 seeds taking over Sam and their 2? Well, I think that Made in Brazil is the big team that will help decide whether or not that's the case. If they can get a good performance and get out of this group into the top 8, they can really make a statement for South America. They're going to have TSM. This is maybe one of their easier matchups. Then they'll have to try and steal and win against Gentlemates after having dropped that match against Rebellion. But Razebull back on LAN. It's great to see him here. He's done it on different regions before, but he's back in South America and he's representing Made in Brazil.
Yeah, and part of that previous complexity roster that ended up disbanding, all 3 of the members ended up going different ways and then somehow found themselves right back here yet again. So it's interesting to see that they have made it back. But again, Razebull, one of the veterans of the scene, he has been around for what feels like forever as one of the largest names to ever come out of South America. His teammates, though, they are no slouches either. Again, Astro, another player that has been around for a hot moment, Season 9, way back before we even had this newer format, this open format with all these additional teams. So Astro's definitely been around for a moment and continues to try and outdo his previous events. This man, though, it's gonna be hard to outdo his previous event. Sad, one of the veterans of Brazil, of South America, and one of my favorite players, because the last time that a number 2 team in South America was able to get top 4 and to really surprise everybody, it was Sad. It was him on the previous Team Secret roster. Now he finds himself here on MIBR, trying to take that veteranship alongside Razebull and kind of bring Sam number 2 back to the heights that they had seen previously. Again, South America has traditionally been a very strong region. It's just as of recent where we have seen some difficulty. I believe them to be able to rebound, but again, Fear, they kind of have to do it here because against TSM, this is their best chance. Team Solo Mid, another fantastic team, another fantastic organization who are re-entering back in with a new assigning of previously Project De La Cruz. Again, this is a different version of this Project De La Cruz. Catalysm's been there for a while, but the new addition of Kevin instead of Sosa has made this team a little bit of a different vibe overall.
Yeah, and I loved what I saw from Kevin out of their match against the Gentlemates. Ultimately, it did not go how they would have liked with it being a 3-0 sweep, but we saw at times them pressuring the mates and putting on a good performance. Kevin is going to be who we first take a look at. He was flying across the map, pre-jump in. I mean, I've watched a few different games now today. Nobody was moving like Kevin did. Unfortunately, it didn't end up paying out for him. You know, very ambitious potential plays that didn't work. He's going to have a chance here, a much better chance against Made in Brazil because they are going to be a bit of an easier matchup than the mates.
I would agree with that. And I think most people would probably agree with that as well. This is definitely their best chance of getting a win in this group. If they can do it again in the follow-up against Shopify Rebellion, it'll be impressive. But again, for Team Solo Mid here, as you mentioned before, they are already dominant within their region. Getting some extra points here to make sure that they kind of just further cement their position as the #1 team coming out of APAC gives them a great chance at going to Paris next and then going to Worlds afterwards. So there's a lot of opportunity here for this team to just continue solidifying their position as a whole, but it's not going to be easy. Like we said, MIBR have proven themselves to be more than capable here today. Game 5 against Shopify Rebellion shows that they are up at the very top of all of not only North America, but overall of everything. So it's going to be difficult to see Team Solo Mid actually be able to get a win here, but this should be a good contest. I think the big thing for them, again, though, is just kind of shaking off those land nerves. They did not look strong to start off their series against mates, but the further they got into it, I think the better that they look. So you got to hope here that they can put the right foot forward, get themselves the best potential start possible, because if they do not, we've seen how MIBR can pick them apart. The question is, do we actually believe in them to get that strong start and to get the win? Fear, I'll go to you first for this one, brother.
Yeah, TSM, we got APAC versus SAM2. Wait, MIBR did finish SAM2, right?
Yes.
Yes, I'm pretty sure. Yeah, they won some regionals. Furia had to take it late, so I got confused there for a second. But yeah, SAM2 versus APAC. I've liked what I saw from TSM. I think there's a chance for them to peak with the way Kevin and Sphinx and them have been playing. But I think I have to go with Raze, Bull, Astramic, and Sad. The veterans, it's been the year of the veterans. I feel like a lot of different veterans have resurged. We've seen Astramic play with young up-and-comer SAM players and get good teams. Now he's back with a bunch of guys who have been around. They've been doing it for a while, and they've been proven to get results. So I'm going to go with MIBR.
Look, I can't stray away from that. As much as I am also an APAC fanboy, it really does have my heart. I just got to be realistic on this one, especially since I went 0-2 on my other pick. So I'm going to take MIBR on this one, the safer bet out of the two of them here. Again, Made in Brazil is a very, very talented organization as well as roster that they have here today. I think Team Solo Mid have a chance to play well against them, but the unfortunate truth is that MIBR have already hit heights higher than what I think I am going to see out of TSM in this series. So I hope this is a good matchup. I want to see a back and forth from both of the teams, but I do think it's MIBR that comes out on top here. So again, hopeful that the two teams can give us a battle. So without further ado, let's get into our final matchup of the day here for the alt stream. Made in Brazil, trying to reach heights that South America have not seen in a hot minute. TSM trying to stay alive here and maybe find a surprise way out of the group stage. It is time for our final matchup, brought to you by Progressive.
TSM need to get right into it off the kickoff. We saw some kickoff mistakes in their previous series that led to deficits they could not come back from. So let's see what the strategy is here for APAC in the first kickoff. Kevin is up. It's a double fake. This is a special kickoff. A bump. Wait a second. This might be a shot on net. Sad was almost bumped out of the way, but he's able to dodge and make the save in the opening kickoff.
You gotta be kidding me. That was maybe my favorite kickoff I've ever seen, and it's only going to cause even further chaos. Nobody jumping at the ball afterwards. It'll float in front of the MIBR net, and all right, let's take a quick second to breathe and reconfigure, because goodness me, what a way to start the series.
Yeah, both teams going for fakes. Both seem willing to mix it up. The meta of kickoffs in Rocket League have changed so much from once upon a time when everyone just dove at the ball. But this one did ultimately end up fairly neutral. It has been TSM that have been able to stay on offense since it, as we see Catalysm pushing it up to Sphinx, who puts a strong shot on target, but out from the midfield is going to be easy to stop. Maybe a bit of a miss, but Astramic will have a catch in 50 as TSM keep the offense up.
We had some questions about if TSM would be able to start off the series cleanly. I'm starting to wonder if it's maybe MIBR we should be more concerned about, especially with the passing plays from TSM. Great 1-2 will get them the first goal.
Yeah, I said nice there because it was a nice pass. I wanted them to convert on it because it was such an open opportunity. Kevin missed wide and then was able to find his teammate in order to get the first goal for TSM. It's been a great start for them. Good to see them be able to capitalize. Here's another double fake off. They're both cheating up, both faking from TSM, and it's led to a possession up to Sphinx to the backboard. I don't think anyone else is around, but Catalysm actually ends up getting there. an actual onslaught from TSM in shots right now are going to push MIBR to the back wall.
And it is a night and day version of TSM from what we saw in their series previously today on the alt stream. They are looking electric. The coordination amongst the offense is impressive. The defense is getting back in time to where there really isn't much of a chance for a breakout by MIBR. They get a chance here, but can they do anything with it? Sad, the flip reset denied immediately. And Kevin has got an entire tank of boost on the backboard and a full tank to give to Catalysm as well. Goodness, TSM, you are impressing me so far through these first 2 minutes. You give up a goal here, it wouldn't be great, but just a little high on the pass.
Now, Razebull overshot his teammate, but it's been mostly offense for TSM. They have been trying to find each other upfield. When they played against the mates who was getting cut off like crazy, they've been able to connect a bit more in passes to each other, as Catalysm is trying to really just throw a fake on target with no boost. Just want to keep pressure off the ball for a second. He didn't really succeed in doing so, but Catalysm to Kevin. Nothing in the tank for him as he launched it to the back wall. Razebull trying his best to control this play to actually get them out of this defensive sequence they've been stuck in all game long. Catalysm has Sphinx, and Sphinx will get the second goal.
Again, these passing plays in the final third, just so impressive. Great initial 50 from Catalysm and a great follow-through to just stick with the ball and get a pass out. You gotta wonder if Sad maybe waited a bit too long there on the backboard. Razebull had a full tank of boost. He had a full tank of boost. One of them has to commit to at least getting a challenge on the ball. Hesitation we're seeing here so far from MIBR is absurd. This is also absurd. Can we have one kickoff where somebody actually challenges the initial play?
This is a kickoff masterclass. I'm loving it. Right now, the ball is dangerous in front of that. Sphinx has to pre-flip, gets a demo in the process of clearing it. And now chain dashing for a shot to the back wall. Almost got a double with the zero boost. He just had lined himself up to follow it up, but a teammate will do it instead as Kevin lobbing this up to the top of the arena. Great read on the backboard to not get thrown off and make that save. Kevin, a chance again. He's just staying on top of the ball. Even when he has zero boost, he's making sure to be in the right position to make something happen. Razebull has found himself all too familiarly on the back wall trying to get clears out. As this TSM squad, they have the clear advantage.
It's kind of weird too, because MIBR, they seem to be fully boosted on almost every one of these plays. It's literally just the hesitation that is starting to get to them. They can jump at these balls and not need to be all too concerned, considering, again, good boost totals on all three of the players, good positioning on all three of the players, but it just kind of feels like they're waiting for something to work out. Gotta start making these plays, being a little bit more advantageous, getting to the ball a little bit earlier, just like Sphinx here. Heck of a dunk and a heck of a finish under the bar. It's 3-0 TSM.
Sphinx just steals this right off the top of Sad's. I mean, that's not even a carry. He just read him. He dunked him so hard. And the read to the backboard, he hit that just underneath the crossbar. It didn't have to be that good, but Sphinx is in the zone, and he's got TSM up 3-0.
Okay, there were a lot of ways I thought I'd see this series go. I saw it being close. I saw it being a blowout one way or another. 3-0 shutout victory. Not quite, but we're getting towards it. For TSM was one of the few possibilities I was not looking at. Every goal so far has been immaculate for TSM. And on the other end, finally, MIBR get involved. It's a passing play with some awkwardness, but it'll get the job done.
You know, that is how they ended up losing their last series, was a little bit of awkward goals around their net were conceded. TSM was showing signs of this earlier in the day. They were going for these high-level passing plays, these peak-type moments, but it was the mates who were not allowing them to do it. Now we've been able to find them, find their way through. We'll see if MIBR can get going. Sad has a chance for a big double, but actually sends it backwards behind Razebull, who's going to have to full retreat. Kevin trying to get a soft touch and maybe a demo. He's convinced Razebull to lob it out to the midfield, where now they will look to swarm. Another clear from Razebull gets cut off. This ball dead center of the field as Sad head to the backboard. Sphinx doesn't allow it. Drop down 50. Catalysm will take it away.
And turn away from the ball quickly as Astro and immediately go into a retreat as the Musty goes just a little bit high. Almost a chance for TSM to stunt yet again, but instead it is MIBR who will keep themselves in this game. 30 seconds to play, plenty of time to find 2 goals, especially if Astro can get something here. Nothing from Astromic, maybe a second chance as it bounces back out to him out at midfield. Only get it around one, can't get it around another. And the time it's spent to develop this play, I think the window has closed. No longer a chance at a comeback. MIBR do get one late, but fear TSM have come to play.
Yeah, TSM, this is exactly the start we needed to see from them. They were going to have to play at this level if they wanted to exit the group. And, I mean, I'm excited about what we see from him. Pitch is going to go towards the net. It would have bounced in if the Typhoon could have gone any longer, but TSM have looked like a team that has come to play. I think that we really have seen greatness out of them. There's a chance that that Mate series ends up looking like, Mates dominates this whole group, and maybe TSM can put up a strong fight against everybody else, because keep in mind, MIBR had a really close game, long overtimes, just barely lost with Rebellion, and this TSM squad just looked like they were better than them.
It's kind of crazy to state that about the team that won the Kickoff LAN from North America. Literally was the #1 representative there as they win the official first Open for NA in 26, and somehow we now find them potentially being eliminated from this group. I know we're getting way ahead of ourselves with the assumption that TSM closed this one out and then go on to replicate this performance against Shopify Rebellion when they do face them, but it's showing. There's some depth here in this group that maybe not everybody was anticipating from Group D, as TSM, again, really correcting all of the issues we had today. You can see vibes are high, everybody's laughing, everybody's giggling, everybody's having a good time. Meanwhile, for MIBR, I have to imagine that is anything but a good time for that team. You know that they're looking at that one saying, we could have done better. We absolutely can, and yeah, it's serious across the board. No smiles, no laughs, no giggles. This is just their coach in their ear saying, hey, we cannot let that happen again.
We saw unique kickoffs on almost every single kickoff of the series. Made in Brazil was faking as well, but I think almost all of them actually went in TSM's favor. The ball ended up dropping back. TSM got first possession, and they did a great job of not relinquishing that. The majority of the game was played in the blue half with MIBR in defense, and here we are again with a kickoff that's going to favor TSM. The ball falling towards the net, and it's TSM with the early advantage.
Chance here to do something special and really give them that buffer that they were hoping for, especially with fakes like that. Great play, but Raisbull, he's the wiser to it. And get past Kevin, though, who's already pre-jumping him on the ceiling. Yes, definitely. Kevin, that might have been a little preemptive, my friend, and as a result, it's going to cost them the first goal. Astro quickly, it's 1-0 MIBR.
Kevin is sticking to his plan. He's doing what he's done. Astromic is going to dunk here. They send this one in. This is the bounce back that we needed to see from Made in Brazil. They now have a lead in game number 2 and are looking to try and get started in this series. Couple goals their way as Raisbull off the ceiling, 50, heads to the side wall. Catalysm is just completely lost. Sad had cut it on the ground long before Catalysm was going to have a chance on the ball. Kevin unable to get this follow-up. Will there be a peak opportunity here for Catalysm? He has a reset. He's carrying it and hoping for a 50, but Sad will send it to the back wall and out to the midfield.
Sphinx, good interception there to let it get out to midfield, but Raisbull on the sidewall might have other options. Good 50 for him, could get somewhere, but instead it goes to the backboard, and Sphinx with almost a full tank of boost has got space to work with. Throws it to the ceiling where Catalysm has to bail him out, and the 50-50 doesn't go in their favor, so MIBR, some extra space to work with, and Raisbull, a touch out center that almost gets by the defense. Low boost, Sphinx didn't get a touch, but Kevin had him on the backup. MIBR so far played a significantly better second game than they did in the first. Even getting this first lead and this first goal is a tremendous difference to them.
Trying to lob over to Catalysm on the opposite side. Not going to be able to. As Sad now collecting in the corner, low boost. This ball taken away. High bounce over Astromic. Raisbull last back, but he's going to play patient, buy time for his teammates. Knows that Kevin doesn't really have a chance. In fact, he'll clear it out and maybe even start a potential counterattack. As Sphinx at the midfield takes this down to the ground. Nothing left over for him. He'll use a wave dash in order to pop it up. And Sad chaining some dashes together for a 50 as this ball hangs out the attacking corner for TSM. These guys trying to speed to the ball to see who's going to win. Raisbull wins that one. A little pass infield to the pack wall. Or not really infield, but directly into each other's car. And now Made in Brazil are on offense.
Attempt at a pinch there that isn't exactly fruitful, but it's showing MIBR with a lot more confidence here in game 2. They're also causing some problems for TSM. Kevin, though, not going to jump at that. Take some time. A great launch off the sidewall. It'll be intercepted, and now Astro has to try to get around Catalysm, who just throws it to the backboard. So out of the full tank, has some space to work with. He will not get intercepted, and TSM, those challenges that were successful in game 1, the good 50s with just kind of the interference play against MIBR, not nearly as successful here in game number 2.
Raisbull cutting off that clear. Can keep TSM. Nice wall dashing from Sphinx. Whenever I've seen him get a little bit of extra speed without boost to the back wall. This net, what? Did I just see?
Okay, I gotta watch this back. I feel like we misinterpreted something here. Double commit out of Kevin and Catalysm. Astro fires one at the net, and did Sphinx just not think he had a save? I just don't think he. I just think he didn't think he had a save. I have no idea what else.
I think he thought it was on. I mean, you could see it was off. It was wide, but I mean, clearly Sphinx must have thought that it was on target and he needed to make a play, but he just slams in an own goal like I've never seen before.
I got some questions at this point, and unfortunately, I don't know if they're going to be answered with the remaining 2 minutes here. TSM, a phenomenal first game. This second game just feels like it does not have the same level of coordination. It doesn't have the same level of confidence in the way that the offense is challenging. Just little things that have adjusted in between games, and MIBR, they got to be thrilled to see this. They were getting absolutely suppressed in the first game. Game 2, it just kind of feels like TSM, they're just kind of throwing stuff at a wall and hoping something sticks.
They're throwing stuff at their own net too. They're throwing stuff everywhere. They need to try and figure this out as Catalysm. They have a minute 30, so there's definitely still a chance to bring this back. Just 2 goal game. Is Catalysm pre-flipping with 0 boost? Sphinx wants a 50. Is Kevin around? No, Catalysm's actually gonna do the one the side flip and try and throw it towards the nets. Can they keep the pressure going? It seems like Made in Brazil are a bit late. Pre-jump from Catalysm, back down, it's to the post, and Sphinx clears it out.
Oh, so close. I think Sphinx honestly could have just left that one to just float around center, and it would have been easier for the team. Not a lot of boost on anybody on MIBR, at least not in the initial challenge, but now they've got a chance and boosted up and to get out of their half. Unfortunate for TSM as they almost had a chance back in this game. They still might. With Sphinx, no contact, and nobody's downfield. Does Stromik know this? He's trying to go as quickly as possible, but it is at least enough time for TSM to get back and make themselves another chance at offense. Catalysm, no contact there. Kevin gonna come diving in. The shot on target, denied yet again, and MIBR holding on to the clean sheet for now.
I love that air dribble bump that he tried to do from midfield in order to make that available, but everybody on MIBR was there in net. It's going to be hard to shoot past all 3, even if one of them is getting bumped. Chance here. Catalysm just going to sail it top right when it felt like maybe there was a chance he could have got it on net and given themselves an opportunity. Another chance for Kevin going to be denied. And they are running out of opportunities. They've had good kickoffs if they do get 1 goal, but it's going to have to be on this possession as Kevin and Catalysm pass back and forth. Sphinx to the backboard. Raise Bull should be able to handle it easily. Probably an air dribble or 50 down to the ground to end the game.
Yeah, this is not going to change anything here. This last flurry of offense might reinstill some confidence or actually make it worse if Raise Bull can manage this one. To the backboard it will go, and surely Kevin will just spike it down. Trying to go cross court, maybe just trying to see if they can get something, but it'll make no difference. MIBR will take game number 2, tying up this series, and definitely making TSM think twice about the strategies from game 1. I don't know if you saw Catalysm, 5 shots by himself, not a single goal registered.
Yeah, they just didn't have the same bite that they had earlier. They're passing plays. They're still pre-jumping each other like crazy. They're pre-jumping for air dribble bumps. They're pre-jumping at every moment they can. They've really seemed like they've made a conscious effort to push themselves to their absolute limit and see if they can, you know, make plays, make miracle plays here and there in order to get wins. I don't know if that's because they feel like they need to do that in order to beat MIBR, but one of the things they maybe need to do is just not slam it in their own net if they can. I mean, they ultimately didn't lose the game because of that. I think it would hurt maybe just a little bit more if that was a 1-goal game, but MIBR did already have the lead at that point, and we really never saw much more offense. I think there was a couple more moments in that game, though. Catalysm might have missed a great chance that also would have hurt a bit more if it was within 1 goal at that moment, but it was not. So a good game from both sides. I mean, you see they're still laughing it up. They know that they don't seem to let it get them down too much. The Sphinx, you know, slammed one in their own nets. They seem to be upbeat and ready to get after it game 3.
I mean, this is good advice for all levels. For those of you at home, we can give you some RLCS level advice. Don't shoot on your own net. It qualifies at Silver. It qualifies at SSL. It qualifies here in Boston. TSM to take that advice into game number 3 and hopefully maybe get some early offense, because that is what helped them in game 1, is getting that early goal, giving themselves that confidence and giving themselves that little bit of buffer room to work with. They are not finding that now. The kickoff shenanigans of before are a completely different scenario. Instead, it is MIBR taking the kickoffs pretty traditional and getting the first offense.
Yeah, they had a strong chance there off of some challenges. Ball almost trickled in to a scoring opportunity, but TSM back on offense now. Sad, quicker, as Sphinx trying to get a read on this 50. Raise Bull does clear it out to a Stromik and able to pop the ball up over the top of the last back of TSM. They're rotating back now. Wall dash bump. The net seems available. What a save from Kevin to keep it out.
Sphinx still got a little bit more to do, though. He's up to this one early, and he saw Stromik just kind of diving from the other half. What it did do, though, is give more time for MIBR to set up shop, or potentially not. Sphinx is up for this one early. Not exactly a redirect. Try to turn it into a flip reset, but no power found behind it, and no shot will be registered. Instead, Stromik the other way, looking for the the bump, can't find it. And Raiseball now to take over. Sideball redirect just a little bit high, and Sphinx will read that perfectly as a pass out to Catalysm, who bangs it to the opposite corner. First minute, less eventful than the last couple of games. This time the team seemed to be on even footing.
Stromik trying to slow this play down a little bit. Kevin challenging late. Catalysm, great dunk. Raiseball has a full tank. He's just going to take this to the right side of the field and look to see what he can create. Can he get around one? No, great challenge from TSM. And this ball will trickle into the right half. Kevin with boost, going to try and find Sphinx in the air. Shot is wide. And TSM going to have to rush back to play some defense. Raiseball has a reset against Catalysm. Catalysm is able to handle it and pop it to the corner.
Sphinx, chance now to get it out to midfield, maybe a bit further. Again, TSM, we talked about their coordination in game one, really good cohesion as a team to make these passing plays connect. We have not seen that since then, and I want to see that again. They need all three of their players really, really in sync if they want to get anything developed against an MIBR that has had a much stronger midfield the longer we have gone through this series. Neither team, though, able to score so far. 2 minutes off the clock here in game three, and still, both teams, despite a flurry of shots on either end, nothing has hit the back of the net.
Kevin can have a little bit of space here. Not a lot of boost left over to work with it. He just goes for a pass off the ceiling, hoping Catalysm can do some work. He's bumping now in the net. Catalysm has Sphinx again, pre-jumping, floating up. It's a pass, it's a fake. Kevin has to make something happen. Nobody's going to be back for TSM. Needs a soft touch from Catalysm to buy them some time, but they still might have to worry about a shot here. Sphinx has recovered and has found the ball to Kevin, who has a full tank. His air dribble intercepted. Catalysm going to back off, try and play a bit of defense on low boost. Really important touch here. Gets it up to Sphinx, who will boom it out and reset the offense.
Kevin's still a chance, though. Good touch through the corner, but neither one of his teammates want to fully commit. You can understand why. When Raiseball's got a breakaway play, you better fear the ball, especially when he throws down a flick like that.
This is a ridiculous play from Raiseball all by himself. He sees Sphinx in net. He says, you should have challenged me earlier. Gets that ball on top of his car and launches it into the crossbar. Has the follow-up to finish it. Made in Brazil. On the back of Raiseball, have the lead.
That is one of the best flicks I've seen in a very hot moment. Goodness, and the follow-through as well, recognizing that even if that is going in, he's going to make sure to slam it on target. To the bottom right he goes, and into the back of the net. The first goal of game three, MIBR. Heck of a way to invigorate the team, and it'd help if you get another, but no, Sphinx back in time.
Yeah, a missed backflip led to a very wide open net. Made in Brazil. Wasn't able to capitalize. TSM should feel lucky. They should have been down two, given a free opening. Catalysm now has a reset, trying to get a lot more. Got another one, because why not? Raiseball getting a demo on Sphinx might slow down this offense a little bit. Kevin just drops one to Sad, and Sad, knowing that everyone has been taken out for him, just takes it nice and easy down the center of the field.
Kind of feels like we're not seeing the quick follow-ups from TSM anymore, and MIBR are taking advantage of that. They're trying to bait in these challenges so they can get some extra space on the transitions, which have undoubtedly gone in their favor. It's starting to look more and more like an MIBR series. That early, oh goodness, early win from TSM might be the only win they get. Heck of a bump, heck of a finish. It's 2-0 MIBR.
You can see Sphinx trying to dodge to not get affected by that bump, but even though he survives, no demo, he is not able to make the save. Made in Brazil, 2-0. They really turned it on. Oh, wait, a great kickoff goal. Chance for TSM. I've loved their kickoffs. When they faked, it looked so much better. The few times they have actually gone for the ball, standard, it's been Made in Brazil's favor. TSM just keep faking, and maybe you can find an opening.
You got to find something here underneath a minute to play, and this would have been, I believe, 4 goals uncontested in a row through 2 games of time. They're being shut out for about 9 minutes now. It could get even worse if Raiseball can find a teammate. Not quite, but breakaway play here maybe. Kevin got options, player center, and the reset. Can't get it to either, though. And that one going to pop back out for Astro to take it downfield yet again. 30 seconds to play here, but TSM, same thing over and over. Nothing connecting on these mid-air passes.
Yeah, Kevin all the way on the opposite side of the field trying to pre-jump for a pass. Not often is a ball actually going to be allowed to go all the way through. Astromik with a reset. There was somebody chasing down the defender, and Astromik takes advantage.
It's not going to get the assist, but I'll give one on my score sheet for Raiseball on this. Just a great follow-through here from Astromik as well, recognizing that Raiseball doesn't have a guaranteed bump, so he's got to do just a little bit more with that ball. And the star-studded striker of the series finds his 5th through 3 games.
A kickoff demo And Catalysm has control. I mean, it's pretty hard to imagine a world in which they get 3 straights, but they did at least put themselves on offense. Stromik is going to try and get a little bit more. Sphinx stops it from looking worse than it is, as Sad tries to bring it down for 50. He'll roll it out, and Made in Brazil will go up 2-1 against TSM.
Again, it's not just the fact that they're up 2-1, but it's also the fact that they are on this streak right now. That is 2 games in a row shut out here. So TSM, their last goal was in game 1. They're going over 10 minutes without a single goal. I have to imagine this is where TSM called a timeout and tried to figure out a way to maybe reinvigorate this offense. Because again, they've had some decent plays on offense, but it does start to feel like after game 2, they don't really have the confidence to operate the same type of offense where they were challenging constantly, not thinking twice on their challenges in game 1. Game 2 did not look like that. Game 3 did not look like that. And as a result, yes, indeed, we will get the tactical timeout from TSM.
Yeah, that's such a hot start. They really have these flashes of greatness, and we saw it in that first game. Made me a believer. I was a believer of what TSM could do, and they're definitely looking to play at the level that they would need to make a big upset here. They just haven't been able to do it consistently. They haven't been able to find each other. You need to be hitting these passes 95% of the time plus amount of time. Instead, they're lobbing up and only hitting about 60% on everything they're doing up in offense. These are just fake percentages I made up in my head right now, but that's how it feels at least with how they're doing. And they just need to build up that consistency. And I don't know if that means, going for less ambitious plays, but I think if they do that, it'll end up turtling. They'll end up, making it look even worse. I think they probably have the right strategy right now. They seem to be confident. They're again not too bummed. They're still laughing it off. Whatever. They haven't scored a goal in a couple games, and it doesn't seem like it bothers them too much. And we have a little bit of a chance to think here. Maybe send us to a game 5. I'll tell you what. I think I've only casted sweeps so far, so I'm glad to at least see TSM getting a game.
I did get one non-sweep here on our alt stream today. It was, however, also probably our most one-sided matchup of the entire day as well. 15-3 goal differential between VP and Falcons earlier today may make this potential 3-1 still feel closer than that. MIBR, like we said, did not start off the series all too strong, but since then, it's been 5 goals uncontested. This has been MIBR on the rebound, and this has been TSM trying to figure a way to slow them down. They've got one last chance here on Utopia Coliseum. Technically, they'll get a second chance if they can force it to 5, but they need to do it here and now. Otherwise, TSM, your odds of making it out of the group stage are almost gone. One last chance, one more 5 minute on the clock. If they can keep us extended, we could get a game 5 here on the alt stream.
I want to see something creative here on the kickoff. It's been going well for them, but that's not what we see. A bit of more of a standard kickoff, one back, someone going for the ball, picking up boost. It's going to be neutral. No clear advantage except for I say that, but there's going to be a ball tossed towards TSM. Sphinx was in the way as Catalysm was trying to dribble it, or maybe he was trying to hand it off to him. Sphinx will take over instead. Catalysm up to Kevin. Sphinx on the back wall. Did he try and redirect it? It's not on target. Catalysm with a follow-up. Can they keep this offense going, or will it get relinquished? Sphinx, he's putting a shot on. We see bumps from Kevin, but still Made in Brazil able to make the save. It's a flurry of offense. It's another shot from TSM as they look to try and correct what's been going wrong.
It has been 30 seconds, and I'm pretty sure we already almost have 10 shots from TSM. It's a bit of an exaggeration, but goodness, the flurry of offense we saw early here out of Team Solo Mid has definitely reinstilled some confidence, I think, in the team, as well as us behind the scenes, who are probably hoping we can get to that elusive Game 5. Astromik, though, he's got other ideas. Not necessarily the greatest first touch, and instead it'll get popped back into his half, where Sad has to try and send it all over again. These long balls downfield seem to be at the advantage of MIBR so far, but still, neither team able to produce anything through the first minute of game number 4.
Big clear. Kevin's going to hang out on the ceiling. He knows it's headed right back to himself. Raisable will catch 50. Do not want to let him try and get a flick again. Instead, he's able to fake them out and find Sad on the other side of the field.
This is so smart from Raisable. Just pull it low. He sees multiple defenders are back, so what does he want to do? Bait out the challenge. He gets that exactly as he wanted, and the pass is perfect to Sad. Credit where it's due. That was not an open net. Sad had to slot that perfectly into the bottom right, and he did. MIBR continue to roll in this series.
Raisable has just been a difference maker when he's had a chance to have a little bit of space on the ball. Ever since that first game, he has just really turned it around and is creating opportunities for Made in Brazil this time. He does the hard work for Sad. TSM, You don't get a participation trophy for all your shots that don't go in. They need something to actually break through despite all the great offense they've had, and this will be this. Catalysm will equalize.
I can understand why you would want to try to take your extra time on this one, but with a desperate TSM, you have to make a challenge early. And unfortunately for Razebull, going for that boost in the corner. Hey, look, we've all been there for boost over ball. It's a punishing thing at any level of Rocket League, even here at the Major.
And a chase down on that rotating defender, forcing them in and out of the net. Maybe they would even cut earlier if they weren't being chased. So the demo meta, or the chase down meta, stays so relevant in today's Rocket League game. As we are all tied 1-1. Razebull trying to cook pre-flip to the net. Kevin is going to be able to guide it away. Sad trying to keep them on offense, but Kevin will win another 50. Sphinx is going to wait out with boost. Expects Astromic to give him the ball, and that's exactly what happened. But Sad going to cut rotation, going to make an outplay. Has a bit of an open sequence there if he could have gotten one more pass, but it'll be Razebull who has to do the hard work, and this pinch sends out to the left wall.
That was a terrifying scenario there. Team Solo Mid have thrown a couple of balls at their own net in some awkward moments. That would have been another one to add to the tally. Instead, though, they hold on to this tie ball game as we get to halfway. It's more offense for MIBR. Astro to the ceiling. Reset in the back. What can he do with it? Not all too much as it gets to the backboard. And Catalysm with a full tank just kind of camped the ball for a second. Sad to take over, though, and another 50 found as this ball just kind of lingers in the corner for what feels like forever.
Sphinx going to launch it to Astromic, who has no boost left over, but is going to be able to get one more 50. Everybody dive in on top of this ball. Catalysm shadowed, able to pop it up, take it away. Razebull and Catalysm fighting over there as this ball is headed towards them. Sphinx has an air dribble. A couple more touches as he takes it away. I don't know if he felt like there was a teammate around, so instead he's trying to keep possession going. He's going to snag a demo onto Razebull, and Catalysm's going to let Sphinx go to work. Power clear up to Kevin. A good cutoff by Made in Brazil, not letting these passing plays happen.
Bounce out to Razebull. He's got a full tank and space to work with. Can't get past Sphinx, though, so Astro now has to kind of lurk a little bit. Kevin looking for an extra touch there, and it's a good extra touch at that, and a great shot. The only reason it doesn't go in is because Sad saw that one two ways to Sunday. He was planted on the backboard before the play even started. Would have liked somebody on the backboard for that one, and maybe would have given them an escape. Instead, Sad out to Razebull, who will give it to himself. Trying to maybe get some sort of 50 here against Kevin, but it goes right to the hands of Sphinx, who will bang it to the sideball yet again. Double commit out of TSM, though, and with both of them backing off halfway through the play, that should be the end of the offense. TSM with a huge opportunity there, and just kind of let it die.
Razebull so much quicker here to this ball. Astromic wanted the bump. It's going to be an awkward situation, and it is going to be a goal. He's able to protect the net. Sad will get the second one.
This is a really heads-up play from Astro. As soon as the ball is done, he goes head-hunting for Kevin, and as soon as he's done head-hunting Kevin, he'll go for Catalysm. Gets the bump on him, and that's an open net, or at least a lot more open than it could have been without the interference play. MIBR 1 minute away from finding their first win here in Group D.
Kevin needs to get something going here. Astromic's going to get around two. Sphinx is getting sent back towards the ball. Catalysm has possession and a boost tank that is full enough, but still not able to make the play. Kevin going to launch it up over to Catalysm, back down to Sphinx. These guys are looking for each other at all times, but Made in Brazil has done a good job of cutting off those spots, not letting them find each other in the offense. Sphinx just going to boom a clear and hope maybe a mistake on the back wall. 23 seconds. They need their goal soon. Catalysm is already up. He sent it and teed it up in the midfield. Nobody's following it up. The shot is way too late, and I'm not sure they're going to be able to follow this up for a goal.
Unfortunately not. A lot of these long passing plays are just too choreographed. It means that MIBR can get prepared for them. They've been planted on the backboard in multiple moments. One last opportunity, and boy, is it awkward. Does Sphinx have anything to say? He's got a full tank of boost and space to work with, and Razebull knows that, so he'll shut it down. Catalysm Psycho would go a long way, and it will not. MIBR find themselves a win here in Group D as they take down TSM 3-1.
A great showing from Razebull, Sad, Astromic, the whole squad really found their footing in a way that we did not see from them in the first game. TSM able to grab one, able to show the peak that they're, gonna hit at times, and then immediately Made in Brazil seemed to have them figured out, stopped allowing the passing plays, kept them really from playing as much in their half as they did in the first game. All those early kickoffs too got them possessions, and they were able to stop that as well. So Made in Brazil, good adjustments made after a TSM strong start, and TSM looking at 0-2. They have still a match against Rebellion. I think they might be eliminated without doing the math here, because even if they were to beat Rebellion, Rebellion might still be 2-1. I guess it kind of depends how Rebellion's other games go, but a tough position for TSM to be in, but not bad performances. They were able to grab a game this time as opposed to the sweep against the mates.
Yeah, definitely a good start to the series for them. But again, unfortunately, that really is the only highlight that we can talk about. After that, it was, let's make sure I get this right, 7 goals to only 1. So the majority of the goals that we see were absolutely in game 1 there for TSM. Again, not a bad series from them by any stretch of the imagination. The unfortunate truth is, though, you got to make sure you keep that consistency through a full 5 games, technically 3 if you can sweep them. But I don't think there was ever a world where we thought MIBR was going to sweep, or excuse me, TSM was going to sweep MIBR.
Yeah, no, they made a believer out of me for just about 1 game total, and then it became clear that Made in Brazil had it figured out. APAC's always going to have a tough time. They've been able to steal wins here and there and get some surprise upsets. It seemed like maybe Made in Brazil was ripe for that until the bull got moving, and then everything, snowballed from there. So Made in Brazil, they're still in the fight for that second spot in the group. The top 2 teams moving through with the loss to Rebellion. They're probably not, at least they're not going to control their own fate in terms of getting first. They probably need some tiebreakers if they were to get the win against the mates as well. But Made in Brazil, they're in a good spot. They just need 1 more win against the toughest team in the group.
Hey, I don't wish that task upon almost anybody. So good luck to them. We'll take a quick look back upon what we did see here today on the alt stream. So we started off with 5 Fears versus NIP, went to Gentlemates versus TSM, Team Falcons versus VP, Team Vitality versus Space Station Gaming, and then closed out with 5 Fears and Power and MIBR and TSM. We only escaped 2 sweeps here at this point. Team Falcons versus Virtus Pro and MIBR versus TSM. Personally, those 2 would probably be my favorites of the day. I do think that this final series was probably my favorite to both watch, the cast, and all across the board. Again, it's nice to see the teams from some of the newer regions still showing themselves off and showing their talents.
Yeah, I think actually we got to watch the Vitality Space Station together as well. There's some overtimes in that. I know that we were looking at sweeps across the board on our stream, but for the most part. I mean, obviously you talked about the couple that weren't, but a lot of sweeps. I think Space Station kept it close. That was the group of death for a reason. We'll see if Space Station can bounce back. It would maybe really give a lot of context to that loss if they could somehow not end up last in that group, but it felt like that was a battle that needed to be won. Here is the group stage standings. I think you guys might have seen the updates. NRG beating Ninjas in Pajamas. They are 2-0 over in Group A, so in great position to advance. We've seen the Falcons and GK top in their group, Mates and Rebellion over here in Group D. And then Group C, the group of death, the French squads take out the early lead with Vitality and KC 1-0.
I'm very excited to see how these wrap up. A quick just sort of update also in addition to that Group A there is that NRG are actually confirmed the #1 seed due to the way that the group shakes out. They are guaranteed to be going through the going into the upper bracket of the playoff stage there. So congratulations to NRG. I'm going to be real. Unsurprising that they end up the #1 seed of that group and make it out. You can't be all too surprised by that. But the good thing is the day is not done, so there still could be some more surprises. That is all that we've got here for the alternate stream. Thank you again to everybody tuning in. Fear, thank you for hopping on the desk and hopping in the booth with me today, brother. It's great to have seen your debut here on RLCS. I'm so glad we got to have you.
It was great. I had a good time. I'm excited for future opportunities and casting here again.
Well, folks, like we said, we're not done for the day. We're going to throw you guys on a quick raid to the main broadcast here for the Boston Major, but we will also be back tomorrow with more stuff here on the alt stream. All the games start same time, same place here. But for now, we will leave you to watch some more RLCS action. Thank you for tuning in here today, and have fun with the main broadcast.
comes from nowhere, makes you wonder if you lost control, leaves you breathless, changes what you think is possible. Got me too. Brought me to you. It's got you too. Your magic's true. Your magic's true.
I was all alone. Then you showed up under my umbrella. Oh, shelter from the cold. Where do we go from here? Where do we go from here? Strangers found, lost in time with one another. The hourglass takes us further from here. Strangers found, lost in time with one another. The hourglass takes us further from here. Strangers found, lost in time with one another. The hourglass takes us further from here. I was all alone. Then you showed up under my umbrella. Oh, shelter from the cold. Where do we go from here? Where do we go from here? Strangers found, lost in time with one another. The hourglass takes us further from here. Strangers found, lost in time with one another.
she found a way into my heart. Oh, she don't make up, no, she make art. And I need a way to treat it, 'cause I keep getting high off of her. Off of her. I know that you'd be bad from the minute I saw you. But somehow I keep running back to you. Back to you. Back to long nights can get me feeling lonely. Hey. And hearing music that can make me smile. But the way I feel with her cannot be explained. But one thing still remains on my mind. I know that you'd be bad from the minute I saw you. But somehow I keep running back to you. Back to you. I know that you'd be bad, bad, bad. I know that you'd be bad, bad, bad. I know that you'd be bad, bad, bad. I know that you'd be bad.
Coming at you like monsters in the night, and you feel the danger that makes you wanna hide. When the cards are stacked against you and you're standing on the edge, now's the time, now's the time. Think about all the dreams you keep inside. Think about all the ones you love. I know this beating heart will be my guide. I know that we can overcome. When the world's so cold and we're losing hope, I need her. I need her. When the darkness comes and we're overrun, yeah, I need her. That's when we need each other. 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 When you're falling faster and don't know where you are, you feel the danger closer than your heart. When the weight is getting heavy and the future is unsteady, close your eyes, close your eyes. Think about all the dreams you keep inside. Think about all the ones you love. I know this beating heart will be my guide. I know that we can overcome. When the world's so cold and we're losing hope, I need her. I need her. When the darkness comes and we're overrun, yeah, I need her. That's when we need each other. That's when we need each other. That's when we need each other.
Don't you hang up again, baby. I just can't be alone tonight. Don't you hang up again, baby. I just can't be alone tonight. Ticking like a bomb, falling in motion, center of the stage, hoping that we'll be right. Back again. You gotta help me out, help me out. Riding coasters to dream your eyes. You gotta help me out, help me out. Swim in oceans to breathe your life. Don't you hang up again, baby. I just can't be alone tonight. Don't you hang up again, baby. I just can't be alone tonight. Don't you hang up again, baby. I just can't be alone tonight. Don't you hang up again, baby. I just can't be alone tonight. Don't you hang up again, baby. I just can't be alone tonight. Don't you hang up again, baby. I just can't be alone tonight.
broke my neck and I just wonder why. I'm buried in a suit I'd never buy, a suit I'd never buy. Cufflinks on my wrist, I can't act surprised when the shovels hit dirt in the earth. Did they start to cry? Since I'm 17, I've been looking for a place to make me be complete. I've been looking all alone out there for anything to make me feel alive. Bring me back to life. Cufflinks on my wrist, I can't act surprised when the shovels hit dirt in the earth. Did they start to cry?
When I